FP&M Seta.
Ngokuza uzozivulela abantwana bethu imiqondo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bazosizakala kakhulu because abaningi abazi ukuthi kume after matric benze njani. Kodwa ke for suka today ngiyacabanga bazokwazi ukuthi bazokwenzani and ne platforms ningeziwe ngiyazi ukuthi bazosisiza kakhulu since besinike nama addresses nani sizothintana nabo siyabonga.
We are Micromatica HS Training Center. We are addressing skills development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth is dependent on being enabled financially so that we can become a manufacturing hub within South Africa to the rest of the African continent. Our primary intention is to employ and empower underprivileged youth, firstly by training them, employing them, and facilitating their journeys towards entrepreneurship. Currently, the only entity that has contributed towards this dream is the FP&M Seta through the few resources that Micromatica has. Through the support of the FP&M Seta, Micromatica has been teaching students since 2018. Through developing their entrepreneurial skills, Micromatica has equipped and enabled students to start their own small businesses, therefore contributing towards job creation. We have also placed students to work alongside us for various sewing projects at HS Training Center. Thank you.
As a learning institution, FDC, like all other learning establishments, are governed by a pertinent SETA, Sector Education and Training Unit. The SETA Entry and Exit Unit at SDC is responsible for registering each learnership with the client's relevant SETA. The team also validate each learner that wants to study with SDC to ensure they have not already completed the qualification elsewhere. No learner is permitted to commence any of the SDC learnerships without being approved by this department. They work with 21 SETAs that represent a different economic.
A very warm welcome to you. We are now here on day 2 of the Skills Development Summit. We had amazing conversations yesterday, very insightful, knowledge packed, and I truly learned a lot as a facilitator. My name is Tabang Mashiko, and I will be the captain of the ship from this afternoon, or rather from this morning to afternoon. And it's the last day, but we did promise that we'll be announcing some winners of great prizes, those who engaged more from yesterday's chats. And you guys dropped a lot of gems, I must be honest, and I'm looking forward to hearing Dr. Felengende, the CEO of FP&M Seta, to give us a recap. But without wasting any more time, I'd love to announce the winners of the amazing prizes. So I hope you are doing a drum roll wherever you are. So our winner, our first winner, who is getting an Asus laptop, I mean, top of the range, right, is Margot Wood. So Mr. Margot Wood from CBAS. So please do contact us so that you can get your Asus laptop. So congratulations and welcome to you. Okay. And our second prize winner going home with the Samsung Galaxy 7 mobile phone is Mr. Bonginkosi Ndabambi from Hansa Flex. And I'm just hoping that it's not really Hansa, you know, the beverage and so forth, because how is that going to work? But I'm just joking. So Mr. Bonginkosi Ndabamba or Dambambi from Hansa Flex, you are going home with the Samsung Galaxy 7 mobile. So we look forward to receiving your insights. We look forward to receiving your emails so that you can get your prizes. Please be sure to email events@capemedia.co.za. That is events@capemedia.co.za. So we have an incredible jam-packed day for you today. We are talking technology, jobs, and the future of work, foundational training and skills development. There is a dialectical relationship between the two. So we look forward to linking those two elements that are very much related to perfect skills and employability and entrepreneurship as well. We're also talking empowering women through skills development. And last but not least, learnerships and work integrated learning. Stay tuned. We'll be commencing right after this.
Services to the clothing, footwear, forestry, furniture, general goods, leather packaging, printing, print media, publishing, pulp and paper, textiles and wood product sectors. Furthermore, the FP&M Seta must implement the objectives of the National Skills Development Strategy and ensure that people obtain the critical or scarce skills needed to build the capacity of the sector to become economically sustainable and globally competitive. The intention of the National Skills Development Strategy is to increase access to training and skills development opportunities, to transform inequalities linked to class, race, gender, age, and disability, to address the challenges of skills shortages and mismatches, and to improve productivity of the economy, and to increase the focus on skills development linked to rural development.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are on day 2 of the Skills Development Summit. Today we are talking future perfect skills for employability and entrepreneurship. And joining me this morning is once again the lovely Dr. Feleng Yende, who is the CEO of FP&M Manufacturing Seta. Thank you very much, Doc, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And thank you very much for a wonderful session yesterday that we had. We had Ms. Tamama Shekho. It's indeed highly appreciated. And again, to you today, special welcome. And we again would like to honor the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, who blessed our occasion yesterday and shared very important information that it's critical for us in industry to understand. To our employers and representatives that are still here with us today, and those that are joining us today, a special welcome. Our invited guests and those that heard about the session and decided to join us today, a special welcome. The speakers for today's session, a special welcome and good morning, and to all of you. Just quickly, in terms of yesterday, we had a intro of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Peyton Zimande, by our chairperson, Advocate Odayen. Immediately after that, the minister came on board, and he shared with us the strategy of government with specific reference to the economic recovery and reconstruction strategy to support business growth and sustainability. The minister was very clear on the skills in demand and that partnerships with employers are critical for work placement opportunities for our graduates, especially the TVET graduates. We also had, immediately after the minister had spoken, providing very sharp messages, always sharp in his speeches everywhere he goes. He makes very clear, compelling, speeches to his stakeholders, to the delegates, to make sure that there is no confusion in terms of his strategy and the strategy of government. Immediately after that, we had Mr. Michael Peter, we had Dr. Abdul, and we had panel discussions. And I must say that the day yesterday, personally, I was actually glued to the screen. The discussions throughout the day were relevant, and they were really bordering on practicality. I mean, you'd recall Dr. Ray Patel was quite clear and was quite compelling and argued for practicalities to say, let us then move. The technology is here. We're no longer talking about technology that is coming. It has dawned. It's here with us. And it's important for us to quickly embrace and move with the times. Innovation is here. We're seeing a lot of countries that are innovating today. He made a very good scenario of a car, talking about how, the importance of being relevant and making sure that even with the car mechanics have changed, training must also change to actually support that. But we also have excellent speakers, PEP, as well, in terms of the clothing technologies there, what they are doing, how they're responding to the new markets and demands. I think it was quite great. Northwest University lecturers and many other speakers that we had, I think, personally, I think they were all relevant and they had compelling messages that I think we need to sit down and say, how do we then crystallize and pull out crystal clear, actionable items. So the minister is indeed appreciated, because I think his speech, his message, I'm actually trying to think, must I actually say speech or must I actually say message? But I think the message resonates much better with what we're trying to achieve. His message really laid a very strong foundation for the discussions that then followed. And for yesterday as well, we had a lot of OIR. Thanks, colleagues, for believing that to achieve maximum convergence of all technologies, we need to embrace the emerging and the here for our skills that will deliver advanced robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data specialists, and analytics. And that will also deliver Internet of Things, blockchain. I mean, you look at massive companies. I mean, today we're talking about global companies. We're operating all over the world. And I'm sure that with this session as well, we're streaming all over the world. There's no limit to what's being, to the reach in today's communication, in today's business. Now, technologies like a blockchain, those are sophisticated, amazing technologies that are able to address business nuances able to enable business complexities and bring about efficiencies. So it's important for us to understand that, and important for us to begin to build business models that are embedded and strengthened by these technologies. Automation, augmented reality, cybersecurity, data analytics, cloud computers of all, which will transform the way we live and the way we run our business. We just need to make sure that we are already in this era. And we are not saying what we used to do in an analog manner, manual fashion, is left behind. No, the two can work together. FP&M Seta, Future Perfect and Digital Innovation Skills Summit is a direct response from us to the concern that more than 3.4 million young South Africans aged 15 to 24 are disengaged from education and work. In fact, when I was doing my PhD, because I've done my PhD in technology and innovation management, okay, I was looking at 4R, how can this be used to enhance organizational performance? Okay, and I've looked at different countries, China, Europe, and all of that. But one of the key findings for me, which was really striking, was that young people are disengaged because of the technology language. So it's important for us to know that this is an opportunity for us to simplify and then build skills that will then bring on board our young people, because young people are our future. With this high unemployment rate, recording 66.5%. In SA, due to COVID and lockdowns and all of that, I think we have an opportunity in technology. We have an opportunity in rearranging our employment landscape by making sure if we don't tailor our skills with technology, we make sure that throughout the education we are providing, the skills we are providing, whether you're talking university, TVET colleges, CETAs, we embed our qualifications, including occupational qualifications, with the requisite technologies, so that by the time our young people hit the employment space, they are ready to move and make a difference in the employment sector. So this is an opportunity, it's not a threat. And I have studied at length the assumption that technology is a threat. It will create job losses. But when I was doing my research, extensive research, it became evident from other scholarly work that technology will actually create other opportunities. All it requires is for us to look and revisit the way we run business and remodel the business to be able to retrain, not retrench, but retrain our employees to be able to then respond to this. So employers and CETAs, in fact, peace assisting, that relationship and partnership that the minister emphasized yesterday is absolutely critical, especially now, because it's important that we help each other, we support each other, we work in partnership to make sure that the industry has recovered, and it is sustainable. As we try to predict the future, the conversation inevitably shifts towards the most critical enabler of all, which is skilled talent. That is exactly what I've spoken to now. We must strengthen ERRP through skills, embracing technologies, changes and innovation for employability in a sustainable manufacturing sector. Digitization and automation are fundamentally transforming the way we work. Technology has become part of us and affect our daily life. Digital technologies take on on roles in analytics, something essential across every industry and sector, because research, development, and innovation for success of any business is critical, is key. The business landscape is evolving and adapting rapidly, and anyone aspiring to it needs to tap into creative mindset and opportunities, as I've already mentioned. The dynamic challenges facing higher education institutions today involve planning for post-COVID-19. We have started doing that, and I think the minister was very clear yesterday that we have started planning. We already have skills. He's clear about the skills and technological skills that are actually are required, and the minister has already outlined those. So it's important that we align ourselves. And of course, industry cannot just take on everything. We evaluate for relevance and practicality, because we're running businesses in order to make a profit. Fiber processing and manufacturing sector is grateful for the ministry and the minister's strategic leadership, and for always emphasizing the continuous collaboration and partnership between the Setas, TVET colleges, and of course universities as well, because we need to make sure students go to universities, they study, and they are, however, exposed to relevant skills. Our Richmond in Daleni, it's for, in my view, is a world-class TVET college right in the deep rural areas of KZN. That college we built it was cost-effective for what it is offering. World-class in a sense that it has got practical classrooms, theory classrooms, furniture, it's furniture, clothing manufacturing, shoes, ICT, but also innovation. We've got an innovation hub where the intention was that those that are coming out of furniture making classes, those that have graduated from clothing, those that have graduated from making shoes, how do they innovate? So we brought in technology to assist our young people to innovate, so that we don't only just focus on employers absorb, but we also create opportunities for entrepreneurship. So that center is one-stop shop in the deep rural areas. It is possible, we've done it, and it's working exceptionally well. Our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa announced at the State of the Nation address that the Department of Higher Education and Training will be placing 10,000 learners in NATED and NCV, those that have graduated in NATED and NCV, and we are hard at work as CETAs to make sure that is realized. We have very little choice but to embrace ERRP plans to resuscitate our economy. It's important that we really support our employers. We are doing that. We are engaging with employers to look at what innovation are they bringing to the workplace and how can we then partner. We've done quite well with a number of employers that have come on board and put forward the proposal, say, look, we have a new factory. We want to bring on board 2,000 learners. But those 2,000 learners, if they assist us somehow, we will absorb them. I mean, that's brilliant, Mr. Choice. We really appreciate that leadership in the clothing sector. We've seen it in printing, where they've said, well, we also have to quickly adjust the way in which we do business. Very difficult. I mean, we started the discussions with the printing sector many years ago, and I remember the leadership was like, no, but we've been doing this business printing, traditionally this is how we run the business. I remember Mr. Tobelo was the CEO when he started putting that thinking of technology. How do we embrace these 3D printing technologies? It was not easy. And slowly it started to, the seed started to grow to say, yeah. If we don't adjust, we'll be like Kodak. There's a story of Kodak, case study of Kodak. spare time, you can actually go and look at that. Again, that I explored that when I was doing my technology. I was at Massachusetts in the States, where we looked at different case studies to say, what happens if we are not responsive? What's going to happen if we don't respond to technology? If we don't adjust? Companies like Kodak had to shut down because they were quite slow in its uptake to technology. But the printing sector is right into it. I think Ken spoke about how the qualifications development and many other of our sectors we're talking about. If you look at our media, we've got what they call Future Skills Program, where they're looking at digital media courses that they're offering young people, publishing, online publication. So across the board, we have our industries have actually come on board, and they are now in the digital space to complement the analog way of doing things. Because it's important for us to do that in order to remain competitive. Because we know that talent is our greatest asset, and having the right talent is important. Processes and systems had to be innovated, enabled with technology. In this rapid turnover, the only way to stay ahead of the curve and stay relevant is by upskilling our young people and making sure that the business is also sustainable. Also to address poverty that we know that is a challenge, especially because of the COVID that we experienced in the past 2 years. This summit provides us with an ideal platform to reflect on some of the occupations in high demand. In our sector, those were, based on the research we conducted, apparel and related party making, cabinet makers, footwear, parts and stock production, machine operators, footwear clothing production, machine operators, footwear designers, footwear finishing production, machine operators, furniture finishers, industrial designers, leather and footwear production technologists, leather processing machine operators, sewing machinists, upholsterers, and entrepreneurs, among others. Entrepreneurial skills needed include teamwork, customer service skills, analytical and problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills. Strategic thinking and planning skills are so crucial in these challenging times. These are the skills required for us to begin to support the growth of our industries. FP&M Seta is also cross-collaborating and broadening its skill set to include skills for the bio-innovation industry and environment. We need to expand into the areas of bio-refining and bio-manufacturing in order to empower science and engineering students with practical work exposure to enhance employability for wood processing chemists, scientists, biotechnologists, and chemical engineers. I'm pleased to report that FP&M Seta has partnered with several industry organizations and stakeholders in our sector, focusing on key themes of the summit, addressing technology, innovation, employability, and entrepreneurship. Allow me to extend my appreciation to everybody that has made time to attend this session. And as I move towards closure, I want to quickly talk about our collaboration with TVET SA that focused on employability. Approximately 178 learners were registered in work integrated learning. And we also worked with, this is just among others, Prestige Clothing, where we have implemented and placed 210 learners, 50 of which are disabled workers. And these were trained and absorbed. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the team from Cape Media, my team, board and all attendees, including the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training. I hope you found the speeches and discussions on the day one, based on the theme of technology and innovation, quite fruitful and insightful. I'm optimistic that day two today will be much more productive and engaging as we try to find solutions for future perfect skills for employability and entrepreneurship, promoting economic growth and sustainability for our industries. I wish you well for the rest of the summit, and I thank Cape Media for the continued partnership we've had over the years. Program Director, thank you very much. I shall pause here. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Yende, much appreciated. We truly appreciate your insights and the support that Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Seta continues to give to us, as well as the cause towards ensuring effective skills development. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the CEO for Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Seta, Dr. Feleng Yende. Please don't forget to hashtag Skills Summit 22. Make sure you send your comments, your inputs, your recommendations right there, as well as on our chat room. Remember, there are still more prizes to be won. So you need to make sure that you engage with the expo. Make sure that you visit our chat room, send through your comments, and engage as much as possible. You saw for yourself that Margot Wood won himself an Asus laptop, and Bongi Nkosi from Hansa Flex won himself a Samsung Galaxy 7 mobile phone. I mean, you know, COVID hit. Some of our stuff went missing. Some of our stuff crashed. So you can imagine these are amazing prizes. So continue to engage with us. We're looking forward to receiving your comments. Just a reminder for the winners to email events@capemedia.co.za. That is events@capemedia.co.za. Once again, one of the speakers yesterday said something so critical, and he said, we develop conformists, not critical thinkers. So it's very important for us to critically think our way through problem solving and ensuring that there's alignment with labor market, industry, and the requirements that the economy needs for it to thrive, like Dr. Feleng mentioned. So now we'll be going to our next speaker, who's a guest speaker, and I'll be introducing them right after this. Stay tuned.
My name is Amy Ben. I work for an organisation called Innovate Durban. We're a non-profit who supports innovation and innovators in Durban specifically, but in KZN in general. I am currently sitting at the Indoleni Richmond Skills TVET College. We have set up a beautiful innovation centre within the college that is open to students studying here at the TVET, whether they're studying furniture, design, textiles, business studies. The facility is theirs to use. The centre is funded by the FP&M Seta, and it's here to service the students who study and learn at the TVET College. And the different machinery we have here, we've got things like 3D printers, laser cutters, very advanced embroidery and sewing machines. We've got acrylic benders, resin printers, as well as computers, laptops for the students, and good internet, obviously. The purpose of the facility is to support them in exploring fourth industrial revolution technology. It's technology that they wouldn't necessarily have access to on a day-to-day basis. We know in South Africa that there's huge levels of inequality, and things like 3D printers are not readily available for students. And so to have a facility where they can come learn about a 3D printer, understand how it works and how it could fit into what they're already doing, and then have access to that for a prolonged period of time, is part of the reason we've set up the facility. Another thing we will be doing is we'll be running a 12-month startup support program or an innovator support program. The idea behind the program is to allow the students an opportunity again to use the machinery, learn about the machinery, but also to teach them various business skills, how to write a marketing proposal or a business proposal, how to understand financial management, so that they're equipped not just to go into the world of work and work, but they're equipped to be entrepreneurs and innovators, and we just are giving them opportunities, skills, expertise to kind of set them apart from other students who may not have studied those different things. So that is our Innovation Centre at the TVET College. We are so proud to present it to you and allow you to see what is happening and what will be happening at the centre.
My name is Tato Innocent Sibuhudi. I am from Eastec College under Garment Making Program that is funded by FP&M Seta. Learned how to cut the pattern and how to draw the pattern on top of the cloth and how to take the same cloth that I've drawn the pattern onto the machine and make a garment. I am now able to make quality checking, I am able to embroider, and I am able to digitize. I am very thankful to FP&M Seta for the opportunity, and I thank them so much for the opportunity that they have given to me. I wish that they can continue to do the same thing to other kids that are out there at this time. And thank you so much.
Mthethwa emabhuyeni empakeni lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture, senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza
igama lami ngicebile wakantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphakathi professionals under i-sewing. It's a clothing manufacturing process. Benefits nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabhuyeni.
So ngibenefitile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda, sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi. Ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kubusi besinikeza ithuba ukuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu ngomesiqede amaphakathi.
We are Micromatica HS Training Center. We are addressing skills development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth
CSR Africa, which is the Global Sustainability Lead Africa at SAP Africa. So he will give us just a bit more about what are the future perfect skills for employability and entrepreneurship. Mr. Sinal, welcome and over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a privilege to join you this morning. I'm in Johannesburg today, and it's been a cloudy day so far. Traffic has been great moving around from this morning. So I hope you've had a good session thus far. Maybe to start off and to sort of frame the current challenge that we have. I think the COVID pandemic has demonstrated that citizens, individuals, non-profits, street vendors, hawkers, people are in informal trade, the formal trade itself. Governments, multilateral agencies like the African Union, the European Commission, United Nations, etc., that there's been an increased expectation of the use of digital technology or technology per se to fulfill what was previously considered the norm in terms of engaging not only with government, but more particularly with the private sector. And if one looks at how we will move, we're still in a pandemic, but let's assume we could get to a point where we talk about life in a post-pandemic era. What is it that will be required for countries, citizens themselves, cities, to actually be globally competitive? And then when one starts looking into that, the reality is stark. For example, across the globe, what we're finding is that most of the countries that have invested heavily in technology-related skills and development thereof, they are able to deal with matters and ensure that transactional capacity that takes place between the citizens, government itself, the NGOs, and the general populace actually happens at a much easier rate with the use of technology. Then begs an important question. I think if you just look at us today and where we're sitting, and we take simple things, and I'll delve deeper into some of the technologies, etc. But I'll keep it at a level which is not highly technical and not talking about bits and bytes and the way data moves and what happens in the background. But maybe to reflect a bit about ourselves. If you were told that you're going to come to a leadership event that was virtual 3 years ago, you'll scoff at it and say, listen, don't kid me, because I actually need the ability to engage with people, the conviviality to be felt. But today, everybody is a so-called Zoomer. Zoom stocks rose heavily during this period. And if one looks across the board at technology companies from the United States moving across to Europe and Asia Pacific and Japan, there's been a fairly fertile opportunity for these companies to actually thrive in these times because of the acceleration of the need of technology during this COVID pandemic that we've experienced. Then the question then further begs and answers, what can we as South Africa, and I'll put Africa in brackets, actually do to remain globally competitive? Now, there's a whole range of things. One can start by throwing rocks at the system, but that actually achieves nothing. I believe that there needs to be criticisms leveled at certain areas where we haven't done well as a country, as a continent. But it doesn't help to do that on the one hand and do nothing to accelerate the process of technology skills development and advancement. And I thought today I should share with you a few experiences, that I've had in this place. And I'll take it back as far as 10 years ago, and to give you some context around that. Now, when it wasn't fashionable, when robotics wasn't a thing, and artificial intelligence wasn't such a huge thing, SAP engaged quite interestingly with a number of institutions, both at the university level. Then FETs were not in place, but sort of colleges, and looking at schools. And sort of in 2010, what we decided to do is at a very early stage, support this first Lego League. Now, many people think, oh, it's Lego, it's just some kids building some blocks together. And I want to tell a little story because the anecdotal information is as important as the factual and empirical stuff that comes out of it. And so from around 2010, we began to support this first Lego League program in South Africa. And of course, it's moved across to Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and other states on the continent. And essentially, the program is about engaging young people in a playful mechanism so that they learn by doing rather than feeling that they're in an environment and pressurized to actually learn about skill sets, particularly coding itself. And these young kids were given the ability, they were judged on sort of 4 levels, which included some research on a topic. And therein, we need to reflect when you look at a program like the first Lego League as to what is happening in our educational system in the country currently. Where are we in terms of being benchmarked against the best? We know that we are not the best performers in math, science in the world. We rank at the bottom. And that is something, I suppose, when I look at almost 12 years ago when we engaged with this first Lego League, being someone who who's very passionate about science and math education. We took it as an opportunity to engage children, particularly in rural areas and peri-urban areas of disadvantaged backgrounds, to get involved with this process. And what's coming out of that, which research has shown, and I'll share that with the organizers of the conference, is that kids who've embarked in programs like the First Lego League program, where they're actually building something and programming a robot to do certain tasks, there's a very high correlation between their participation, even if it's at a very rudimentary level, to them taking up subjects, one, and skill sets that are technologically related. So there's independent studies done on this to show this. Now, what is the point of this particular discussion is that in our country, we need to create more opportunities and platforms like for the likes of the First Lego League to encourage, because if you're sitting at home now and you're looking back at maybe 4 or 5 decades that you spent on this planet, we need to assist you to be functional in this environment. But those generations that have spent 10 and 15 years on this planet are the ones we really need to make this investment and to ensure that there's an input of human capital. So that's a little bit on just creating the future, I would call it. And I bring it back, and obviously I am biased towards enabling skill sets to be developed in the technological sphere, because that is the future. Now, if we advance that conversation from that artificial intelligence to what is happening today, there's medical journals that are being developed and currently in circulation, which have been peer reviewed, which shows that as time goes, more and more of us may have substitute organs. So the cyborg that you saw in Terminator movies, Terminator 1, 2, those of us giving our ages away with these movies, those cyborgs are already around us. There are people around us who are benefiting out of artificial intelligence. And then that speaks to the longevity of the human, life, your lifespan per se. And with more and more of this happening, there are more jobs that are being created across the globe, which are linked to technology and which has a substantial impact on the longevity of humans. But in particular, it also has an impact on the GDPs, the well-being of people, the GDP per capita that's being driven in those societies. And the naysayers will say things like, "Oh, but we'll be losing jobs." That will happen. But the only thing we can be assured of in life is change. If we look historically, and this joke of 4IR and the parliamentary process, and when a politician was questioned about that. But these revolutions that took place, and you remember the Industrial Revolution, when that took place, the mechanization that happened during that time. People are also saying jobs will be lost. We won't be able to increase the global population. There may be challenges that will exist that we'll never be able to fix up into the future. But the Industrial Revolution has taken us into mechanization, which has taken us into better production across the board, from crops, from products that are used on a daily basis. So I would say that it's critical that we continue to invest in the development of skill sets in the technological arena. I'm going to leave you with two, because I know my time is short and I've been given a really short space of time. I want to touch on two other things. Another program that I'd like to talk about in the evolution of skill sets of Africans and young Africans between the age of 8 and 16. So together with Scratch, or I would say with MIT, you should be familiar with MIT. It's an institution based in Massachusetts, which is the leading institution in technology. They created this free software called Scratch, and SAP, together with partners, has been driving this Africa Code Week program, which has been running, since 2016, and it's been running completely funded and working across the length and breadth of the continent. We've touched the lives of more than 12 million young children in that process. And I can tell you one thing and why we need to do it. And I'm going to leave you with this sort of anecdote and then a sub point to finish off. I think it may have been 2017. Yeah, probably 2017. The World Economic Forum was hosted in Rwanda. And I recall we went up to this mountain, and I took with me a group of people with some computers which were mobile. We had with us a famous South African group called Mikasa. The entire group was with us. We went up a mountainside, and I can tell you I was out of breath climbing for about 30 minutes. We got there, and here were children who have never seen a laptop in their lives, let alone a phone, let alone a radio for that matter. And what we put these kids together, and within 45 minutes, we had these kids coding. 15 minutes later, they were creating games. And where am I heading with this conversation? The future is our youth, particularly young women, because there's an increasing correlation between empowering women, their ability to drive GDP extension, and to take care of their families. And lastly, I want to touch on another program that is doing some tremendous work across the length and breadth of South Africa, and these are our Siafunda Community Technology Centers. We started off with that in 2006, and today we have more than 200 centers across the length and breadth of the country. We even have a center in the Karoo, where the array system is being set up for the telescopic, for the largest telescope, or we call it in the globe. And what's coming out of that is we're seeing that Gokos or older generation women who come to these centers, they're learning skill sets, basic things to you and I mean, sending an email or building a CV or being able to engage on social media, and more importantly, to get certified on the likes of Microsoft skill sets or SAP Light Solutions or Cisco for that matter, Learning Academy. And that is what the country needs more of. My last point, really my last point, is that there's a growing research, and recently the World Bank published a study that was undertaken in Latin America. And what it showed is that for job creation and job seekers, shorter courses which have a bigger impact in terms of pragmatic solutions to the job deficits that exist in those Latin American countries are proven to be highly effective. So we need to relook the whole education thing. I'm not saying degree stuff is bad. I'm a fan of being educated, all of that. But we need to look at pragmatic things that can be done and stop and cut the bush colleges. We must destroy bush colleges, those that sell to our people and make them invest funding, and they end up with zero employability or ability to drive entrepreneurship. So ultimately, Africans must take part in the digital economy. That's the first thing. They must get set up to take part in the digital economy. No one is born with this digital knowledge. It's things that you learn. As you learn, you develop things. When you have a wider circle of like-minded people, you learn more about the content, and so the cycle continues. And the digital nativity of our population has to be something which is front and center. Young people, as kids are born and they get to kindergartens, etc., it must become a national thing to engage with technology and the removal of the fear thereof. So I'm going to leave you with those thoughts because I know I'm out of time by sort of 2 minutes, and I sincerely thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much. My mic was off on the other side. We appreciate your time, and indeed, you have really laid the foundation for the coming panel discussions. I appreciated what you touched on using MIT as a case study about how do we build digital capacity and using them as a sort of a point of reference for us to derive our knowledge and get examples from. And I particularly appreciated the point about empowering women, because we are definite hustlers. So it's lovely to hear men say that. But thank you very much for your time, and definitely we're looking forward to working with you in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Sunil Jenis, who is the director for SAP Africa. Stay tuned. We'll be having our panel discussion up in a moment.
Hi, my name is Tato Innocent Buhudi. I am from Eastec College undergarment making program that is funded by FP&M Seta. Learned how to cut the pattern and how to draw the pattern on top of the cloth and how to take the same cloth that I've drawn the pattern onto the machine and make a garment. I am now able to make quality checking, I am able to embroider, and I am able to digitize. I am very thankful to FP&M Seta for the opportunity, and I thank them so much for the opportunity that they have given to me. I wish that they can continue to do the same thing to other kids that are out there at the street, and thank you so much.
This is where the idea of skills development is brought to life and made a reality for over 2,000 learners per year. It is important for the learners to not only obtain theoretical training in one of the many courses offered at SDC, but for these learners to be work ready. Practical workplace experience is also essential for an integrated and comprehensive learning program. Workplace training is a prerequisite for students to be able to graduate and takes place under the guidance of a mentor, and the theoretical training is provided by the SDC Skills Department made up of highly qualified facilitators.
The FP&M Seta's mandate is to provide skills development services to the clothing, footwear, forestry, furniture, general goods, leather packaging, printing, print media, publishing, pulp and paper, textiles and wood product sectors. Furthermore, the FP&M Seta must implement the objectives of the National Skills Development Strategy and ensure that people obtain the critical or scarce skills needed to build the capacity of the sector to become economically sustainable and globally competitive. The intention of the National Skills Development Strategy is to increase access to training and skills development opportunities, to transform inequalities linked to class, race, gender, age and disability, to address the challenges of skills shortages and mismatches, and to improve productivity of the economy, and to increase the focus on skills development linked to rural development.
Here at Vinton Academy, our mission is to provide quality accredited training in South Africa across multiple sectors. Our services are relevant to both individuals and industry, from managing and implementing learning programs to business incubation. Vinton can provide with quality services. We are currently accredited for 10 programs and 12 in the pipeline. All this is to achieve our vision to become South Africa's most trusted training provider. For more information, visit our website at www.vinton.co.za.
Nelson Mandela once said, the most weapon to fight poverty is education. Without skills, we are not going anywhere as a country, most especially for rural people. My name is Rulani Ndobe. I am the founder of ERRP Business Enterprise here in Malamlele, Mukomi Village. ERRP Business Enterprise is more of a training and development. We do a lot of training for rural areas. ERRP was established in 2015. And then the very same year, FP&M Seta saw a need to fund a rural-based youth company. I am very grateful to have uplifted. The existence of ERRP assisted a lot of people coming from Malamulele and Limpopo.
Xikolo lexi xa ERRP xi nga kona laha etikweni hi vona xikolo lexi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vantshwa va hina vo lo titshamela la makaya a ku na lexi va endlaka xona. So va za va fikelela laha va sungulaka ku nwa mabyalwa swi nga fanelanga ku tiva loko ri xili nampundzu a nga tivi ku fanele a tirha yini. Se sweswi ndo va nga endla xikolo lexi xa ERRP ni vona xi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vanyingi vanhu va le ku sapoteni ka xikolo lexi va ya va ya kuma tidyondzo kona ta ku rhunga ni swin'wana na swin'wanyana ende swi le ku pfuneni ka tiko sweswo swi hunguta ni vugevenga.
Malamulele does not have manufacturing firms, either for your clothing, for your furniture, or manufacturing of anything. I felt there's a need to establish or to have young people who are well trained to make garments, to manufacture clothing for their local communities. I wanted to encourage and promote broadly South African products.
I am a learner at ERRP Business Enterprise. na swi tiva ku operata machine, na swi kota ku rhunga, na swi kota ku endla ti-measurement, ni tlhela kota ku endla final product.
We also do learnership, internship, do apprenticeship, do skills program, customer service, financial services to ensure that the graduate that we recruit, they get work readiness training. We are preferred training provider for main cooperatives around rural areas. They prefer us because we believe in cooperatives being sustainable.
Ni Manhlungwane, la ni nga kona hi le nhlohlorisiweni cooperative ka Phapazela. Handle ka Malamulele. Business ya hina hi focus ngopfu ka nkarhi wa sweswi hi focus ngopfu ka xikete xa mjikisi. Xikete xa mjikisa xi mbaliwa hi munhu un'wana na un'wana.
There is a need to be trained to ensure that the people who live in rural areas are trained enough to can be able to fight.
Ngihlala emabuyeni empakeni lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry, ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture, senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza igama lami ngicebile wabantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphakathi professionals under i-sewing, it's a clothing manufacturing process. Sibenefitile nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabuyeni. So ngibenefitile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda, sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi. Ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kubuze besinikeza ithuba ukuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu noma siqede amaphathi.
Welcome to my space academy.
My name is Maggie Divine Maketa. I'm currently doing the training under my
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the Skills Development Summit, and this is day 2. If you've only just tuned in, you did miss out quite a bit, but we still have a jam-packed day for you. Please don't forget to hashtag Skills Summit 22. That is hashtag Skills Summit 22 on all our social media platforms, and do engage with our exhibition and our expo as well, and even in the chat room, so you can stand a chance to win great prizes. I won't be taking much of the time that is left. We are talking future perfect skills for employability and entrepreneurship. And this morning we are joined for a panel discussion called Technology, Jobs, and the Future of Work. And with me are our great panelists. We have Mr. Jonathan Foster Pedley, who is the Dean and Director at Henley Business School. We also have Ms. Nyari Samoshonga, who is the CEO of We Think Code, bridging the gaps between business, technology, and education. We also have joining us this morning Riabetswe Simenya, who is the Managing Director at John Buck Solutions. And last but not least, we have Mr. Mpuka Radingu, Executive Director at
Publishers Association of South Africa. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. Okay, so I'm going to ask, perhaps we can start with Ms. Nyari. Please do introduce yourselves, and after Nyari, we'll have Jonathan, we'll have Riabetswe, and then Mr. Radingu.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Taban. So I'm Nyari Samushonga, CEO of We Think Code, and we're a software development academy that's really focused on driving inclusion in training South Africa's youth to be able software developers so that they can participate in all these opportunities that are coming with this technological advancement. So I'm excited to be part of this panel as we discuss how can we start to create alternative pathways that bring more of South Africa's youth to the table of creating technological solutions.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Ms. Nyari. John?
Hi, I'm John Foster Pedley Tabang. Thank you very much for introduction. That was great, Nyari. Impressive. I'm the Dean and Director of Henley Business School in Africa. We're the only quadruple accredited business school in Africa. So we're accredited by the Association of African Business Schools, first one to do so. And we're an international business school. We've been here for 30 years in South Africa, and we're level 1 BE. And we have a whole range of programs from MBA to 5, 6, 7 executive education as well. And our motto is, we build the people who build the businesses that build Africa. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Mr. Petley. Reabetswe?
Thank you, Tabang. Good morning, everyone. My name is Reabetswe Semenya. I am the Managing Director of John Bach Solutions. We are an IT company that focuses on transformative digital solutions. What that entails in a nutshell is managed IT services that transforms our customers' environment from traditional IT environment to the cloud. In a nutshell, this is what we do. I'm excited to join in this conversation, which entails that technology is changing in our world, and how do we prepare in the education sector? How do we prepare as business to cover this new change that we are in at the moment? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Semenya. Thank you. Mr. Radinku?
Thank you, ma'am. As you've already indicated, my name is Mpuka Radinku, the Executive Director of the Publishers Association of South Africa. PASA is the largest publishing industry body in the country with 123 members. The majority of them book and journal publishers in the field of fiction, non-fiction, education, academic, and trade publishing. Our members, the majority of our members are South African publishing houses for profit, non-profit, university presses, small and medium-sized company, and multinational enterprises. I guess a lot more information can be found on our website at www.publishsa, not pass, publishsa.co.za. I'm happy to be here to learn and contribute on the topic of technology, jobs, and the future of work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radinku. Let me start with you, Nyari. That was quite a poignant introduction there. So I'm just going to pick up from what you mentioned. How can we bring the youth to meaningfully participate in building digital capacity?
Well, I think, we speak of future jobs, and the reality is that the future is upon us, and COVID accelerated our adoption of digital technology. Before this even happened, we had an acute shortage of skills within the tech sector. So a lot of businesses in South Africa are struggling to find software developers. At the entry level, so the graduate level, it's estimated by LinkedIn that up to 40,000 entry-level jobs in South Africa are going unfilled each year. At the same time, South Africa has this huge youth unemployment problem. And so 6% of South African adults actually hold a bachelor's degree. And so somewhere between this 94% of adults that do not have a bachelor's degree and this 40,000 unfilled jobs, We Think Code moves in to sit in the gap and say, how do we transition this potential that sits within the 94 that are underserved by existing education channels, and then transfer them into a place where they can actually work and be productive in the digital sector, which creates huge opportunity. And so our role is really, how do we recruit young talent, people with the aptitude to code? How do we train them in an intensive 16-month program to become software developers? And then how do we pathway them to employment within this digital sector? And in our world, We're recruiting youth from ages 17 to 35. We're training them on our campuses. Their tuition is covered by South African corporations that are looking for these skills. So that makes it accessible to everyone, people that wouldn't have afforded it, people that finished matric a while back, people that, like me, I was an accountant before I moved into technology, take a scenic route to the tech table. And we recruit them and we train them to be software developers. And we're working with innovative businesses in South Africa. Our partners include FNB, BBD, the software consultancy, BCX, which is big into technology. And we are working with these organizations to get them the skills that they need, because we're letting our youth down. They have the potential, they have the capability, but our systems are not pathwaying them from the unemployment queue to the jobs that are available.
Sure, 100%. So there's definitely a misalignment in that regard. John, I see you clapping your hands there, man. Perhaps you can come in.
I want to work for her.
You want to work for her?
Amazing.
We are hiring.
Brilliant initiative. That's just fantastic. We must talk. We must try and collaborate. So that sounds amazing.
So John, maybe you can come in there as you applauding what Nyari was saying. I think it's a very valid point. With the misalignment that she painted, how do you think we can bridge the gap between technology, the jobs that industry require, and also the future of work? And I mean, you are well equipped because of the environment you're exposed to in a business school. You guys are saying you build people to build businesses. Maybe you can just comment on that.
Yeah, I'll pick up a couple of things that Nyari was saying as well. Like the idea of these very small number of people getting degrees. You can tell from my accent that once upon a time I was British, although that was about 2 generations ago. I came here. But the point is that in the UK and other places, 50% of people have undergraduate degrees. So we are doing level 5, 6, 7 programs while people are working, which is equating to the first 3 years of an undergrad degree. But the average age of those people is 37, which means that you've got in South Africa this massive number of people who never got degree education. It wasn't relevant, or they didn't have access, or whatever, or they had to do this because of the past. But now they're working, and we have to recover these people. But the other thing about entrepreneurship is that middle-aged and older entrepreneurs are fundamentally more successful, according to MIT research, than younger ones. They can build up businesses that employ the young as well. So there are a number of things we have to do. And one of them is that the schooling system is too focused on a type of educational outcome that is very good for the Industrial Revolution, but very poor for the world that people are entering now, which is all about critical thinking and project-based work and experiential learning. And there's a few things I'll share later about how we see the world expanding, but you've got to have agile learning. People have to learn in action all their careers because things are moving so fast. So having a core skill like coding is brilliant, but they need a whole set of other skills about working, about developing themselves, and about understanding their cognitive capabilities has been phenomenal, not little things. We tend to underestimate the power of ordinary intelligence. I'm an ordinarily intelligent person. We are most of us ordinarily intelligent, and ordinary intelligence is sublime. We must stop trying to be these exceptional, crazy Marvel superheroes. Who we are is great. We just have to get people to believe.
I would love to interrogate what you mean by ordinary intelligence. So it means EQ must be at a certain level. And you're very right, because when it crosses over, it's 5 to madness, so we can get challenged in that regard. Thanks, John.
None of us want to be ordinary, or we all want to be some superhero. What we've got is good enough. We just got to start understanding that. Yeah.
And we miss the detail on the ground. Thank you for that. Semenya, maybe you can come in there. How do we prepare for the change that technology and digitalization requires us to have?
Thank you, Tabang. In my opinion, I feel like the change we need to prepare as early as primary school. Because if you can look at our education system now, when you visit school and want to discuss how are they doing in terms of technology, the first thing that they think of is having a tablet, a laptop, or some sort of video in the classroom. But that is not enough to prepare us for the revolution that is coming our way. What we need to start teaching is the convergence between human beings and machines working together.
Sure.
So I feel that our education system has to incorporate Internet of Things, using artificial intelligence to solve problems in all sectors, education, health, farming, agriculture. We have to incorporate using artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data and whatnot. For now, I feel like we are not yet prepared for the revolution that is coming our way. And the education sector needs to incorporate Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, and working together between human beings and machines to prepare for the new market that's coming our way.
Very valid point about the convergence between human beings and technology. Perhaps you can come in there, Mr. Radinko. In terms of the publishing sector, how has it evolved considering technological developments and so forth?
Yeah, the publishing industry, as you know, I mean, its main activity is to prepare and issue books, journals, and other material for sale or other purposes. So it essentially remains a content creation industry. Therefore, the entire process of developing manuscript, laying them out, designing them, putting illustrations, stroke photographs, moving to the next stage of proofreading them, typesetting, whatever, and printing them or issuing them as ebooks. That process remains. What becomes critical is that technology has now imposed upon the industry a need that comes from the readers. The readers are saying, we want to read your material as print. Others are saying, no, we don't want print. We want, I want to read it using the notebook or the iPad. Somebody says, and then there's a community of the visually blind and the visually impaired who says, look, we can't read your stuff, but the best thing you can do is to help us format it into an audio book, because that way, when somebody reads a novel, I can read it by listening to what has been produced. Therefore, one of the biggest challenges that the industry is facing is to ensure that instead of maintaining the traditional process of producing a book that I've outlined earlier in summary, and you end up with a PDF and you print a book, you now have to, right from the start, incorporate the service of a digital content creator who, right from the start, work with you on how to produce that material. That way, when you use new formats like the EPUB format, you can just have this one software that enables you to produce a printing version if people want a printing version, or an ebook, or an audio book. And people don't like what they call text behind glass, i.e. that means you take a novel and you just put it there. They want an interactive ebook. So that is the kind of impact of technology, and therefore by implication on the publishing processes and the jobs that are there. And the industry is responding very well to that. There are two challenges that we face. The one is that only your large companies are able to have been able in the last few years to do research, experiment, and even produce ebooks materials. But we would need to help the SMMEs to be able to move in that direction. But also, the students who are coming through the pipeline must come already prepared to introduce this skill into the industry. Because in South Africa, that digital element has not been incorporated into the companies. The companies are working collaboratively with the technology companies. So we need then to bring those students to come in. But for those employees who are already in the system, we would need to then start reskilling them on how
Right.
probably to get your commissioning editors and the rest to work with the digital people.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Okay, Nyari, maybe you can come in here. You know, we speak about the benefits of technology and its advancement as well. However, you know, anything that comes into power or comes into play also has its disadvantages. Do you think we have regressed as a society? Business, education, some of the social challenges because of technology. Maybe can you just highlight some of the disadvantages that we are seeing in industry because of digitalization?
Well, I think I wouldn't say regressed so much as I think certain progressions expose cracks that were always in our society. So extreme inequality in South Africa is not new. It's been with us for a long time. What digital then exposes is that further drift. It becomes acutely apparent that we have this inequality. So listening to Mpuka speaking, I'm nodding vigorously because I violently agree with everything he's saying. When you think of technology, one of the things we often emphasize is that in Africa, we need to shift from a place where we are thinking of ourselves as consumers of technology to creators of technology. And then we need to have this paradigm shift from what is it to create technology? Is this magic hocus pocus? And the reality is it's not. It's an advancement of things we've always done. So when I listen to this description in the context of publishing, everything Mpuka is describing has always been there in the industry of publishing. But what technology does is it brings a new tool set that allows us to go further. That tool set makes something that wasn't accessible to a blind learner accessible, to a blind consumer of publishing content accessible, to a deaf consumer of publishing context accessible, right? And so when you think of it, we need Mpuka at the table because he's an expert on publishing, but he needs a technologist at the table who is an expert on taking everything he knows about publishing and putting it into a digital context. So the idea that the machines are coming to take our jobs is not a truth. What it is that the machines are coming to increase the richness of our jobs. Don't waste time printing things at the computer all day, printing papers and binding books. Rather, invest time in driving accessibility so more people can enjoy this book than before because we've put it on a digital platform. A person who has been a writer and a creator of content continues to be a writer and a creator of content, but a person who was in a low-skilled job feeding paper into a printing press. My mother used to be the MD of a newspaper, and the printing press is huge, Tabang. It looks like a house, right? And it starts over there and you feed this paper and you set these plates, and then those plates are used to then print out the words that you see in those thin columns for thousands and thousands and thousands of newspapers. What technology allows us to do is essentially convert the content that was this book into a digital framework where you can read it, you can hear it, you can watch it. And I think that's the power. And not only that, more people can reach it. We shouldn't be having a complexity of where did the textbooks go on their way to Limpopo? Because why? They're on a digital platform. So someone in Limpopo gets them at exactly the same time that someone who's sitting in the Western Cape or in Gauteng gets them. And so to me, digital is about this paradigm shift that says the problems we've always needed to solve can now be solved better because we have a transformative toolkit. And our youth should be sitting at the table of using this transformative toolkit to actually create access rather than exclusion. So it's an exciting time to be alive. We just need to get organized and make sure that our youth are equipped with the skills to participate because they've got the smarts, what John was describing as regular intellect, they have it. What we're missing is the policy frameworks and the platforms that transition them into participating.
Absolutely. Policy frameworks and platform. That's very key with what you mentioned. Maybe, Semenya, you can come in here. You spoke about the convergence of human beings and technology. Do you think technology can help us with employment creation? Do you think it can help us in terms of improving this unemployability rate that we currently have in Africa, actually?
One thing that we cannot shy away from is that technology is definitely going to disrupt employment issues. And for a couple of years, people might lose jobs due to the new development of technology. But if we get things right and start preparing our youth for the future, they will be able to incorporate the new technology and human to work together. But then we can't shy away from the fact that for now, it will definitely disrupt employment. Technology will be in the forefront. Some people will lose jobs because of this. But then once we get it right of working together between human beings and technology, we will get to a point where it will be actually beneficial for us.
Thank you. John, maybe you can come in here. You know, I've been exposed to most of your presentations, and without fail, you really do refer a lot to the importance of mental health and so forth. How do we prepare young people, or how do we prepare humanity to handle the change and adversity that technology brings? Hi, John, you're muted.
Myself quiet. Yes, I know. Thank you. That's such a great question because you know, I come from a background where I went to school in England, and I've been here for a long time. You know, mental health, and that was something you didn't talk about, was stigmatized. I then worked in New Zealand for a while, and everywhere around the institutions are these things. And 1 in 3 of us will suffer mental health issues in our lifetime, probably more actually, particularly in lockdown. I mean, I certainly realized that during lockdown, it was more of a struggle to stay positive, be on top of things. I have great empathy for that. And so they say we must stop stigmatizing this. So the first thing is to not make this sound like it's something weird, that you have a mental health challenge. We all do. You have physical challenges, and that's but we don't talk about it, so we can't help each other. So firstly, let's open the door and just say this is part of our crazy life of looking at screens now, want to do it. The second thing is we need to bring resilience into people's lives. We need to educate people about this. We don't have a language to talk about psychological literacy. We teach all our students, we have a course on psychological literacy, so we can talk about these things. Now we can engage with it. And the third thing is we need to move away from this purely academic achievement sense. You know, people don't succeed. Tom Peters used to say, a very famous old guru, says the A students who become the doctors and barristers, okay? It's the B students who become the directors, and it's the C students who own the businesses. Now, coming from a good business school dean, that sounds like a pretty weird thing to say, doesn't it? But, you know, it's true that, you become very narrow and specialized. To be a business person, you need resilience, you need to go across things. So
that's right.
People to talk. Now, one of the great things that when I came to Africa for the first time 40 years ago, I felt like frozen parts of me were unfreezing because of the openness, the bravery, the courageousness, and just the richness of the culture. And I felt that was something enormously healthy and empowering for me, that is embedded in the sort of open cultures. And I think that we must understand how much power sits from an outsider's point of view in traditional cultures towards bringing people mental health. Stop trying to amplify that. It's really powerful. And I can tell you from somebody who's experienced it.
Thank you very much, John. Maybe you can come in there, Mr. Radinku. What are the trends in the labor market with respect to publishing? I know earlier on you spoke about, evolving to ebooks and so forth. But for those that have a relationship with paper and they prefer printed books, how do you guys cater? I'm one of them as well, Nyari. How do you guys, and John, how do you guys cater for us, basically?
Yeah, the most helpful thing is that because the majority of publishers are commercial publishers,
yes,
they have no option but to say to themselves, what does the reader want? And therefore their business plans and their business strategies and their business objectives depend entirely on that that response that they get. Therefore, what obtains in South Africa in terms of publishing is that the publishers publish in 3 large areas: one for schools and universities, and thirdly for the general readership, which we call trade. In terms of okay, the first thing I must say is that outside publishing, there's a challenge in this country of bandwidth. Therefore, that creates a problem in that the majority of your readers in South Africa still prefer print. And one of the indicators that tells us that is the survey that is conducted annually. We've just released one now that is on our website. And the numbers there are telling us that of the 2.9 billion of revenue that was received at the end of March 2021, the majority, or rather the large amount of that revenue comes from print. We don't know once policy changes and infrastructure is in place, whether that will pick up. Another indicator that tells us what is happening is that we are monitoring digital sales. And it starts at a very low base. But what we are noticing is that even at that low base, it's increasing. So therefore, the publishing industry is gearing itself to supply not just for printing, because we know the printing people are sentimental with their book, the smell, their whatever. We don't want to offend them, but we also like to cater for the young generation and those who would like to, go through their novel in a gadget. And that's why it's significant for any publisher, whether an established publisher or a self-publisher, to think about the format right at the beginning to produce the kind of content that can go either way, so that if this readership says, this is what we want, you offer them that, just like that. So that's one of the trends we're picking up, that digital books are at a very low base, but they are growing. It's unlike in Europe, where you sometimes find they still do print, but really print is used to market digital. Here we still the other way around, but I can sense that the more we go into the future, digital will grow, and therefore publishing have to pick up those trends. Then those trends impact on your own production process, your marketing processes, because then you've got to market more online and all other processes. That's part of what we're picking up.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm just going to request all of you to provide us with your closing remarks. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. So in this 5 minutes that is left, please can you just, actually it's 8 minutes that is left. Please can you just give us your closing remarks and perhaps some of the challenges that we didn't engage with on this platform, with possible recommendations. Like, for example, Mr. Radingwa, I would have loved to hear more about what are the challenges that the publishing industry is faced with right now. And maybe it's in terms of access, and how is that helping SMMEs as well to improve or to increase their base, or even just be included in the mainstream economy, So perhaps let me start with you, Mr. Pedley. Can you give us your closing remarks, and then we'll have Nyari, and then we'll have Riabetswe and Mr. Radingo.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Tabang, and all the other panelists. I've learned so much. This has been such fun. I really appreciate the comments. And I think for me, there's 2 or 3 things that really matter. We think we do university and then we work. It's impossible to think like that now. We have to learn all our lives. We have to. We have to. Now, if you've missed undergraduate education, whatever it is, you can go back to it in the middle of your career. So grab and seize your right and your opportunity to get educated. Doesn't matter who you get it from. Just do that. It's part of life now. It's the one thing that will raise us all get us running better businesses, using money better, building society, providing opportunities. We have to educate with a ferocity that is almost obsessive. Just do it.
Yeah.
We will help.
Absolutely. You sound like also an ambassador for Nike there. Just do it. We appreciate it.
Just do it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Truly appreciated. Nyari?
I think I echo John's comments and appreciation for the panel and what I've been able to learn on it. And definitely this idea of lifelong learning, this idea of breaking away from the stereotypical view of who can do what and who can be useful where. We're seeing a lot of career switching taking place, where I started out as an accountant, people start out in one place, they switch over to technology, and then at some point they're in publishing, and then they become a writer, and et cetera, et cetera. And the truth is that that mobility is good. And technology works as a tool that can enable us in that mobility. But Absolutely. At the core of what we're able to contribute is the tool set that we have as creators. And I think for me, I agree with Riabetsu's earlier comment that as early as, early childhood education in preschool, in primary school, we need to start teaching children to code, not because everybody is going to be a superpower programmer, John referred to the Marvel level intellect, but rather this idea that the more aware we are of technology as a tool, of technology as a capacitator, the more our thinking is different. And the better we are at creating options and solutions. So I think I'm excited about a world that encourages lifelong learning, that equips everybody with some level of digital skill so that they have access and a way in. And the realization that these changes are not insurmountable. There was a time when a Black woman as an accountant was not a thing. There was a time when reading was reserved for the scribes and the high clergy. And now the majority of people have at least a base level of literacy. So we're not standing at the precipice of a new world never seen before. It's something that as humanity we have achieved in the past. We just need to be systematic. We just need to decide which turf we want to start on. And then we just need to direct our resources and our discipline to executing in increasing the levels of digital literacy in Africa so that we can become creators and not consumers of the solutions that we need.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nyari. Thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you, Tabang. In closing, I feel like we're living in exciting times. Technology is here. We need to embrace it. What the challenges that I can identify at the moment is that even though South Africa, we're a developing country, but then most of our schools in the rural areas and townships still don't have access to technology, still don't have access to simple things like gadgets, a tablet, or a laptop. These people, some of them only get to connect to these things in varsity. So what I would like to see moving forward is that for accessibility for our people in rural areas, townships, to get access to coding, to get access to laptops, computers, tablets, whatsoever, so that they can be innovators. And that's exactly what we need for the future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Riabetsu. Thank you. Mr. Radinku?
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to echo the sentiments of all my colleagues that this has been a very inspiring and insightful exchange of ideas. As publishers, we often like to listen carefully in order to identify where the gems are and possibly to get them published so that everybody benefits. Quickly, just to say that in publishing, we view technology as exactly as Nyari indicated, as a tool that should enhance the industry to be able to help the country's educational and cultural development. And therefore, it is very important that as an industry, we position the industry in such a way that it is of service to the communities around which it operates, which is why we try as much as possible these days to get information about publishing out there so that people must must not always say when their children say, I want to be a publisher, they say, what? What is that? And so that people know what the industry do so that it can grow. Just quickly, you did indicate about that you needed to have picked up on what the challenges are. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Here are the few challenges in the industry. The first one is that in this country, we've got a small readership. When I mean readership, I don't mean at school, I mean the general readership. In 2016, a survey that was undertaken by the SABDC, the National Reading Survey, indicated only 14% of people were dedicated readers. That in business terms mean that there's a small pool of people who buy books, and therefore has a knock-on effect on the price of books, because the lower the economies of scale, the higher the prices of books. Another challenge is the volatile education market. You've got a big education market that is bigger than your general market, and therefore anything that happens in the education market impacts the industry. Therefore, it is important that the industry and the education authorities have a very, very meaningful relationship. The legislative angle as well, you know about the Copyright Amendment Bill, because if the rights of authors are not protected, we're going to find it very hard to convince the writer to not go and on their leisure activities, but write over the weekends at night. They're going to say for what? And of course, there is transformation challenges. We have issued the survey numbers out there. You can see where the areas where we still need to react. I mean, there's a page in our report that talks about employment stats, and you can see that the first three or so high level jobs that there is still that Black people are still lower there, but the lower jobs we have moved from where we are. So there are transformation challenges. The same with SMMEs. There are programs that we are developing, and the last one is making sure that we also get our books exported, because if we import a lot of books and don't export, then there's a problem right there. In one sentence, how we plan to do this, fortunately, government has brought the industry with other players together to look at something called a master plan to grow the industry, and these challenges are being addressed in there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Indeed, you are a publisher who understands language. In one sentence, my last statement, also, I really appreciated that. Nyari, just quickly, we had a question from you, from the audience. Please try to answer it if you can. Lucas is asking, Nyari, what about the over 35-year-olds who are keen for such but disadvantaged by age?
It's a challenge. It's legitimate. I think within our context, we've had to, pick a patch of earth to work on. But there are definitely a lot of programs that are available online. And what you're finding is increasingly there's a lot of learning material for learning to code that is free online. So I would encourage people to look for that and actually access that and use that. Because about 25% of practicing software developers actually describe themselves as self-taught. And so while you might not have access to We Think Code as an academic program, there are definitely a lot of other opportunities that make it possible to pathway people into digital skills.
Sure. Thank you very much. So this was such a insightful, John. I really share the same sentiments that you reiterated, that we've equally learned so much. And thank you for the knowledge that you have imparted. Your energy is absolutely impeccable. And I really believe that all of you here have impacted many lives in the spaces and organizations that you are working with and are exposed to. And I really wish you the best of luck. Please don't be surprised when people in our audience reach out to your emails on social media. This was one of our panels that really people were absolutely captivated by. So thank you for your time and all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel discussion on
technology, jobs, and the future of work. We had Mr. Pedley from the Henley Business School, who's the Dean and Director there. We also had Ms. Nyari Samushonga, who's the CEO of We Think Code. We had Ms. Rabetswe Simenya, Managing Director at John Back Solutions. And last but not least, we had Mr. Mpuka Radingu, Executive Director at Publishers Association of South Africa. That was our panel. Stay tuned for the next one. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Individuals and industry, from managing and implementing learning programs to business incubation, Vinton can provide with quality services. We are currently accredited for 10 programs and 12 in the pipeline. All this is to achieve our vision to become South Africa's most trusted training provider. For more information, visit our website at www.vinton.co.za.
Nelson Mandela once said, the most weapon to fight poverty is education. Without skills, we are not going anywhere as a country, most especially for rural people. My name is Rulani Ndobe. I am the founder of ERRP Business Enterprise here in Malamlele, Mukomi Village. ERRP Business Enterprise is more of a training and development. We do a lot of training for rural areas. ERRP was established in 2015. And then the very same year, FP&M Seta saw a need to fund a rural-based youth company. I am very grateful to have uplifted. The existence of ERRP assisted a lot of people coming from Malamlele and Limpopo.
Xikolo lexi xa ERRP xi nga kona laha etikweni hi vona xikolo lexi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vantshwa va hina vo lo ti tshamela la makaya a ku na lexi va endlaka xona. So va za va fikelela laha va sungulaka ku nwa mabyalwa swi nga fanelanga hi ku tiva loko ri xili nampundzu a nga tivi ku fanele a tirha yini. Se sweswi ndo va nga endla xikolo lexi xa ERRP ni vona xi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vanyingi vanhu va le ku sapoteni ka xikolo lexi va ya va ya kuma tidyondzo kona ta ku rhunga ni swin'wana na swin'wanyana ende swi le ku pfuneni ka tiko sweswo swi hunguta ni vugevenga.
Malamlele does not have manufacturing firms, either for your clothing, for your furniture, or manufacturing of anything. I felt there's a need to establish or to have young people who are well trained to make garments, to manufacture clothing for their local communities. I wanted to encourage and promote proudly South African products.
I am a learner at ERRP Business Enterprise. Nastiva ku operate machine, naskota ku runga, naskota ku endla ti-measurement, ni kota ku endla final product.
We also do learnership, internship, do apprenticeship, do skills program, customer service, financial services to ensure that the graduate that we recruit, they get work readiness training. We are preferred training provider for main cooperatives around rural areas. They prefer us because we believe in cooperatives being sustainable.
Ni Manhlungwani, la ni nga kona hi le nhlohlorisiweni cooperative ka Phapazela. Handle ka Malamlele. Business ya hina hi focus ngopfu ka nkarhi wa sweswi hi focus ngopfu ka xikete xa mjikisa. Xikete xa mjikisa xi mbaliwa hi munhu un'wana na un'wana.
There is a need to be trained to ensure that the people who live in rural areas are trained enough to can be able to fight.
Ngihlala emafuyeni empakeni lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza
igama lami ngicebile wakantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphansi professionals under is wing it's a clothing manufacturing process. Sibenefitse nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabhuyeni.
So ngibenefithile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kubuze besinikeza ithuba ukuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu ngomesiqeda ama.
Welcome to my space academy.
My name is Maggie Divine Maketa. I'm currently doing the training under my Space Academy, funded by FP&M Seta. I thank you a lot from FP&M Seta for giving us this opportunity because it makes a lot of impact to us and the significant impact in my life through designing, manufacturing of the furniture, able to do the cutting list, drawing, the sketch, and able to present my product to the customers. I thank you a lot because that thing, it makes me to have the confidence even if I'm in front of the clients. It exposed me a lot the time I was in the business fair under eThekwini municipality. It's where I gained a lot of clients. Currently, I have clients that I'm serving through that business fair, and it's where I able to see that I can make it, and it's where I able to see that my product is in the quality and good. So I thank you to my Space Academy for transforming that experience to us. I also want to thank you FP&M Seta for giving us that opportunity. So going forward, I want to see myself to have a workshop where I can able to grow my business and able to create more jobs opportunity and transfer my skill to my community, because there's a lot of unemployed youth who are not working. So I think my passion is to transfer my skills to them and to create more jobs opportunity. I also want to see my country, South Africa, to economy is growing up more especially in furniture industry, and to have more relationship with other countries and to learn other countries how they do their furniture making to be in the best and in the quality. So I also need a lot of funding to have more equipment, the machines that I can do my machine, my product. I thank you a lot. I thank you a lot. Thank you. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now on our second panel discussion for the day, and we are talking foundational training and skills development. And I have an amazing panel of speakers joining me this morning. They have expertise in relation to this particular topic. Please don't forget to engage with us on the chat room, and don't forget to hashtag Skills Summit 22. If you do have questions for our panelists, we will be receiving them in studio and we'll make sure that those questions get answered. Don't forget to engage with our expo as well so that you stand a chance to win great prizes. With me discussing foundational training and skills development, I have Mr. Anton Kyler, who's the founder of Sozo Foundation. I also have Ms. Stella Carthy, who is from the International Examinations Board, known as IEB. We also have Sharon Blignut, who's the principal and director of EEE Training. Well, Sharon is not yet logged in, I think. And we also have Mr. Mark Anderson, who is a principal at Koya Academy. Welcome to all of you. Oh, Sharon, you're right here. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't see you log in there.
So perhaps Mark, let me start with you. Please give us your opening remarks. After Mark, we'll have Mr. Anton, Stella, and Sharon.
Thank you, Tabang, and thank you for hosting us. We really do appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share some of our ideas and experience and perspective. I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the other panelists who are on with me. I know that I've got some connections to some of the others. Koa Academy is actually an IEB school, so I'm looking forward to hearing a little bit from Stella in a moment, but from the others as well, particularly from the perspective of what happens beyond schooling. As Tabang said, my name is Mark, and I'm the principal of an online school. We operate from grades 4 to 12, and so our perspective on this topic is very much from the angle of what are we doing in schools currently to prepare our children for the future workplace? What are we doing in terms of education from both the legislative side right to what's happening on the ground in order to best prepare South Africans for the future workplace? And what's most interesting for us at the moment is, firstly, we know that the workplace is changing every single day. We're all experiencing this ourselves in the workplace. I'm sure that over the last few years, each one of us could say what our personal experience of the workplace has been like and how it's shifted dramatically just in the last few years. And obviously that's been accelerated through the pandemic. But even before that, you look at the last 10, 15 years of progression in the workplace, and we see significant shifts in what's happening and how companies are hiring and what employees are doing in the workplace, how they're accessing those opportunities and more. And from our side, what we're excited about is as those shifts are happening in the workplace, we're seeing shifts happening in education as well. So when we talk about foundational training, I think right back down to the foundation phase. We talk about grade 1, 2, 3, and we talk about the basics of numeracy and literacy, and then we build on that and we head towards subject choices in the FET and what role subject choices have in our future careers. And what we're seeing in education in schools is massive shifts as well. Not only are we seeing those big shifts in the workplace, we're seeing big shifts in education as well. And I'm really excited as a principal, as somebody who's been involved in education for many years. There has not been a great deal of change in education. We look back over the last 40, 50 years of education and we don't see significant change. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, schools got computer labs and we all went, that's amazing. But actually, that's not a significant shift in how we educate. It's not a significant shift in how we think about teaching for the future. And so I'm really excited that with all of this change and upheaval and disturbance, we're seeing some of that change now happening in education circles. And so I'm excited to be a part of that. And I think that there's opportunity for us to reshape what schools are doing so that we can better prepare our kids for the future.
Thank you very much, Mark. You actually gave us a couple of gems there that we can pick up in the discussions. Mr. Anton, over to you.
Morning, everybody, and Tabang, thank you, yes, for the opportunity. I noted from the panel that I'm probably a little bit like the odd one out here, where my colleagues here are more into the formal education space. I'm sitting right now in a township community, in a community-based organization, probably you could say in the informal education space. We've been based in this specific community of 50,000 people without a high school. So that's a big challenge. Now, we have overcrowded schools, as we know, and we have challenges in our education formal sector. We have intervened and provided an after-school support space for high school learners. So our focus is very much youth-driven, and unfortunately, our mantra has to change all the time, not for a good reason, but recently our mantra has become, we exist for the 75, or hashtag 75 must fall. This is referring to the 75% youth unemployment rate, which is a disaster and is a snowball that is going to hit us in the near future because we are raising fathers and mothers that are modeling unemployment. So in our own way that we challenge ourselves, having run a successful after-school, high school program, keeping young people in high school, matriculating and into
university education or tertiary education of some sort further. We also challenged ourselves about 6-7 years ago. And the phrase we had at the time was, if we keep skimming the cream from the crop, we leave the rest of the crop to rot. We're in the Cape Flats, so we're surrounded by that gang endemic. And the challenge we faced is, what do we offering in terms of skills development, in terms of re-education or re-entry into some form of education, training or further development for those who have already fallen out of the formal sector. So the answer, I believe, to moving things forward nationally is not the one or the other. We all know it's very much more nuanced than that and much more complex, and we need collaboration from all sectors. And so this is our part to play. And so we run a skills development, vocational skills program with annually with about 120, 130 young people. It's a very intensive program. It's a one-year program, and our specific skills are very much market driven. So we try to remain very agile and very responsive to the market, the job market, that meaning. And so we are driven by some of the sort of skills that we do is we have a coffee barista school, we have a artisanal baking skills school, we have a beauty and manicure pedicure salon school, we have a construction skills school, we have a coding skills school. So these are very much market driven schools that have been birthed out of the need for employable young people, because I believe there's two challenges we face. It's the looming 75% unemployment, but it's also at the same time, once again, it's not the one or the other. It's the unemployability challenge that many of the small and medium enterprises have communicated to us over the years. They struggle to find suitable candidates at these entry-level jobs and these vocational hand-skilled jobs that can be taught without a certificate, without a qualification, and without the need for an academic career or background. And we've successfully been placing young people over the last 5 years. Our rolling year-on-year placement rate is about 85% into jobs or further education. Many of them go back into college. They find their passion through our construction school and go and do plumbing or electrical, or they go into a cookery school or a baking school or a further hospitality catering school, or they go back in. Some of them have even come through our doors doing our GED program and then going back into university. But most of them are going into the job market, into the bakeries, restaurants, hotels, into the small businesses, small medium enterprises, and we journey with them for a year intensively, not just with the vocational skills, but the foundational, basic, fundamental life skills around social skills, emotional intelligence, and also dealing very much in the psychosocial intervention space with the amount of trauma that we live with in a nation, and our communities right here are traumatized, and it's trauma that has been built up over years and over years. And so there's layers of trauma to work through. So we have a very dedicated team of psychosocial intervention social workers that work with our beneficiaries and families. So we're very much focused on this one community of 50,000, of which there is approximately 18,000 young people, and many of them are in gangs. So we're making a difference in a small way, but we're changing generational cycles in a big way.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you for the work that you do. We look forward to engaging further. Stella?
Thank you. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I just need to say that I am a board member of the independent, not international, but independent examinations board. So I don't get involved in the operational stuff that happens at the IAB at all. But I've had most of besides being a teacher for a number of years, I then went into the mining industry, where I was head of skills development for an employer organization. But my experience has ranged from apprentice training, ABET, training operators, graduates, postgrads, managerial level. So it's across the whole span. I've also been involved in Setas, Umalusi, the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, the National Skills Authority, and I've represented BUSA, Business Unity South Africa, in many fora. But I think being an employer, wearing an employer hat, and having a look at what comes into industry from the schooling sector going into post-schooling, generally employers complain that people are not ready, and I think it was either Anton or Mark, I can't remember, talking about so many unemployed people, but they are unemployable. And I think that has been quite the case in many instances, especially in industries where they're taking in a lower level of skills. And I think, what Mark and Anton are saying is great, because that's the kind of thing that is required, because a lot of youngsters simply don't know anything about the world of work. They just have no background or experience in it, and to train people in areas, but in a simulated environment, to give them some understanding, I think is great, and I think helps a lot towards the foundational training. Having said that, I think it's very difficult to prepare somebody for work in a real live way, because you can prepare yourself as much as you want to for marriage, and many other things, but until you get into it, you actually don't know. And there are so many different factors that influence that, your partner, where you live in your relations, and so on. And that's the same as a job, and you're needing different foundational skills in different areas of work, so the people going into university, getting a university degree and going into work also need the foundational skills. Some of them have no cooking clue what happens in the world of work, and expect to walk in and they must run the show and get their BMW and so on and so forth, because they're graduates. And you can understand it if they're the first graduate in the family and so on. So there also needs to be some foundational type of learning there. However, when we talk about foundational learning, we generally think of the read, write, speak, communication kind of things that are required, and that is indeed necessary. And hence, we've got the FLC, the Foundational Learning Competence, and I can talk at length about that. But employers generally are wanting things like collaboration, communication, creativity, critical thinking, all the C's. And how do you do that? It's very difficult to teach those or train those not within a context.
Sure.
So I think it's a bit of a difficult thing, to expect youngsters to qualify in whatever, whether it's baking or a nail salon or an engineer, and to walk into a job and to be able to do everything. We still need the contextual training or the contextual learning how to apply skills. Thank you.
Wow. Two things, Stella. One, I wish you were my teacher when I was in the foundational phase. Two, I think you need to add marriage coach to your profile, because you got me thinking about my relationship status there for a second. Thank you so much, Stella. That was absolutely profound. Can we please have Sharon?
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having.
Oh, you're having. No, we can't hear you properly. And we can't see you either. We can't see you at all, Sharon.
It might freeze up every now and again.
Okay, there we go. Oh boy. Are you still with us, Sharon? Okay. Might I suggest, please, can you log off and then log back in, just so that perhaps the network might be a bit more stable. I was so looking forward to that, but we'll definitely have you back on. I think whilst we're waiting for Sharon, we can just hop right into the panel discussion. And of course, when she's back, we'll give her an opportunity to introduce herself. Just going back to you, Mark, you spoke about, you know, the role of subject choice and what, or rather the benefits it has in terms of, you know, future careers. How do you think we can better align subjects and align that back to future careers or what industry requires, for example?
So, Bang, this is a really challenging question in schools. I think there's a sort of how we can manage it right now with the current structures and systems that we have. And then I'd like to make a couple of comments about where I'm hoping education goes in the next sort of 10, 20 years. When we think about where we are right now, we're still very much operating in a linear school progression where you come into school, everybody does the same set of subjects for the same number of years, assumably at the same level. So we're all expecting everybody to be operating same subject, same age group, same level. And then you get to grade 10 and you make your subject choices. And historically, this has been crucial in terms of your future career, because if you're going to end up doing a certain job one day, then that defines your subject choices right back to grade 10. So you end up picking your subject choices based on your most likely career path. And what we're seeing now in the world of work is that people are no longer in one career for life. I mean, you know, if you ask Anton, are you preparing people for one particular career for 40 years, or are you preparing people to be job ready and able to enter the marketplace, able to enter the workplace? The answer is we're training skills, and Anton's mentioned soft skills, he's mentioned hard skills, but we're not training for just one career. We're training for workplace readiness. And so when we think about our subject choices in schools, what we can do now is we can look at a child and say, what is the best possible scenario for them in terms of exit points? And for some children, that's a grade 12 matric, which has certain subject choices that let them get into a certain field of study in university. For other children, it might be a grade 10 certificate, which then leads to skills training to go straight into the marketplace. And so we are able to do some of that now. What I'm really excited about for the future of education, though, is the idea that we're shifting slowly from a very linear education progression to a multi-path education progression, where you have multiple options available to you, and those options are increasing all the time. And the idea that you don't have to follow the same path as everybody else to get to, you know, be able to enter the workplace. A great example of this is university. When you think of the select few in our country that end up having the opportunity to study at university, there are massive dropout rates from first year to second year to third year. And people are spending huge amounts of money on first year and second year studies. And if they're dropping out after second year studies, there's nothing to show for that. You've spent all of that time, all of that resource on not getting your bachelor's, your undergrad degree. And what we're wanting to see in education is a shift from that linear progression where first year leads to second year, leads to third year, and then you have to pass third year to get your certificate. We want to see multiple options at the beginning, where actually in first year, you end up with certificates that you can use to apply for workplaces. So if first year university is as far as you get, whether it's resources or academics or time constraints, whatever the reason is for you not being able to get to third year, we want you to finish first year with something that you walk out of the university with your first year, and this is what I've achieved, this is what I've accomplished, and this is now what I can use to apply to get into the workplace. So we're wanting to see that breakdown of the linear progression to multiple options which lead to in multiple directions. We already see that in the way that courses are run in massive online courses. You know, the idea that you can go onto a massive online course and you've got literally tens of thousands of options available to you, and they all end with some sort of accreditation certification that you then have to add to your resource pack, your CV, whatever the case. We're wanting to see that in formal education circles. We want to see that in universities. We want to see that in schools where there are more routes, more options available.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mark. Sharon, can we just have you come in here? Let's see if we can hear you on our side. Hi, Sharon, are you with us? Please unmute yourself. Okay, so she's still logged in, but okay, no problem. I think let's go to Anton whilst we waiting for Sharon to come back and join us. Anton, how can we, or rather, how can school better equip students for employability? Because that's a term that you really emphasized on. So how can we use the foundational phase or just skills development as a whole to better equip opportunities for employability?
Yeah, no, thanks, Thabang. Great question. And I think just here's a great example of just the three of us sitting here at different spaces and environments. Yet we're all trying to address the same issue. And I believe, you know, with the complexity of our challenges, collaboration is vital in these spaces. What I loved about what Mark said, and I'm going to piggyback on something Stella shared earlier on. Mark shared something that is innovative, right? So what I'm hearing from Mark, apart from the practical suggestions, is I'm hearing we need to rethink the way we do things. We do education, we do training, we do development. We need to rethink, and sometimes the old problems and the way we thought about them, we need to rethink those and come up with new solutions to some old problems. But it's not in new innovative ideas, it's actually just rethinking. And now what I mean by this, not wanting to be abstract, is Stella mentioned about how can we expect young people to go into the workforce, into the marketplace, and be prepared for that environment. So I'll give you a quick example of one of the principles, and this is about principles that I believe can be applied in all the stages of learning. Let's take our coffee barista school. Now we're working with young people who are based in a community of disadvantaged environments and lack of resources and skills and resources, etc. So we're training them up as baristas, and they are experts by the time that we turn young people into coffee snobs, right? That's what we do, okay? And here they go out into a coffee shop. Now, these young people have never set foot in one of those coffee shops, right? Any standard middle-class coffee shop that you think of, they have never been in those environments. So they go into that environment feeling completely suddenly inadequate. Suddenly they're feeling completely out of their depth. Suddenly they don't understand work ethic. They don't understand conflict. They don't understand difficult customers, or even just, not so difficult customers, just relating to clients and customers differently. So one of the principles that we apply in our model is that we do work placement as a critical part of our training module, so that all our students in every one of our schools go out into the marketplace. We place them with partners and businesses and small businesses, medium businesses, and they have 2 weeks of work jobs. It's the old school job shadowing, right? It's not a new invention. It's an old thing. We're just rethinking it. And what we're doing is we don't give them that experience at the end of the course. We give it to them sort of just after halfway, like 2/3 into the year. They go out into the marketplace. They then come back into the safe, supported space. They then get to debrief. They then get to share their experience, because a lot of these experiences now causes identity issues. It causes them to have self-doubt and self-confidence and all these sort of things. And unless we are able to help them with the professional support on site to now dialogue through that, to process through that, to discuss that, and to make sense of this other world that they didn't even know feels like, looks like, sounds like and experience like they have. And then we continue to build into them. And by the time they then get to the end of the year, we can then release them with, it's not even enough. What we're doing is still not enough, but it makes a huge difference in our success rate, because when they go into the workplace, they now understand what manager's language is like, what a boss expects, what communication and is appropriate in terms of WhatsApp and communicating time and rocking up at time and pressure and all these sort of things. And I'm sharing that from a very foundational space of just basic skills. But what Stella's saying is this, I believe, is happening at the university level, where young people go out and they go and work in a corporate, they've got the degree and they get an internship, and they bomb out after the first 6 months because they can't handle the pressure, they haven't developed the resilience, they don't understand themselves and how to respond to these environments. And so I almost want to say that one of the things I would advocate for is that job shadowing or job placement becomes an intricate part of every single curriculum. Now, it might be easier for Mark and then because they're a private academy and they can chop and change and tweak things. But how do we start rolling this concept out of work placement as a vital part of the curriculum? I think that is a key, a game changer at many levels for us.
Thank you so much. Just before I call Sharon back, maybe Stella, you can come in here. Inferred from what Anton is saying, how do we then provide contextual learning, the term that you used in your intro statement? Just based on what Anton has been saying, how do we then contextualize the learning space? Oh, you're on mute, Stella. There we go.
Thank you. It does happen, and in many instances it happens well. So if you get a candidate attorney, you get a CA doing the internship, you get apprentices. They all get their theory, their practical skills, and then on the job. So that works well. So if you think of a hairdresser, he or she knows how to cut hair, blow dry, perm, straighten, and whatever else, dye hair and whatever else. They can do all those things, but in the workplace, they're going to be having one person's hair dyed, another person being washed, they blow drying somebody's hair, and the phone goes. You've got to learn to manage all those things together. That's real life.
Yeah.
Even if it's in a simulated hair salon, you don't get those things, and then your card machine doesn't work, and then we have no electricity, which is another thing. But you see, I think I'm going to go back a little bit in that when we talk about training and the certificate that you get or the qualification you get, and we're talking about schools, certificates or qualifications have different uses. So a matric doesn't qualify you to do anything, but what it does allow you, it gives you entry into further learning. The same as a BA, even a BSc engineering, it doesn't qualify you to do it. It allows you entry into further learning. And I think that in many instances, we expect those people with those certificates to be work ready, and they're not, because they haven't been taught, they haven't been trained. But there's a perception, particularly among employers, and I think people themselves, that I'm now an engineer or a doctor or whatever it is. Whereas if you look at a nurse, a teacher, you do your training, you do your on-job, your pracs, and then when you get your certificate, you are able to go and practice as. It's not entry into. And I think we need to make distinctions with those certificates, the training and so on that we get. However, when you get somebody who's qualified as a barista and he or she has had some workplace exposure through shadowing and all that, they are far more attractive to employers than somebody who's completely green.
Absolutely. Did you say completely green?
and well, unexposed to the workplace.
It's a beautiful idiom, actually. Thank you very much, Stella. Sharon, can we have you come in there?
Yes, I'm going to speak on from the phone. I think this is safer.
Fine.
It seems to be a connectivity problem from our side.
Oh, no problem. Okay, Sharon, now you can go ahead. Please introduce yourself, and you can also just share your insights on the topic we are discussing.
Okay, I'm going to introduce myself, and then I'll pitch in later because I don't have the full thread of the conversation.
Okay.
But I am with Triple E Training. I am a principal here at the moment. I'm also one of the founder members, and we have been around for 30 years, looking specifically after adult learning skills, basics in English and numeracy, mathematics, which is a really fundamental part of everybody's ability to engage in a lifelong learning process. We kind of sit in both worlds. Our main accreditation lies with Malusi, which is a far more rigid process. And then we deliver within the skills environment, which requires us to do a lot of shaping and forming to fit into workplace environments. But like I said, we've been doing that successfully for 30 years, and I'm very proud of that. The whole concept of adult learning is really to catch those people who it's not about the illiterate or the people who never went to school, but it's really about those people who didn't maybe successfully complete, maybe lost out on education somewhere along the way, and the people that have gone off the grid. And have now popped up, and we want to get them into learning programs and get them more engaged in learning and in work. And I think that is the important aspect and element of any fundamental skills that you're looking at when you're looking at a person and the qualification and becoming engaged in work. It should be that conceptual engagement.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Sharon. We'll definitely come back to you because I'd really like to know that in the existence of the entity for 30 years, what are the success stories of the adults that were your students, and were they absorbed into different sectors? How has that been? So we'll definitely come back to you. Let me quickly go back to Mark because I know you need to be excused right about now, actually. So probably please answer this question as you give us your closing remarks. I also just wanted to find out from you, you said it's very important for us to note that we have to sort of shift in how we educate. What did you mean by that?
That's a really good question. I think this ties in nicely with what I wanted to say as my closing comments anyway. So I think there are two thoughts maybe to summarize here. Just one is a very high level thought about some of the change that we see in education at the moment that I'm particularly excited about in the online space. So when we think about online education, and that's the idea of unbundling education, where up until now, education has been very bundled. Sure. And so for you to receive an education, you go to a service provider that bundles as much together as possible and then offers it at as low a price as possible, but that price is often too high for the majority of South Africans. And so most technologies, most systems in the evolution of their life cycle, they start with being very bundled. The perfect example is TV. You know, you've got cable TV, which bundles together all of your shows as much as possible. You've got your series and your movies and your sports and your drama, and you're going to buy all of that for one low price. And as we see technology and systems evolve, it becomes more accessible for people to unbundle that. And now I'm actually streaming, my series through one service provider, and I'm accessing my sport through another. I'm able to do that at a lower price, and I'm able to pick the services that suit me specifically. And so we are seeing an education shift towards unbundling of the education where up until now, think especially of high school here, up until now, you are very bound by two things, your geography and how much you can afford in terms of school fees. And those two factors, more than any other, determine which school you can apply to go to. And now what we're seeing, particularly in the online space, is the unbundling of the education structure, where you're able to offer components of an education for a more affordable price. And if people have access to the internet, it's more accessible to everyone. So that's the one thing that I wanted to mention. The other is something that I'm particularly passionate about with my work, and that's something that connects to Anton and Stella have both spoken about soft skills. It's bled through everything that they've been saying up until now. You think about Anton's story about the coffee barista who's well-trained in coffee, and now he's got to engage with a difficult customer and a boss who has high expectations. What we're talking about there are soft skills. We're talking about critical thinking. We're talking about collaboration and communication, Stella sees. And those transfer across industries. Those are not about coffee. Those are about being people. And so more than anything now, I think it's critical for schools to be thinking through what soft skills are we teaching our kids and how are we teaching them that? Because regardless of their exit point, it doesn't matter whether you're going to go and do your doctorate at university or you're going to go into a skills readiness course straight out of grade 9. It doesn't matter what your exit point is. Those soft skills are critical for everyone. As the world is becoming more digitized, more automated, the thing that makes us valuable to employers is our humanity. It's us being human. And it's those soft skills that we contribute to the job that make us valuable in that job. So we have to be prioritizing those soft skills as schools. They're not prioritized in our curriculum. But we have to, as educators, be prioritizing those soft skills. If I'm doing a study in geography on rivers, I need to have at the front of my mind, how am I pulling soft skills out of this experience for my kids? So that they're learning those soft skills, so that when they do walk into an environment that they're not familiar with, that they're not comfortable with, they have the soft skills to cope and to manage that situation.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mark, for your time. We truly appreciate your insights, and we'll thank you properly once we wrap up everything. But
thank you so much.
Excuse
and
me.
Thanks to all the panelists. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. Awesome. Antoine, before I come to you, maybe let's go back to Sharon and just give an opportunity there. Sharon, I think I'd asked you a question earlier about just some of, the success stories that your institution has had. And in my mind, the first thing I think is, can we afford to be who we want to be? Can we afford to be educated? Because the reality of the matter is there is a large number of young people or old people who then say, I actually wanted to be a pilot, but I couldn't be. Is education so expensive that we can't afford to be who we truly want to be? Sharon?
That's a very interesting question. And I think affordability is always and will always be a point of discussion. And yes, I don't think we will ever have the money to be what we want to be. We all want to be Elon Musk, but we also have a reality to deal with. And I think that for me, what I've seen through the years is that sometimes our expectations and what we think, because perhaps we are educated and perhaps we have these skills in place, we miss the aspirations of those who have not got big aspirations. And I would like to use a story. We had a retail organization just before COVID, who had a learner who had been struggling to get through the exams. In fact, she had been going through exams for 7 years. We took over the project, and I think it was a fear of the exam that really prevented her from being successful. And her biggest dream was to be a cashier. That was her big dream. And I think that we are often too arrogant to allow those dreams to be the big dreams of someone, because we expect people to become the big things. Not everyone wants to be a big thing, a doctor or professor or a lawyer or something. Some people are looking towards something that makes them happy. And in this case, the lady was successful in her exam, and the jubilation, because she knew that this was putting her on the path for her career for the next step. She was moving from being a packer to a cashier. And that growth that you see around that, and our business is we work with businesses to make that happen. So we provide that training on site at a business. And that is such a goosebump moment to experience that, because for us, it's a simple exam that she's passed and maybe a fundamental skill. For her, it's the key to her future. And I think the stigma, unfortunately, around the lower level people. I actually read a comment yesterday on the chat where someone actually spoke about people with not a sufficient education as slow learners, and someone else actually, took differed with her. So for me, it's. I think we are a lot of the time it's part of the problem, but I think this is a common problem among all qualifications.
Sure.
And I mean, if you want to go to university, it's going to cost you a lot of money. If you want to if you want to get ready to go into the artisan programs and the learnerships, there might be a cost involved, and the biggest cost is often your attitude and your perception and your willingness to engage in the program. And perhaps, we've been spending a lot of money on skills, but perhaps we should be looking at quality of what we are delivering more than quantity.
Thank you so much for that, Sharon. I think just on what you spoke about, in politics, we call it politics of the other. Classification and classism has really messed up society. And when we learn to not other things and people and opportunities, I think we then contribute to building a functional society, and we also contribute to, or rather healthily contribute to aspects of mental health. So thank you very much for mentioning that comment. Anton, I'm going to ask you this question. Please incorporate it with your closing remarks, and Stella, I will do the same. Earlier on, you spoke about informal education. And as you answer this question, please link it to what Ms. Stella said about there's a dichotomy or difference between practice and entry into. And we haven't learned to bridge the gap. Do you think informal education helps with the praxis and the entry into industry and different sectors? Anton, over to you.
I have a concept I want to ask ourselves, a critical question.
Okay.
Are we wanting to build a wealthy nation, or are we wanting to build a healthy nation? And I'll tell you the distinction between the two. It's very a distinction that runs through in corporates, that runs through in individual lives and families, etc. When you pursue a wealthy nation, you will pursue profit. When you pursue a healthy nation, you will pursue purpose. And what Sharon was alluding to, I believe, is purpose. Purpose-driven lives. And this is where we need to help our young people and our future workforces to remove the blinkers of thinking that success equals money. That is not a healthy, functional society. Ultimately, it is going to leave them burnt out It's going to leave them broken. It's going to leave them disappointed, rejected, or dejected. And so it's really about building into young people in the journey of learning and training and education these elements of, and I'd like to upgrade, I fully agree with what Mark said on soft skills. I feel that we need to bring a new language in there that is essential skills. If we keep calling it soft skills, it's going to be, it's on the soft side. But when it's essential or critical skills, then we start dealing with the heart and the mind work as well. And those are the things that come into place that Stella mentioned in the beginning. When a young person goes, whether it's out of college, out of university, or out of an NGO like ourselves, or like a triple E learning from Sharon, when they go out, a young person or an adult, into the workplace, what happens there, that experiential effect, and where does it affect the person? It's not on their practical physical skills, it's not on their qualification, it's on the mind and the heart and the human identity. And so pursuing purpose over profit, I believe, is the way to help us into that space. And then it's very abstract in a sense, but it looks like these basic things by valuing things like workplace experience. And again, you know, where I started, and my final comments is a bit of a shout out to the powers that be that are on this fantastic summit, the ministers, etc. You know, is it not time that we also bring in government support out into the workplace for the small and medium enterprises, where there are benefits for them to actually provide 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks of work job shadowing, tax benefits, tax rebate, BEE points, all these tools that we have. Let's incentivize the employers, because to have a young person or a adult come into the workplace is an inconvenience, right? And they're all trying to make it work as much as they can. But we need to incentivize them, and we've managed to do that through relationships in our local community. And you know, we call it one taxi region area, one taxi trip is our ring fence, and we built good relationships with the SMEs. And so we understand an inconvenience for them, but they are caught into the bigger story, and they're caught into the purpose of it. And they become our actually biggest placement areas, because they see these young people and they catch the heart of the young person and they help develop it. So they buy into the story. They're not just now on their own mission and their own vision, but they buy into the purpose behind all of this. And I think there's something in connecting all of these sectors to see what is the bigger picture, and for that we need national collaboration on a grand scale.
Thank you so much, Anton. Truly, truly profound. Thank you for that. Stella, just as you prepare your closing remarks, please also answer and integrate this question. You spoke about critical thinking. How do we build critical thinkers at a foundational level from school, you know, whether it's primary, pre, even high school, before they get into university and into industry? How do we, or even just generally, how do we build critical thinkers?
I mean, it's a very difficult thing. How do you build critical thinkers? But in terms of what we do at the IAB, in terms of assessment, one of the things that we need to do in schools is to think of higher order thinking skills. So it happens low down in the primary school, where you don't just ask for simple recall, you've got to ask for a higher order thinking skill. So if the children are doing a comprehension, and we know that comprehension at school is not particularly good in many schools, but you're not going to ask them, where did the child go to do fishing and it was in the river, a simple thing. You rather ask them, how do you know it was summer? You know it was summer because he didn't have a jersey, he was swimming, he was sweating or whatever. So, you know, it starts from that level right through school. So it's got to be done within the context of history and geography and literature and poetry and so on. So it starts from school in the primary phase, I think. and then carries on through whatever tertiary institution you go to. But in terms of my closing comments, one of the things that I want to say for foundational learning is that probably about 50% of the children who enter grade 1 do not reach matric. They drop out. And if our pass rate is in the region of 60 to 70%, it means that just over 30, 35 or whatever percent are getting a matric. So there's a lot of people who are not getting a matric. And those are the problems. They many of them are not fortunate enough to get into Anton and Mark schools and where Sharon helps with the foundational stuff that they need, and that's a problem. Those are the unemployable people. And I mean, we that's another discussion. The other thing that I want to comment on is that in this country we are really stuck on qualifications. And I mean, I've been involved in organizations where we deal with qualifications, the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, the IAB, schools, Umalusi. But what about those people who can't get qualifications? And that goes to that affordability. The people who sit outside Builders Warehouse, what do we do? What do we do with them? They are going to be employed as plumbers or regas your car aircon or whatever. And they are there. The informal sector, and particularly so if you look in countries like India, a lot of people and a lot of the GDP comes from the informal sector like that. So we have to fuss on this notion of qualifications. And I'm not saying we do away with them, but we've also got to take into account that kind of thing. And I do believe that through the use of technology, and Mark was alluding to that, we can bring down the cost of training. And you can do a lot of training with cell phones, and making Wi-Fi available. And it's those sort of things where government and or corporates need to step in because of the affordability and sorting out the informal sector where they still need some sort of training, not necessarily a qualification, but training. And then my last comment is what I think Mark said has been bleeding through the whole discussion is the so-called soft skills, the critical skills. Now, when we had the unit standard qualifications, one of the components there was critical cross-field outcomes that essentially spoke to this critical thinking and collaboration, communication, and those sort of things. And I think it's a needed thing. We definitely need it, but one of the difficulties is that it's part of a qualification, and part of a qualification, you then need to assess it. And those things are very difficult to assess. So because it's difficult to assess, we tend not to teach it. We gloss over it, even within a school and within a university context and other tertiary institutions. It's very difficult to assess those so-called critical skills or the critical cross-field outcomes.
That's right.
I'm sure we'll come up with something somewhere someday.
Yeah.
And I think it's not something that is assessed and it comes to an end. We're always learning about it right throughout life.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Stella. Thank you. We appreciate your insight there. Sharon, last words, last comments from you.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, I think Mark has made a very valid point about looking at purpose instead of profit, because I think that is where the whole, in education and training, it's about knowledge, it's about skills, and it's about attitudes and values that we need to build. And if we're not building in attitudes and values, we're really just working towards the profit side. And we are starting to look at the quantity of people we are putting through and not the quality of what we are putting out at the end of the day. And I think that's a very important thing. I also want to agree with Stella in terms of the qualifications. We're wanting to send everyone to university. We're wanting to push everyone down that path, when in fact there are so many other opportunities outside of that. I think it was one of the ladies yesterday I'm sorry, I forgot which country she was from. They were looking at the craft industry and how people with those craft skills are the people who are making up the informal sector, and they are making money and, sustenance living really. But there are some of them that have gone beyond. So I think we need to really re-look at how we perceive qualifications and people, what they are fit for purpose to do. I think I've been looking at some statistics, and this is not South African statistics I looked at. And I think that what we've not really done really well yet, because I have a lot of faith in South Africa, and I do believe that we have the skills and the impetus to get to the end of this together. But we often focus so much on the procedural part of learning, which is the lower level thinking skills. We're just getting everyone, in my case, and I'll use my example, if someone is not able to read, we want them to read the words, whether it's going to take them 20 minutes to read a paragraph, they can read, but really building higher order thinking skills, it's a conceptual thing, and that requires the fluency that goes into that, the comprehension, the depth beyond what has been written on paper. And we've not really gotten there. But I do want to say we've come a long way as South Africa, and we've done a lot of things. And I always have faith that we'll get there, and we have the resources to build that back into our schooling programs. And very importantly, across all these countries I've been looking at, by grade 6, if you haven't really got someone, and in my case, it's about able 2, 3, if you haven't got them committed and bought into learning and developing and realizing that they've got to bring their part and their they have a role to play in this as well, you actually lose that motivation to learn, to grow. And this is, I think, where in our case, we see a lot of people in their 30s coming back and saying, I never finished school. Now I'm a grown up. When I was younger, I didn't think it was important. Now, I think it's important. Can you help me get somewhere? And for me, that's always, once one light goes on, there's no longer darkness. And even that small movement. So I think we're getting there. I think we, as a country, I saw this morning that there was a meeting about the quality of education and measuring that. And I'm very excited about all these things that are happening. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for being patient with me connecting and disconnecting, and for the invitation. I truly appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you to all of you. And I have no doubt that you have impacted the organizations that we are working with, and continue to be the light of the world. And we appreciate your knowledge. Please accept our invitation when we call again, and all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you. You take care. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel discussion
for foundational training and skills development. And I really want to close off with Mr. Anton's words. Building a wealthy economy is truly profitable, but building a healthy economy is purposeful. And I think that was truly, truly profound. Continue to hashtag Skills Summit 2022. We are now about to have our panel discussion on empowering women through skills development. Stay tuned. Don't leave your screens.
Skills development services to the clothing, footwear, forestry, furniture, general goods, leather packaging, printing, print media, publishing, pulp and paper, textiles and wood product sectors. Furthermore, the FP&M Seta must implement the objectives of the National Skills Development Strategy and ensure that people obtain the critical or scarce skills needed to build the capacity of the sector to become economically sustainable and globally competitive. The intention of the National Skills Development Strategy is to increase access to training and skills development opportunities, to transform inequalities linked to class, race, gender, age, and disability, to address the challenges of skills shortages and mismatches, and to improve productivity of the economy, and to increase the focus on skills development linked to rural development.
Nelson Mandela once said, the most weapon to fight poverty is education. Without skills, we are not going anywhere as a country, most especially for rural people. My name is Rulani Ndobe. I am the founder of ERRP Business Enterprise here in Malamlele, Mukomi Village. ERRP Business Enterprise is more of a training and development. We do a lot of training for rural areas. ERRP was established in 2015. And then the very same year, FP&M Seta saw a need to fund a rural-based youth company. I am very grateful to have uplifted. The existence of ERRP assisted a lot of people coming from Malamlele and Limpopo.
Xikolo lexi xa ERRP xi nga kona laha etikweni hi vona xikolo lexi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vantshwa va hina vo lo titshamela la makaya a ku na lexi va endlaka xona. So va za va fikelela laha va sungulaka ku nwa mabyalwa swi nga fanelanga hi ku tiva loko ri xili nampundzu a nga tivi ku fanele a tirha yini. Se sweswi ndo va nga endla xikolo lexi xa ERRP ni vona xi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vanyingi vanhu va le ku sapoteni ka xikolo lexi va ya va ya kuma tidyondzo kona ta ku rhunga ni swin'wana na swin'wanyana ende swi le ku pfuneni ka tiko sweswo swi hunguta ni vugevenga.
Malamlele does not have manufacturing firms, either for your clothing, for your furniture, or manufacturing of anything. I felt there's a need to establish or to have young people who are well trained to make garments, to manufacture clothing for their local communities. I wanted to encourage and promote proudly South African products.
I am a learner at ERRP Business Enterprise. Na swi tiva ku operate machine, na swi kota ku rhunga, na swi kota ku endla ti-measurement, ni kota ku endla final product.
We also do learnership, internship, do apprenticeship, do skills program, customer service, financial services to ensure that the graduate that we recruit, they get work readiness training. We are preferred training provider for main cooperatives around rural areas. They prefer us because we believe in cooperatives being sustainable.
Ni Manhlungwani, la ni nga kona hi le nhlohlorisiweni cooperative ka Phapazela. Handle ka Malamlele. Business ya hina hi focus ngopfu ka nkarhi wa sweswi hi focus ngopfu ka xikete xa mjikisi. Xikete xa mjikisi xi mbaliwa hi munhu un'wana na un'wana.
There is a need to be trained to ensure that the people who live in rural areas are trained enough to can be able to fight.
Here at Vinton Academy, our mission is to provide quality accredited training in South Africa across multiple sectors. Our services are relevant to both individuals and industry, from managing and implementing learning programs to business incubation. Vinton can provide with quality services. We are currently accredited for 10 programs and 12 in the pipeline. All this is to achieve our vision to become South Africa's most trusted training provider. For more information, visit our website at www.vinton.co.za.
The facilitation department fulfills one of the most fundamental roles within the business. All the highly qualified subject matter experts who facilitate all qualifications on offer at the institution sit within this department. This department is also responsible for coordination of all outcomes-based assessments for learners and have the responsibility of ensuring each learner exits SDC as a qualified and job-ready candidate.
We are Micromatica HS Training Center. We are addressing skills development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth is dependent on being enabled financially so that we can become a manufacturing hub within South Africa to the rest of the African continent. Our primary intention is to employ and empower underprivileged youth, firstly by training them, employing them, and facilitating their journeys towards entrepreneurship. Currently, the only entity that has contributed towards this dream is the FP&M Seta through the few resources that Micromatica has. Through the support of the FP&M Seta, Micromatica has been teaching students since 2018. Through developing their entrepreneurial skills, Micromatica has equipped and enabled students to start their own small businesses, therefore contributing towards job creation. We have also placed students to work alongside us for various sewing projects at HS Training Center. Thank you.
Ngihlala emafuyeni empakeni lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture, senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza
igama lami ngicebile wakantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphakathi professionals under i-sewing, it's a clothing manufacturing business. Sibenefitse nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabhuyeni.
So ngibenefitile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda, sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi. Ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza, develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kubuze besinikeza ithuba lokuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu ngoba siqeda ama-practical.
We are Micromatica HS Training Center. We are addressing skills development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth is dependent on being enabled financially so that we can become a manufacturing hub within South Africa to the rest of the African continent. Our primary intention is to employ and empower underprivileged youth, firstly by training them, employing them, and facilitating their journeys towards entrepreneurship. Currently, the only entity that has contributed towards this dream is the FP&M Seta through the few resources that Micromatica has. Through the support of the FP&M Seta, Micromatica has been teaching students since 2018. Through developing their entrepreneurial skills, Micromatica has equipped and enabled students to start their own small businesses, therefore contributing towards job creation. We have also placed students to work alongside us for various sewing projects at HS Training Center. Thank you.
In the business's effort to not only train and upskill learners, but to be able to proactively place candidates, SDC launched an entire business dedicated to finance and insurance called SDC Wealth. This training team has been appointed by SDC Wealth to present the financial services specific regulatory course. They also coordinate all product-specific training and testing to ensure that any learner agent that wants to sell SDC Wealth products is qualified to do so. This offers learners a unique and privileged opportunity to secure an additional income during their learnership, which may potentially be extended depending on the learner's learnership performance results. The launch of SDC Wealth is possibly one of the most significant stake-in-the-ground moves a business has made in showcasing their commitment to the future South Africa and current youth unemployment crisis. SDC Wealth is an independent financial services provider that is licensed to provide advice on short-term insurance that includes commercial and personal lines policies and also offers specialized cover, wills and estate planning that includes calculating estate costs and offering professional advice on cover options, SDC funeral policies, which we also use as part of our practical training to develop learners in the financial services field, medical aid and medical insurance, life or risk assurance that includes personal planning, funeral policies and estate cover, employee benefits such as pension and provident funds, group life and risk cover. SDC Wealth is dedicated to providing learners with the necessary practical experience to operate in various roles in the financial services sector. As part of SDC Wealth's practical experience, they can also offer accompanying regulatory courses, coaching for regulatory examinations, RE1 and 5, class of business assistant.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and of course you are my VIP guests because you made this platform and the summit possible. And I just want to say thank you very much for the engagement on the online platform. We are receiving your comments, we are receiving your questions, and we are truly, truly privileged to be engaging with you. Please don't forget to continue to hashtag Skills Summit 22. That is hashtag Skills Summit 22. Visit our online exhibition and the expo as well. Remember, the more you engage, you stand a chance to win great prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, we are now talking empowering women through skills development. Remember earlier on, I told you that today's critical topic is future perfect skills for employability, one, and entrepreneurship. I am accompanied by expert women who are just killing it in their industry, as young people would say. And without further ado, let me welcome Ms. Makosi Jean Chiwashira, who is the Skills Development Manager for Media 24 and Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Seta. She actually sits as a board member for FP&M Seta. We then have Kosi Mavimbela, who's the Executive Director for the Forest Sector Charter Council. Then we have the Honorable Ms. Jean Anashir, who is under the WIM Africa's focal point for UN and ECOSOC. So she'll be explaining more about the organization. Thank you very much there, Jean. We also have Ms. Lisejo Khaihane, who's the Sustainability and Energy Management Professional. She's a chemical engineer and a project manager as well. We have Natasha Antha, who's the Operations Director for Tandega Vocational Education Trust. And that is a TVET college or TVET Technicon. Welcome, ladies and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. May I then ask you to introduce yourselves, your organization and representation, and of course, what do you think about empowering women through skills development? Let's start with you, Makosi.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Makosi Chiwashira, and as Tabang has said, I work for Media 24 as the Skills Development Manager, and I also sit on the FP&M Seta board. I've actually been in the skills space for a very long time. I joined Media 24 in 2008, and in these years that I've been with Media 24, I have watched women, especially, start as interns and end up as editors in the space. Generally, at Media 24, there is like a sequence in talent and skills development. You know, it starts with recruitment and the, talent, identifying talent, and that process of starting off some as bursary holders, some as interns, and the mentorship involved, and all the interventions. And also, I must emphasize that being a media company and sitting at FP&M Seta, the support that the Seta has given us in terms of advancing the journalism in digital space has been amazing. So, for me, who started off as well in 2009 as PA to the training manager that time, I've also grown in that space, and one of the women that, when I talk about skills development at Media 24, I am one example. I give myself an example of how I've grown through skills development. But I'm also involved in the SAN of the South African National Editors Forum as an education and training member. So I'm also involved in the industry. And I've also been involved in the Association of Independent Publishing, where Media 24 has gone in and helped with the digital media with the help of a training provider that I'll talk about later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makosi. Truly appreciate it. Looking forward to engage further on your industry and particularly the activities that women are involved in and also the challenges as well. Can we have Natasha, please?
Thank you, Tabang. Good afternoon, fellow panelists and everyone who's joining us today. I'm Natasha Antler, the newly appointed Operations Director at Sandeka Vocational Education Trust. And I really am grateful to the FP&M Seta and my fellow directors for the opportunity to be able to represent our college and our sector, where we're discussing the very relevant issue of empowerment of women through skills development in a time where gender-based violence has really plagued our country. Just by way of introduction, Sandeka Vocational Education Trust is a private training provider, and we train extensively in the clothing and textile sectors, but we're not limited to those sectors as we endeavor to train in the manufacturing and retail value chains. I am extremely proud of the fact that we are a 100% management team of women, and with a staff complement of 85% of women as well. My journey at TVET SA is really a testament to the work we do through skills development and empowerment of women. 12 years ago, I started off as a receptionist at a finishing warehouse with our MD, Jennifer Choice, and really through her support and mentorship and the various opportunities for self-development that came through the college. I'm proud to say that I was appointed as a director at the age of 34 in November of 2021. And again, this speaks volumes to what we do in the sector to uplift and empower women. We have a number of projects where we train and develop young women for the formal sector and put them into job opportunities where we've built such strong industry partnerships that we're able to really give them opportunities that they never had before. And this is our mission, to build South Africa's workforce and really do this one job at a time. Through these programs, we also work in deep rural areas where we're breaking traditional and cultural barriers by giving opportunities to women to become financially independent and really become economically active citizens of South Africa. And in the manufacturing sector, the operational level of manufacturing is historically and predominantly made up of women who sit on sewing machines and work in the various parts of a factory. But we're proud to be partnering with the FP&M Seta to do an ERRP project that promotes the advancement of women into senior positions within those organizations. And also through this ERRP project, we are implementing a sewing machine mechanics program where 20% of the people enrolled or learners enrolled on the program are women. And I think it's truly remarkable to see how women are moving up in the industry and going into those previously male-dominated positions. But in addition to job creation in the formal sector, we also work very closely with community partners as we understand that there's a need to develop women in the informal sector as well. So we just recently did a project in the Philippi community where we did a domestic sewing skills program. And 90% of the learners who came out of those programs were women from the community. And we gave them the entrepreneurial skills to start up their own businesses. And at the end of the program, awarded them with a sewing machine in order for them to go into their communities and start up their own businesses, which was the intention of the program. So as an organization, we are extremely passionate about the upliftment and creating jobs for women. And so, Tabang, I can talk about this all day long, but I'm going to give back to you and we can pick up the conversation just now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so, and you flow so well, like you're reading from a script. It's absolutely amazing. I was captivated there for a moment. Thank you, Natasha. Can we have Miss Jean? And then we'll have Lesego, and then we'll have Kosi after that.
Right. Hello, ladies. My name is Jean Anishere. I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria, and I'm the focal point for WIM Africa. WIM Africa is an acronym of an organization known as Women in Maritime in Africa. Women in Maritime in Africa is an organization that is established about 5 years ago to promote and empower African women in the maritime industry. Presently, WIM Africa is constituted of about 27 African countries. Women in these 27 African countries come together under the umbrella of WIM Africa to share views, to network, and to empower ourselves towards attaining international best practices in the maritime space. I was the president of WIM Africa for 3 years, but haven't assisted in registering WIM Africa with the United Nations NGO consultative body, otherwise known as ECOSOC. I was nominated unanimously to be the focal point for WIM Africa as it relates to ECOSOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anishere. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lesego?
Thank you very much, Tabang. Good afternoon, everyone and fellow panelists. My name is Lesego Khaikani, and I've been in the strategic energy management and water efficiency sector for the past 13 years. I'm currently a senior project manager at the Water Research Commission and a board member of South African Females in Energy Efficiency. I have a strong passion for mentorship in order to develop and capacitate young female professionals, and this has translated in some of the engagements I get involved in. And I think what excites me is to see how empowerment of women and skills development has played a crucial role in the careers of the women that are represented in this panel. So I'm representing two organizations, my employer, the Water Research Commission, and the association that I belong to. So I'll start off with some of the key aspects of the South African Females in Energy Efficiency, where our vision essentially is to establish a large representation of females playing an influential role in energy management. And we do this through promoting women and exposing them, that we have more females in the energy management field, where we offer coaching and mentoring to these women, where we create also a platform for these women to support each other and engage and share information. And also we are also a representative voice for women in the sector through advocacy and influence. And then on the Water Research Commission, I think what's quite important is that our role in empowering women is quite intentional, where we work towards shifting the paradigm and ensuring that women play a leading role in water science research. Because as we know that the STEM sector is mostly male dominated, and we play a role in making sure that there's a large representation of females in that sector. Our annual performance targets are specific about the amount of emerging young female project leaders that we have in our project, the amount of female project leaders, as well as those that are from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. And this is not just a tick boxing exercise that we do. However, we ensure that there are measures in place to ensure that this occurs, and also how we actually go about capacitating these women along the way, because we know that capacity development and empowerment also comes through practical experience and on the job training as well. So we ensure that we offer that to the women that we work with. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lesego. We look forward to engaging further about your industry. Mavimbela, Makosi.
Tabang, good afternoon, ladies, and to the panelists. Thank you for bringing us on board. I am Kosi Mavimbela, the Executive Director of the Forest Sector Charter Council. You've already said that. The Forest Sector Charter Council is an institution that is responsible to oversee transformation in the forest sector. You must know, and I'm sure most of us know, that we have what we call BBBE, which is broad-based Black economic empowerment, to ensure that it expands the opportunities to those that have been previously disadvantaged by what happened in the history, and we wouldn't want to dwell more on that one. The good thing that I'm passionate about, or the good thing about this program, is that it brings in targets for women, because we know what happened in the past. Women were more in the spaces of grooming children and in the household spaces. They were not more or less in the business setups and all that. So we've got targets for women in skills development, in management control, where they climb up the corporate ladder and also participate in certain amounts of boards. And we also targets where we want to see women owning businesses and creating jobs. Also, what excites me about this program is that it addresses what we all are discomfortable about. I mean, what we are uncomfortable about, and that's the inequality. And this is where most women were heavily affected. And I think as a society, as a family, as a workplace, this is one area that we still need to do more, and we must make sure that we do not promote.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mavimbela. I'm going to ask a question that I'd like all of you to contextualize within your industry and the spaces that you're in. And my question is, what is the problem? What are the problems that women are facing in your respective industries, in your respective organization? You can even, look at it from an economic perspective as well. But what are the key problems? And maybe each of you can mention just two in your relevant industries.
I'm not sure if I could start, but one of the key things is that it's recognition and acknowledgement of the powers that women have. And we need to start acknowledging even the small contributions that they make. If you refer to forestry, we see women in the nursery space. But if we ask myself, how many of the women are in those spaces, we are not able to say, and we are not able to actually magnify their contributions to the final product of paper that we use in our daily lives. And also the support and the availability of resources. I think we do put targets, but we're not meeting the targets. So it basically means we're not doing more, we're not empowering more. And those are the things that I think we need to touch base mostly on.
Okay, Makosi, you can go ahead.
5 years ago, I would have said the newsrooms are not transformed enough. But now, like at Media 24, I would gladly say that the newsrooms are very transformed. The one problem that seems to sometimes come up, is pay parity. The feeling that male editors will probably be paid more than female editors in the industry. I'm not sure whether that's still happening, but that would have been a problem. But I also think that, the promotion of females then, like I'm saying that I see now the transformation, the support that the women get from their male counterparts, it has sort of like shifted. I think what's happened at Media 24 is because of having women, a lot of women in power, a lot of things have changed. So we are quite ahead of the little problems that were there some years ago, having a boys' club in the newsroom. It has actually really turned around. And I still have a few examples of that and how amazing Media 24 has empowered women in the newsrooms.
Okay. Natasha?
Thanks, Tabang. I think from my side, in my introduction, I mentioned in the deep rural areas, there's a lot of cultural and traditional barriers that still come up every day, where women are still marginalized because they're still supposed to be the ones staying home, looking after the kids, cooking dinners for the husbands. And I think that's something that in the various provinces that we train, we have huge projects running in the Isitebi area in KZN, and then also in the Caledon area in the Western Cape, where we're still seeing those, but we really are breaking down those walls. We're saying, here's the opportunity, give it to the women and let them build themselves up, because we need to start empowering the women to be able to earn an income and really become economically active citizens, where they're going in and they're financially stable in order to sustain themselves and their families, and they're not dependent on a husband or a family to support them in their communities. But then also in the clothing industry, there's a history of male-dominated positions where where males were the production managers and males were the owners of the companies. But that shift is happening, and I think with the support through the ERRP projects that are coming through, the FP&M Seta has funded one recently, and I know at government level there's a restructuring or reconstruction plan in place to change that, and that's why we're empowering women. So historically, we have those challenges, but I see slowly but surely we are breaking down those walls and giving the opportunities to women where they can become empowered and can build themselves up.
Okay, thank you. Jean, and then we'll have Lesego.
Two problems from WIM Africa is finance in the area of sponsorship. Most of the women are trained locally, but they need sponsorship, they need scholarships to go abroad to be able to acquire the international best practice that we talk about. So it's not just being local champions. We really want to be able to attain the international sphere. Maritime is about international commerce. So this is very important. So the finance is a big challenge for some of the women in my organization, WIM Africa. The second challenge is breaking the bias. A couple of days ago, the world celebrated women. It was International Women's Day. And the theme for this year, according to IMO, was breaking the bias. So breaking the bias in our society, in our space, maritime space, is very key. We have very few female seafarers in our industry. So our challenge is how we can break this bias and get more female seafarers on board the vessels, because we know that these women also have the requisite skills and qualifications to man the vessels. So breaking the bias is another big challenge, not only in terms of seafaring, but also in the boards. In corporate boards, we have very few women in the boards of the various organizations, particularly in the maritime space. It is important that women are given the opportunity to serve in the boards where they are qualified. And we do have quite a number of qualified women who can lead in the board.
Thank you. Lesego?
Thank you, Tabang. So from our perspective, I think one issue lies with us as women. I think we sell ourselves short. I think I've seen so many times where a woman doesn't stand up and speak out about their skills or their capabilities. And I think it's time that we realize the power that we have as women. And Khosi spoke about how women are multitaskers, where we are raising families, we are wives, we are running households, and those are critical skills that actually assist us in corporate. So I think we should actually be capable enough to realize that we are confident enough to actually play in the same roles as these main counterparts and realize that we are enough as well. And we also need to, as women, kind of assist each other out and play the sisterhood, where we share knowledge with each other. We ensure that where another female colleague is lacking, we assist them instead of just letting them just stand by and say, oh, well, it's not my problem. I think we need to be accountable about how we actually, as women, are allies of each other and also empower one another in terms of sharing the knowledge, in terms of capacitating each other and making sure that we see the growth and representation of women within our peers as well. And I think lastly, I think women empowerment and women issues are dealt with prominently during Women's Day, International Women's Day, and certain periods like that. And I think we should shift away from that, where actually it should be the key focus and agenda within companies, where these transformational numbers and equity aspects needs to be in their plans, needs to be in their mandate, where they actually need to see how they transform their exco, how they transform their manco. And it's not just something that they do in a fluffy way where we celebrate, oh, this is the first female CEO a company has received, but it should become a norm. And it should be intrinsic in how a company's moral compass is in making sure that there is gender equality and female representative across all bounds in the organization.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lesego. Makhosi, let me go back to you. When we speak about women empowerment in the context of skills development, in the context of standard operating procedures within an organization. What do we mean by that? Women empowerment.
I think making sure that women have a voice in the organization, because obviously the higher you go, the more you. Okay. There's somebody else.
Sorry. Yeah.
If you have a seat at the table with the managers and everybody, the decision makers, then that is women empowerment, because you are also able to contribute to how things are run, to helping other women also, because when you get to that space, you are also able to mentor the others to come up. So that's what I understand by that.
Absolutely, thank you. Let me go to you, Kosi, Ms. Mavimbela. In terms of, the discussion around women empowerment through skills development and so forth, how can we integrate our male counterparts or males within women empowerment and women development?
Tabang, this should be an easy task to do, especially coming from the household setups where we do take care of them as men, either as our husbands or our spouses, our brothers and our children and our sons and so on. So to a certain extent, we're saying, give us the space. Let's partner. Let's not be competitors. Let's work together to build either this organization or this community or whatever we put ourselves to it. And secondly, we're saying, because we are now skilled, unlike what we were before, we are now in a position where we can take decisions, can be self-sufficient, we can drive our dreams, give us the space to also do those things. And also, more to that, pay us exactly as you pay our male counterparts.
Absolutely. Natasha, would you like to extend on what Kosi has said? Natasha?
Sorry, Tabang. I think coming from an institution where really women are empowered, and an organization where we believe that everyone has the voice, be it male or female, I've never had the challenge of having to not give input, because every opinion matters in our boardroom. So and I think that as women, we have a different opinion to offer. We have a different way of looking at things, a view that maybe comes with a little bit of more empathy, that makes you look at a situation. And it's not to say that a woman's going to deal with it better than a man, or a man's going to deal with it better than a woman. I think together, if we work together and we come up with solutions, we have an all-around approach to dealing with situations. And going into industry, and I project manage a number of projects in the rural and metro areas. And I've seen, working with some of the bigger retailers, how they have empowered women. I've seen how women have come into factories and turned those factories around just because their approach has been a little bit different to that of a male-dominating environment. So I think as women, we have a different perspective to bring. And sometimes that's what a male-dominated environment needs to just flourish a little bit more and grow some more. So I think let's not say men and women, let's come together.
Absolutely.
And let's bring it all together and find an approach that works for everyone all around, and grow the businesses and grow the opportunities for everyone in South Africa.
Absolutely. And with that, you've brought the importance of symbiosis, because the moment we engage with politics of the other, which is what I mentioned in the previous panel, there's a lot of deviation that happens, and we need to work on really integrating in each other's empowerment as men, as women. And after all, what is gender? Because it's a social construct, right? You're not born as a girl or a boy or whatever. You're born as a person, as an individual. And I think we need to start accentuating the individuality within the context of resolving social issues. Jean, maybe you can come in here as well. We've been told that the more you empower women, we increase our GDP. There's a lot of economic activity and economic benefits of empowering women. What economic value do you think women offer, particularly in the maritime industry? And why do we fear going there? Why do we fear to engage more in some of these sectors?
In terms of economic opportunity, if women are on board, if women are empowered to take the same space as their counterparts, the male gender, huge. I mean, let's start with the fact that the ships, the vessels, are otherwise known as she. I mean, when we're relating to ships, you use the gender she and not he. So that is the first startup, that because from the beginning, history has it that women add more value, economically and otherwise, to the growth of every nation's economy. Hence, the vessel, which is the instrument of trade, is known as she. It's actually called a she. So
wow.
the introduction or the enablement of women in the maritime industry, for example, I mean, it's sine qua non to none. I mean, it's huge. It's not quantifiable. Now, talking about the male gender, for us in the maritime space, we are not competing. We keep saying it to our colleagues, the male gender, that we're not competing with them. You talk about symbiosis. We're not competing with them. We're just saying that we want to work together with you. We want to support you. We want to assist you, if you want to put it that way, but we want to be at par with you in driving the industry forward. That's all we say, in driving the industry forward. Now, there's a joker here. 2 days ago, a friend sent me an email and said to me, Jean, you women talk about women empowerment, you're talking about breaking the bias, you want women at par with men. I had my sister Thabo say that we want to earn the same salary equal to what men are earning. You know, women want to earn equal salaries as men. But my friend said, when it comes to war, how come the women stay back? They're talking about the Russian Ukraine war.
Right.
All the women to go away, to be evacuated with the children. Even countries like Poland and, you know, and other Bulgaria. I didn't see them say that women within the ages of 40 and 60 should stay back and join the men in fighting the war to save the country, Ukraine. So what is women empowerment?
Sure.
So that's as far as war is concerned. So when we talk about empowerment, I therefore put down what to me is the concept of empowerment. And with your kind permission, I'd like to read it. Just 1 second. What do we mean by empowerment? Empowerment is the degree of autonomy and self-determination in people and in communities.
Sure.
This enables them to represent their interests in a responsible and self-determined way, acting on their own authority. It is the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's rights. Empowerment as action refers both to the process of self-empowerment and to professional support of people, which enables them to overcome their sense of powerlessness and lack of influence, and to recognize and use their resources. That, to me, is the concept of empowerment. For us to be able to recognize our resources and be given the authority, the enableness to use it.
Yep, absolutely. That's absolutely profound. Thank you very much. Lesotho, just quickly, on, you know, with regards to the Water Research Commission and the South African Females in Energy Efficiency, what are the opportunities available for the taking, particularly for women?
So I think as the South African Females in Energy, what we try to do is that we have a mentorship program, and this allows us to mentor young female who are still in varsity and nurture them. So these mentorship programs is that we We have been conducting them for the past couple of years, and we pair these students with seasoned professionals in the industry so that they can transfer skills and knowledge. And I think I found this quite pivotal, and it actually is a great tool, because then you get to see these students interact with people who they've looked up to, or people who they aspire to be, and they gain some knowledge from them as well. So they are also exposed to the various careers that they could possibly get into in the energy management sector, and they get to also learn from these professionals about how to hone certain skills that are needed for the workplace. Because I think from my experience, what I've seen is that there's quite a large gap between university and the workplace, where there needs to be a bridging of skills for students, because they're not actually equipped with certain skills that are needed for the workplace. Yes, you might be equipped technologically wise or technically with your chosen particular career, but there's certain soft skills that are quite crucial for the workplace. So this is what we do at the mentorship program. And I think personally for me, when I started my career, I was also part of a mentorship program. And the skills that I gained from my mentor and from this process was quite invaluable. And it kind of assisted me to be the professional that I am right now. So this is some of the key things that we do at South African Females in Energy Efficiency. And then what we also do is that our members and affiliates have access to skills and training programs that are internationally recognized and that they are also accredited. And some of the time, these skills programs and training programs are offered free of charge for members to uptake. And they range from a variety of programs where we look at water efficiency, energy management, financing energy projects, and energy management systems. So these are the kind of opportunities that we have for our members. And then with regards to the Water Research Commission, I think as I've mentioned, that the STEM sector is quite male dominated, and we've started now to see women break into these industries, and they're becoming a change and shift of the numbers of women scientists that are there. So what we do is that we enable emerging project leaders to be capacitated through shadowing seasoned project leaders, that they're able to gain valuable skills and knowledge, that when the time comes for them to lead certain projects, that they are able to actually do it with the correct set skills that are needed. And we have specific programs that are community-based. And these projects are sometimes based in the rural areas of the country where access to water and utilities and services is quite poor. So the transfer of skills is done in such a manner that female community leaders are capacitated so that they can have the needed skills to ensure that they can assist their respective communities to be able to access water resources and sustainably continue with these projects once our interactions with them are done. Because I think the key thing about skills development is to also make sure that it's sustainable. So we can never have projects that are lasting for 6 months or 12 months. We need to make sure that we capacitate people with skills that are sustainable enough that they can be able to now do this for themselves. And this is quite something that has worked very well within our projects, where all our projects have a capacity building and skills development component to it. And we make sure that we do that. And I think with some of the research that we do, particularly what our focus is that we aim to promote socioeconomic development by providing solutions that are able to reduce poverty and inequalities in communities. And I think we often see that women are the ones that are mostly affected by these issues. So these research activities that we do and skills that come from these research activities and the tools that we developed ensure that women are able to be alleviated and assisted through these programs. And lastly, I think what I want to touch on is that we as women do not celebrate each other. We do not celebrate the successes that are out there in the sector. So one of our highlights was that last year in March, we actually hosted a Women in Water and Science conference, where it was essentially spotlighting various women in the sector and how we can spotlight the continual transforming of role of women in the water research sector. And it also highlighted certain opportunities for investment in the development of women in science and started to catalyze gender equality. And I think what's also quite key is that we also spoke about women being in business and whatnot. So part of the conference was that there was an innovation cafe, which allowed innovators to be able to provide a 10-minute pitch to the audience. And this allowed them to be able to pitch their innovations and also
give them critical skills that are needed so that whenever they are in the presence of an investor, they are able to know what are the key salient points that they need to address, that they need to highlight as quick as possible to get the attraction of an investor. Because not only we are women are working in obviously these various sectors, but then we are innovators, we are business people as well. So we need to make sure that we are capacitated in all spectrums.
Okay, thank you. So ladies, we have run out of time. I'm going to ask you each a question. Please integrate your answer with your closing remarks as well. So Kosima Vimbel, I'm going to start with you. I think Lesego, you answered quite extensively, so you can just give us your last thoughts when I get to you. We'll start with Mama Vimbela. I just want to find out, how has your sector transformed in terms of women empowerment and equality?
Thanks, Tabang. As I said earlier, for us, it's more on the B codes or B scorecard, which talks to the 5 elements, where we give targets to women in owning businesses in the management control that is being promoted to executive boards and so on, and also being skilled through the skills development elements, that is through the learnership, the apprenticeship and internships, and also being given opportunities in the enterprise and supplier development space. I must say that to a certain extent, we are seeing changes, some changes or shift, especially in the ownership space, in the skills development and in the enterprise, or where women are becoming entrepreneurs, or they are starting their businesses and they're employing, or they're creating employment that we saw need in the sector. But we're still not there with regards to boards. And I think one of the ladies mentioned, I think it's Jean who said, we still want to see more women participating in boards, because that's where the strategy of the company is decided. That's where the vision, and that gives them an exposure on how to run a business and how to strategize, and also be in a position to even do that for their own businesses. And also what we are seeing is that while we see these changes in women taking up spaces in forestry in the different portfolios or categories in terms of being a forester, machine operator, sawmiller and all that, we still want to see more of the support for women-owned businesses, where we are able to pinpoint to say, this is what we have in the forestry. I must say that we have got what we call a She is Forestry initiative that we've started 2 years ago, where we are showcasing the talents and the women that are in the sector, so as to try and find a way to say, let's break the narrative to say, this is a male-only sector. We're saying, let's bring in women, let's know who are our role models in the sector, so that the younger generation can be inspired, can be able to pinpoint their role models, which should be us in that space. And I think to a certain extent, as women, we must be able to take up those opportunities. We must be ready. We must have that hunger to take up those opportunities, and we must be able to support each other. I think that's where we also lack to a certain extent, to say we need to support each other, and we must understand that women empowerment starts with us. We need to empower each other. We need to empower ourselves before we can allow other people to empower, so that they know what our visions are, what our dreams are, and what our goals are. And for that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama Vimbele Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you. Makosi, can you come in there? And also, just as you pursue your closing remarks, please tell us, I mean, there's a whole difficulty, I know, in the media space and also with journalism. Women are struggling to break the ceiling. It's either you have to compromise your values somehow to get somewhere. How are you guys navigating those nuances in your particular space? And how can you advise women out there who want to be in that industry to make it, or even to climb the ladder?
Well, I'm not a journalist by profession, so I'm not like privy to exactly, I'm only privy to actually helping them with the training that they need.
So the media space, just the media space as a whole. Yeah.
As a whole. So, like I said, there's that question that I cannot answer on the hardship of it. But what I know is happening at Media 24 is, I think because we've had a female CEO, we are reaching those glass ceilings. Women really have been empowered. For example, we had the first female editor of City Press, Pharaoh Hafaji. We've had a time when we had the deputy also being female, Lize Kamda, who's still in the skills development space. What I see with what has happened in the media, especially a company like Media 24, is that they have gotten it right in terms of women advancement. And that has really helped, because even in a newsroom like News 24 is agile. It's the best news platform online in Africa. We have a female managing editor. We have multimedia editors as females, women who've gone through our programs. There's 2 who have actually gone through our internship program and gotten to there. Our HR director is female, and she is very, very active on skills development and making sure advancing the women in media. But also in terms of training in the media space, in the whole media space, we have one of the biggest training organizations run by a woman called Paula Frey. And Paula has got programs on media management for the newsrooms. And this has really helped in advancing women also in the independent publishing space, with the help of FP&M Seta funding these programs. So I must say that in the media, we really have advanced in terms of empowering women. And, there's one thing that I cannot not say in terms of that, where Paula Frey says, Africa's story is not fully told if women are not telling their story too. So as much as sometimes I think people look at the media space and think it's not that transformed, I know from the inside how there's been a lot of hard work in terms of transforming it, but also in terms of business-wise, the entrepreneurs. We have at the Association of Independent Publishers that are running publishing companies in rural and townships. And because of the skills development space and being empowered, they have been able to be sustainable even during the pandemic. So that's the media space. We really are advancing the empowerment of women.
Thank you very much, ladies. We have run out of time, so please try to keep your closing remarks a bit shorter, just so that we can proceed. So I'll have Natasha and I'll have Jean, and then,
Thank you, Tabang. I think as a training provider, for us, it's important to remind women of their value in society. We have seen that big strides in the empowerment of women are coming through, and we need to maintain that traction and increase that traction. And we need to remind women and continue to encourage and equip them to become strong contenders for those male-dominated positions. I've personally seen how through skills development, lives have been changed and circumstances have improved for women. And I think we should never, ever underestimate the power of giving a woman a skill that can never be taken away from them. Because every day in that learning process is one step closer to their independence and their freedom. And it's truly key to empowering the women in our society. So from me, I say keep on training us, keep on giving us that power, and just watch us grow. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Natasha. That was profound. Thank you. Sanashia? Over to you.
Yes, indeed. Well, Women Africa is about women supporting women. Hence, we greet each other Ubuntu. So women holding each other's hands and lifting each other up to ensuring that that empowerment does come to us. So at Women Africa, we support one another. We help each other to grow. We make opportunities for the women to occupy the space that they are qualified to occupy. We help them to attain the requisite qualification. In terms of aquaculture, Women Africa is top. We train women in the fishing communities on aquaculture. We make them appreciate that fish farming is another way to go. Because when you feed the nation, you know how healthy the nation is. So that is very important. We also help the young ones, the female seafarers, to get on board vessels We make a way for them. We hold each other's hands. We support one another. We are, at WIM Africa, women supporting women. We are Ubuntu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, that someone was clapping in studios. I think that does deserve a round of applause. Thank you, Jean. Ended us on a high note there. Let's go last, very quickly.
All right, thank you. So I think in my closing, I think I'd like to emphasize that empowerment for me means that there is high corporate leadership in gender equality. And this means that there's insurance of the safety of women at work. I mean, women should not feel like they can't speak up. They feel like they're ostracized and that they are not safe to be who they need to be. So that is quite pivotal in empowerment. And I think there should be an intentional promotion of education, training and professional development that empowers women. And through whether it be job shadowing, mentorship, skills transfer, where it's a team peer learning system that should be incorporated. And I think should these things be incorporated, I think that's where we'll start seeing the strides and actual women empowerment being done. So I think from my side, yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, ladies. Truly, truly a big congratulations to all of you for making strides in the relevant industries that you're in. Continue to represent yourselves and women as a whole. And thank you very much for giving others a chance, other women a chance, and for mentoring in the relevant industries that you're in. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. And indeed, power to the woman.
Power to the woman. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you take good care, Shabir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel discussion on empowering women through skills development. And indeed, it was so insightful and filled with quite a lot of knowledge and food for thought, quite thought-provoking, actually. So please feel free to continuously engage with us online. Our chat room is still open. Don't forget to hashtag Skills Summit 22. That is hashtag Skills Summit 22. And also, you still stand a chance to win great prizes. So keep twitching, keep sending, and we'll be back after the break. Thanks, ladies. Take good care.
Welcome to my Space Academy.
My name is Maggie Divine Maketa. I'm currently doing the training under my Space Academy, funded by FP&M Seta. I thank you a lot from FP&M Seta for giving us this opportunity, because it makes a lot of impact to us, and the significant impact in my life through designing, manufacturing of the furniture, able to do the cutting list, drawing, the sketch, and able to present my product to the customers. I thank you a lot, because that thing, it makes me to have the confidence even if I'm in front of the clients. It exposed me a lot the time I was in the business fair under eThekwini municipality. It's where I gained a lot of clients. Currently, I have clients that I'm serving through that business fair, and it's where I'm able to see that I can make it, and it's where I'm able to see that my product is in the quality and good. So I thank you to my Space Academy for transforming that experience to us. I also want to thank you, FP&M Seta, for giving us that opportunity. So going forward, I want to see myself to have a workshop where I can able to grow my business and able to create more jobs opportunity and transfer my skill to my community, because there's a lot of unemployed youth who are not working. So I think my passion is to transfer my skills to them and to create more jobs opportunity. I also want to see my country, South Africa, to economy is growing up more especially in furniture industry, and to have more relationship with other countries and to learn other countries how they do their furniture making to be in the best and in the quality. So I also need a lot of funding to have more equipment, the machines that I can do my machine, my product. I thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Thank you. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Siporazi Ndalose. I am a student in the Mentorship program by FP&M Seta with my Space Academy. We are currently doing furniture making in upholstery. In this program, I came here a clueless person, not knowing anything about wood, anything about furniture, but now I have seen myself grow up. I am excelling in a way that I have never imagined myself I would excel. My introduction to this program was by my mother and my brother, who were once part of the program when MySpace had partnered up with Economical Development. There they were able to secure funding for capital to fund their business and buy machinery to start their business. Right now we have started a family business. We are working on it. It is a profitable business. Last year, our academy was able to be exposed to the Durban business fair, and there I was able to outsource customers and clients, which are now working with us, and we have a good relationship with our clients. Going forward, I would like to see myself as a facilitator, because I know myself, I like being in front of people and educating people. So I also see my mom opening an academy, because we are one and the same thing. We love teaching, we love being in front of people, and I also see the manufacturing business going forward. Thank you so much to FP&M Seta and MySpace.
Siyabonga, we FP&M Seta.
Thank you, Siyabonga, FP&M. Thank you, FP&M Seta.
Here at Vinton Academy, our mission is to provide quality accredited training in South Africa across multiple sectors. Our services are relevant to both individuals and industry, from managing and implementing learning programs to business incubation. Vinton can provide with quality services. We are currently accredited for 10 programs and 12 in the pipeline. All this is to achieve our vision to become South Africa's most trusted training provider. For more information, visit our website at www.vinton.co.za.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to the Skills Development Summit 2022. It has been rocky, it's been riggy, but we're still here and we're still talking skills development with regards to employability and entrepreneurship. This is the last, or rather second last panel for the day, and we are discussing learnerships and work integrated learning. We do have a panel of experts that are joining us in this afternoon session to discuss this phenomena. With me, I have Mr. Graham Choice, who's the Managing Director for under the merchandise supply chain at the Foschini Group. We also have Benedette Isaacs, Managing Director for the South African Furniture Initiative. We also have Dr. Ernest Andreas Hartmann, who is representing the Institute for Innovation and Technology. We also have Professor Parwa Kanyane, Executive Dean under Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, which is University of Venda. That's what you're representing. We have Associate Professor Sonia Ferns, Managing Partner at Lean Work Consulting and Adjunct Curtin University in Perth, Australia. Welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for your time and for joining us. Perhaps
maybe we can start with Dr. Ernest. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Perhaps just to introduce myself and the institution I'm representing here. As Hartmann, my name from education. I'm an industrial psychologist. What I'm doing now, I'm working at the Institute of Innovation and Technology in Berlin, which is part of a larger agency. We're a private company, but we are working on behalf of the German federal government as a program management agency. So what we're doing is we manage programs, innovation programs in traffic and microelectronics and anything. Wow. And the department I'm heading is managing programs in education. So for example, we have rather big programs with concerned with the digitization of higher education, digitization of vocational education. And our most important work at the moment is to build up the German National Digital Learning Platform on behalf of the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. That's perhaps for me and the institution. And if you don't mind, I can also go on and make a few points which I would like to contribute to the issue, or make we first the introduction round?
Yeah, sure, you're more than welcome to, because we'll just pick up right from there.
Okay, then perhaps I start with just a few comments. I think when you invite someone from Germany, you're expecting something, and what you can expect from Germany is some experience with apprenticeships. We have about 800 years of experience with apprenticeships, with industries and companies taking responsibility for vocational education. This is still a very important part of education in Germany, but it has decreased. We have to admit that. Right now, there are more students in higher education than apprentices in Germany. This was the other way around 10 years ago or so. This has, of course, to do with changes in occupation in the labor market. This has also to do with professionalization of some vocational educations, like, for example, nurses. Nurses are still vocationally trained in Germany, as in contrast to other countries. So what's going on now with respect to work integrated learning? Perhaps three things. We have this tradition, it's a very strong tradition of apprenticeship, which has declined a bit, but is still very important. We have still small but rapidly increasing segment of what we call dual study programs. Students in dual study programs are doing both at the same time. They're apprentices at a company and students at a university. So they're doing two tracks of education at the same time, which is of course very demanding, but also a very good preparation for the labor market. And this is, as I said, still small but rapidly expanding. And the third thing I would like to mention refers rather to higher education and continuing education. We are not very good in Germany as compared, for example, with the Scandinavian countries and also the UK in devising work-based forms of continuing education, of education in the universities and higher education. So, for example, things like project-based learning, developing things and learning for your academic studies at the same time. The Danish and the Finnish are very, very good, and we are not yet. We are working on that. But the best places to are, in fact, in Northern Europe, from my point of view. And the last thing I would like to mention is I think there are lots of potentials in using technology, and not only as we use digital communication technology right now for learning, but also to use production technology for learning purposes to build in learning capabilities into production technology. There are some German companies doing some very interesting things on this track to devise industrial machinery as learning instruments at the same time. This is still R&D. This is not very broadly deployed in practice, but it's an interesting prospect for the future. Perhaps these 3 points to start with.
You laid the foundation very well. So thank you, Dr. Ernest. Thank you. Can we have Mr. Choice, and then we'll have Professor Sonia. Mr. Choice, over to you.
I'm the Managing Director of TFG's Merchandise Supply Chain. Really what that means is every single thing that comes into TFG Africa, either from China, from India, from our SADC countries or local, comes through our supply chains. The local supply chain is obviously one that is very close to my own heart, and one in which the group has spent an enormous amount of focus, as you've probably read and seen over the last number of years. In 2014, we did about 4 million garments manufactured locally and employed a range of smaller companies. What the group quickly learned was that we don't have the clothing industry, clothing, textile, leather industry, many large factories anymore. And unfortunately, when you do have large companies, they create scale, they create depth, and they create the learning opportunities that the smaller companies don't have. And I've been very fortunate in my journey to be able to prove to the wonderful shareholders of our company and a very supportive board and CEO that when you take a modern piece of sewing equipment and you put it in an advanced methodology in a compliant environment, you don't have to go to Bangladesh, you don't have to go to Vietnam. South African workers can do exactly the same. Specifically those that sometimes coined by government as the unemployable youth. Factories that manufacture apparel love unemployable youth. It means that everybody gets a chance to have some job. If you connect that to a learnership, then all the testing we've done and all the growth we've done over a number of years starts proving that you can go anywhere in South Africa, go to wherever there is a high intensity of unemployment. We chose Caledon, a town 2 hours outside of Cape Town, tiny malting station for SAB, but because of it was surrounded with agriculture, there was a lot of unemployed women. We started with 8 people. Today we have the most advanced t-shirt plant in this country. It produces garments cheaper than China. There's no other factories in that geographic environment where we could draw qualified staff from. So we trained up youth from scratch on our NQF Level 2 learnerships in sewing, and cutting, and finishing, and it's a showpiece. Recently, we went into a place where people wouldn't really think of opening up a clothing factory, but we did it because Hillbrow was actually where modern clothing manufacturing in years gone by originated. And we found a very tiny building. Partnered with Bidvest, asked them if we could have it. They said yes. And in partnership with them, created an extension of that environment. But for this startup little factory, we chose to only employ youth that were deaf. So we partnered with St. Vincent's, the School of Deaf, around the corner from Sandton. They'd seen us at a Proudly South Africa exhibit a couple of years ago. And today there's 125 deaf kids all going through their learnership, but producing beautiful garments that our retailer sells. So maybe just leave it there, Tabang. But I think what I'd like everybody to understand is that the process of not having a learnership, to use the old methodology of training, chuck somebody in a factory and give them 2 weeks on a machine, it's not appropriate anymore. You need that learnership, you need that grounding, you need to tell them and impart the fundamentals, the elective and the core parts of a learnership to somebody that may only have a grade 7. But that 17 or 18-year-old grade 7 gets the picture. She gets the picture after a while, and she integrates much better into our environments.
Absolutely. Sure. That's quite power-packed. I forgot that I'm even facilitating. I was a student there just taking notes. So thank you so much, Mr. Joyce. You've given us a lot to work with. Thank you very much. May I invite Professor Ferns to go ahead, please?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Evening in Perth, Western Australia, anyway. I've got a slightly different perspective coming from my background, but hopefully it complements what others have just said. So just a little bit about my background. Probably my most proudest achievement and something that I remain passionate about is my teaching experience, which spans many, many years. And I've taught across all the sectors. But in addition to that, I've led or co-led national projects around work integrated learning and industry engagement. And I've also led institutionally based strategic projects to instill a cultural shift towards teaching and learning, and I've published extensively. At the risk of self-promotion, I do want to talk about a book that I recently published in partnership with co-authors and co-editors, and that outlines what the future should look like with 9 key recommendations for the higher education sector. And I refer to this as a call to action and firmly believe that we need to reframe how education institution and the business sector work together. This perspective is reinforced by peak industry bodies in both countries. I've actually worked with quite a few of colleagues in South Africa and read all your documentation and in touch with all of our peak bodies, and there's lots of synergies. So I think higher education institutions, despite the wealth of expertise, knowledge and teaching capability, cannot achieve employable graduates alone. To ensure currency in programs and accommodate emerging workforce challenges and changes, we need to work hand in hand with our industry and community partners. And partnerships with community organisations, I think, is fundamentally important as well, because that's where we develop the human skills such as creativity, adaptability, resilience and compassion. And interestingly, of course, they are skills highly sought after by employers. While the government in Western Australia in fact, is pushing more and more money towards universities and educational institutions introducing work integrated learning, I think we're hampered by a few things. I think we need more expertise on innovative models of that integration of theory and practice. I think we need to rethink our traditional and long-standing views of partnerships, and we need to change our ineffective leadership models. And I use the terms we and our because it's inclusive of both business and education in an effort to subtly shift the dynamics. I see it as a problem we all share, and it won't go away, and I think it requires a collective and collaborative solution. I think that the employability of students is strengthened through experiential and active, engaging and authentic learning experiences that involves external stakeholders. And it's got to be central to curriculum design, just not a set of skills and attributes that we claim to be inherent in existing learning outcomes. So it's got to be engaging experiences where our students nurture their professional identities, explore career aspirations, and challenge their personal biases and values and reflect on their personal development. To do this, I think we need to rethink our curriculum, reconceptualise what it means and how it's structured. Doesn't compromise discipline knowledge, which is still really important, but allows students to apply that emerging knowledge in increasingly sophisticated ways. Autonomy and student agency should be encouraged to nurture resilience, self-awareness, and that self-regulated learning, which are important attributes in an uncertain world. So I think the most important thing that we need to focus on is that collaboration and cooperation, working with our partners. I think brokering, maintaining and strengthening partnerships is central to achieving real-world learning for our students and in my view, our first and foremost priority. I think that that's what we need to enhance learning and learning outcomes for our students, to strengthen industry outcomes and to ensure economic national productivity and sustainability. I think that in reading the profiles of presenters at this conference, it seems there's abundant expertise and appetite for curriculum renewal. The challenge for us all globally is to embed that shift in large, often decentralised institutions with sometimes unwieldy administrative processes. So I've tried to be a little bit provocative there because that's the nature of me.
Thank you. Well, you're well aligned to today's agenda. Being provocative is key, just so that we can stir discussion. So thank you very much for the insight. We look forward to engaging further with you there, Professor Ferns. Let me have Ms. Bernadette Isaacs, and then I'll have Professor Barwa come in there after. Bernadette?
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Tabang. Nice meeting all the fellow panelists. Just as you introduced me, Tabang, I'm Bernadette Isaacs. I'm the Managing Director of the South African Furniture Initiative. We're an industry association for the furniture industry. And we started off as a provincial association in the Western Cape back in 2009. And in 2016, we created the national organization, the South African Furniture Initiative. And always as our objective, even when we were a provincial organization, was actually foremost the organization facilitating training and mentoring and support services for the furniture industry. I've also, just in my previous life, I have a background of human resources and training and development, and I've been on the other end of it in terms of where I worked in a furniture manufacturing company back in 2004, where my partnership and my journey with the FP&M Seta started back in 2004, and the focus being very critical to the development of learnerships and work placement in the organization then. And I was able to take that through when we had the provincial organization in the Western Cape, and now the national organization called SAFI. So we play as SAFI, we play a very critical, important role in connecting the private sector, our members, and the academia institutions in terms of a smooth transition of getting the learners, be it both employed learners and unemployed learners, into the workspace. And key to that, I think, is the connectivity, the platform we provide for both the learners and the employers in terms of identifying the demand from the industry in terms of what is required from a company organization level, as well as what is being taught or learned at an academic level. And we've done that over the years, and we've also, through the partnership with the FP&M Seta, have project managed and facilitated various programs when it comes to learnerships or work integrated learning placements like internships, in terms of ensuring that those learners that are unemployed specifically, through the engagement and the monitoring and the interaction between both parties, that there has been success stories in terms of permanent employment and placement of those students within the sector and within the whole value chain, actually. Thanks, Tabang.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. Thank you. Looking forward to engaging further as well regarding the initiatives that SAFI is doing. Professor Barwa?
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to hear, these discussions around the work integrated learning. And I just also want to add, puzzle on the discussion. Actually, in the university, I grew in the university as a student and also as an academic for about 20 years now. But then I also tasted the research environment at the Human Sciences Research Council for a decade and a year, involved in research, social science research, and more in particularly issues of learnership. I learned to engage more research with our SETAs, the local government sector, authorities, bank SETAs, all number of SETAs that been involved in the learnership programs. But I then, after my research exposures at the Human Sciences Research Council, I then joined back at the university, at University of Venda, at the far north of South Africa in Limpopo province, actually having a period of 7 months at the university. But as an executive dean, my role really is to make sure that the programs that we offer, they are touching base with the realities of the job market. Because at some point, the job market becomes very harsh to our graduates, and some of them we produce, they find themselves on the streets, very unemployed youth. And I think the work integrated learning is kind of an intervention that will bridge that gap of the graduates who are skillful, but they are not absorbed in the job market, more particularly because the nature of the curriculum, the tradition of the curriculum does not accommodate that experiential learning, which is a very critical component of the curriculum. And the theory part of the curriculum, when blended together with the experiential, learning, it brings a type of a skill that is needed in the job market. So currently, where the situation is, especially in South Africa, this work integrated learning is something that is not universalized, and I think that it is important to begin to that. But little steps going through the programs that we are offering in the university. One of them, in the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, we're offering programs like BCom Accounting, BCom Tourism, BCom Business Management, and also in the area of law, those LLB programs. But you can able to see that if you want to produce a CA, you then have to integrate the university with the host institutions, like companies that can able to expose our students. And we are trying to bring that link. And then already we are winning. We have some quick wins with the tourism sector because our students are then get exposed to that. But we want to see the whole, the nature of the curriculum started to gain shape to accommodate our students to be absorbed through their experiential learning part of their stay at the university. Then they get absorbed in the workplace, and then they get that critical skill that is very practical. And I think I am a champion to can able to lead in that type of intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Barrow. We look forward to hearing more from you regarding what the University of Venda is doing in relation to work integrated learnerships and so forth. Maybe let's go back to Dr. Ernest. How is your institution or your institute aiding in the digitalization of vocational training? So you created an example earlier on about the difference between the educational aspect and also the more apprenticeship-based kind of skills. How is your institution contributing to the digitalization of that space?
Yes, first I have to say we are not especially linked to the vocational education sector because we work for the German federal government as a whole. And so my department is working in all educational domains, more or less. We have perhaps a focus in higher education, but also in vocational education. And our role is to be program management agency. So what we are doing is we are helping the government to fund projects bringing forward innovation in education. And right at the moment, just to give you some impressions what's going on, we have one program which is focused on continuing vocational education. So it's not the apprentices, but the gainfully employed people who want to learn in parallel to their occupation, and there we are funding projects setting up new platforms for digital continuing vocational education. And what I mentioned before in my last short contribution, there are also rather advanced examples among that, using technologies like virtual reality or using technologies from Industry 4.0, using sensorics in the industrial machine themselves to use these data and to use these communication for learning purposes. They're talking about the digital triplet. What we have in Industry 4.0 is the digital twin, that you have a digital twin to every physical object you have. And what they are doing, they generate a digital triplet, which is another digital space where people can learn, where they can, for example, simulate what the machinery would do if you would set the settings in such or such a way. So this is a range from rather conventional digital learning environments, like like this one, like seminars, like MOOCs or things like that, going on to very advanced things. Then we have another initiative. It's called Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education. On behalf of the German federal government, there we support higher education institutions, polytechnics and universities to do two things. One thing is to improve their teaching in artificial intelligence, to make better curricula, better courses in artificial intelligence. We also fund the AI campus. That is a central resource. It's a platform where you can access some should be about 100 courses or so at the moment, where you can access digital courses in the domain of artificial intelligence. So this is one strand, has to do with artificial intelligence as a topic, as part of the curriculum. The other part, what we are funding there, is to use artificial intelligence as a means of teaching and as a means of improving teacher behavior. This has to do with the learning analytics, so that you use learner data to give the teacher a feedback, and a much better feedback than they have now, on how their students are performing, where their problems are, what they need as interventions to become better. This is this learning analytics part. And this is all, we are not doing this research ourselves, but we are managing a bigger research program where there are lots of projects developing these new educational offers and technologies as well. And as a last part, and then I better finish, is what we are doing now with the German National Digital learning platform. There we have lots of platforms. We are not going to set up a new huge platform. What we rather do is to build up an IT infrastructure which can connect all the platforms which are already there and which can provide some central services, like, for example, identity. That's single sign-on. You just sign on once, and then you can access all the other platforms. That's one thing. Another thing which is very important is digital credentials. That's a huge topic in Europe, which means that you get your credentials, your diplomas or whatever in a digital way. On the one hand, this is more efficient for the administration. On the other hand, it's also better for the learners to manage all these certificates. And not the least thing is for the employers, they can be sure that they are not faked. There is a problem also in Germany with false certificates. When people apply for a job somewhere, there are estimates that about a quarter of all these certificates are faked. And this is a much more difficult thing to do with the digital credential. And so also this platform will provide a central service for digital credentials, which can be used by all platforms in Germany. And the last issue perhaps would be buddy finding, so that, for example, if you are a teacher in mathematics in some school and you're trying to improve your lessons, then you might find via the platform another teacher in another city who is doing the same thing, and you can perhaps exchange your experiences and exchange materials and so on. These are just a few examples.
So I see with the counterfeit certificates, it's not just a first world problem, it's third world. So you see, there's a lot of first and third world commonalities that we have. I think the world is just the same. So thank you for sharing that. Perhaps, Mr. Choice, you can come in here. And I want to try to rephrase this question in a way that it doesn't sound insensitive. Earlier on in your opening statement, you emphasized the importance of having, work integrated learning programs or learnerships to prepare people for the working environment. Do you think the high unemployment rate that we have is because students, young people, or the people that are usually employed are not really experienced enough to produce the results that industry is looking for?
I think Sonia said it quite well. It's about the public partnership. You've got an incredible wealth and brain trust in skills development in the country. I was a panelist recently, and there were people from Bursa and Medley and the President's Office and all the seaters. But when you look at that big structure, you look at where's the implementers, where's the people that actually land those programs. There's not a criticism, because I think we all want to do what's good. But when you look at the clothing and textile industry in our country, and you consider that for every clothing worker that you employ, costs around about 48,000 Rand. And for every one of those people, they can support one other in the factory. That's the machine environment that they plug in, the learnership they do. It's one of the cheapest spends to create employment. Secondly, I did mention the unemployable youth, which it suits. And so that talks to that too. I find it unfortunate that too much of the resources that we have, we spend on skills that doesn't really lead to employment. And even though it's critically important that we spend money on supporting higher education skills, some of that resource has got to go to the ground to say, how do you offset that? How do you, TFG specifically has a very clear, defined way of looking at what it's going to spend on creating jobs and why it's creating the jobs. The jobs we're creating is because retail love what we're making, and we're making it at a value and fashion equation that ticks their box. We wouldn't have a retail in Australia, Sonia, and we wouldn't have TFG Europe either if it wasn't for the fact that we have this culture that says We have to get involved in our supply chains. We've got to link our supply chains into our retailers and do that well. What's surprising, it seems, to most South Africans is to actually make unbelievable product here. As I said earlier, all there is taking an ordinary South African and providing them with the right skill, the right management, the right process, the right machine. No different to what they do in China and Vietnam.
Sure.
There's a tendency, because of the cost of employment, to throw people at the problem. But when you look in dollar terms at employment rates in South Africa, it's not high. Our productivity is low. And our productivity is low because we don't spend money on advanced machinery and technology. We don't train effectively. I mean, consider this. Bernadette and I said both, I'm sure, and I don't know Bernadette, but I'm sure we see the same problem. We both feed off the FP&M Seta. It's the tiniest, but I suggest arguably one of the best run Setas in our country, filling an enormous amount of good with a tiny budget. We've got other larger partners that we're working very closely with now, W&R, specifically Tom and his team, which are spending a lot more time with us, looking for those resources. We've got a project currently called Project 3000. We've been doing learnerships in small groupings, in building smaller factories. We've now learned that unless a factory gets to the size of around 200, 250 people, your HR strategy and your manufacturing strategy doesn't tie in. In a micro business, small and medium business, that's challenging. And I argue this because when I started Prestige Clothing, I started with 6 people in 1989. So I was a micro business and a small business and a medium business. So I've done that journey. And the secret about small business succeeding is they've got to get bigger, which means they've got to employ more people. So who's encouraging them? How are we making it easier? And it's not about giving them fish. It's about teaching them to fish. I believe that, in answer to your question once again, you've got to make it fit the South African environment. The South African environment has huge unemployment. They fit in geographic areas where you can't find them. So we've got to open up these 250-man factories in areas as a retailer. Our Project 3000 simply says, we'll employ 3,000 people in the next 3 years. We will build 30 factories. We will build them at a scale on average of around 1 every 2 months. We'll put them where GBV is a huge problem or where there's a mass of unskilled workers.
Wow.
We're going to grow our footprint from 2 years ago, which was sitting at around about 2,800 people. It's now about 4,000. We're growing it to 11,000, and I made that commitment at Proudly South Africa not so long ago at the presidential conference. But Project 3000 says that 2,200 of those employees are going to have to be learnerships, because the other 800 are unemployed but skilled workers in the city centers where some of our factories reside. So we can draw them in quite easily. Where's the resources to train 2,200 learners in 2 years? We've got the service provider and providers. TFG committed huge resources, but we decided to put it together in a project to say to government, here's a project. We will employ 3,000, help us. We put in a lot of money, we'll put in some more money. And when we get those learnerships, if you really want them to stand a chance, we need a whole program after that. We've tried digital learning, we do that, but we find that unless there is a help desk close by, or at least a human connector from time to time, an entire program done in digital doesn't work for us. We've committed huge funding to the Toyota Vessels Institute of Advanced Manufacturing. We are working on an enormous amount of technology that will enhance our apparel manufacturing and things around it. But for me, the most encouraging thing is that there's no South African that I'm aware of, able or disabled, unemployed or unemployable, that we haven't worked with in rural areas and created a meaningful job and got a meaningful return from.
Sure. Absolutely profound. I think 2 things there. When you said you started in 1989. I thought you were born in 1989, so you look very well for whatever age you're representing. And two, you're quite right, the digital frustrations are really there. If you walk into a bank and all you see is machines, you become so frustrated. So you're quite right to say that we're not saying digitalization is not critical to a sustainable development and so forth, but it needs to be merged with human capabilities as well. Benedict, perhaps you can extend on that, and then I will come to you, Professor Ferns, and you, Professor Barra. But I think maybe just linked to what Mr. Choice has said, what are your sentiments in that regard?
A lot of what Graham has said, yes, resonates with the furniture sector. We've always known the clothing and textile sector as our sister sector. In terms of, we're both traditional sectors. In terms of the furniture industry, 90% of our members, manufacturers in the furniture sector are SMMEs. Only 10% are big corporates. So in terms of the resources available to these SMMEs when it comes to training and development and work integrated learning placements, is that there aren't the similar resources you'd find in your established corporate businesses. And that is where SAFI plays a vital role in terms of being that linkage, being that platform, being that partner, and as Graham mentioned, in terms of the implementers. So to make an example, we would be the platform where a TVET college or university would make contact with SAFI, and we would engage with our members. And as I said, as majority of these members are 90% SMMEs, they don't have the resources that a corporate or a big business would have. So they wouldn't have your traditional HR manager or training manager that could actually help with this. So when it comes to access to information and access to funding and access to all of these things, that makes these learnership or work integrated learning placements possible, that's where we play a role in terms of the bridge between the manufacturers and the TVET colleges or the universities. And as Graham said, that public partnerships is crucial. So we as SAFI liaise at all levels, whether it's at an informal level, we have partnerships with municipalities where we'd go in and play that facilitation and project management role in terms of, how the tools needed and the resources needed to actually make that happen. And we become that voice and that platform for the manufacturing and academic sectors. In terms of the implementation side, I think just in experience over the years working in a furniture manufacturing environment, as well as being the implementers and project managers of projects, and I think all the panelists have touched on it, I think it's vital and crucial in all of this is communication and partnership in ensuring all of this actually happens successfully. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Professor Ferns, maybe you can come in here and with your answer, just integrate what your other colleagues have said. You mentioned about reconceptualizing the curriculum. How do you think we can do that?
Okay, I'm going to frame it within a response to a couple of the things, because I absolutely agree with what people are saying. So firstly, I think Graham highlighted digital, we live with digital and it's a reality of the world. And I think we all get that. Here we are, I'm talking to halfway around the world and we're online. Isn't that amazing? However, education and learning, rich learning, is about a sense of belonging. And what digital can do, if that's all we rely on, is it compromises that sense of belonging, compromises that community of learners. I'm not saying you can't build it in a digital space, but if we're talking learners who have difficulty for many reasons engaging, which is a South African context, then it's absolutely crucial that we that sense of belonging is important. Now, that sense of belonging and the experiences and the learning needs to be embedded in curriculum. So curriculum needs to be designed in such a way that it's interactive, it's engaging, students have some influence over it, and there's a sense of ownership and agency for students, which is not the traditional model of especially universities. So I think an assessment is key to all of that. How will we do it? How will we do it? First of all, it takes it takes time. It's, you know, what we tend to do is say, we're going to do this. Someone gets funded for 6 months to do it, and then the funding goes away. You don't achieve any real cultural shift in 6 months. So what we need is real shift, a real cultural shift, because we need to give our very valuable, highly skilled staff time to shift their thinking. And it's threatening for them as well. So what do we need? We need inspirational and charismatic drivers of change, and we need support mechanisms for staff so that they can shift the way they design their curriculum, rethink the way that they build those partnerships that we are at work at one together, and also, you know, reframe their teaching and learning approaches and see us not as industry as being someone we say, oh, will you take my student on a 3-week placement? Rather, how can we work together to do this? I think institutions also need to reshape curriculum. We've got to be more flexible. We've got very rigid policies and protocols and timing and scheduling. Does that work with industry? Not always. So there's a whole range of things, and I won't take up more time, but I will finish by saying that I think we all recognise that education is highly valued and integral to a productive, safe and moral society. But I just don't think we can do it within the 4 walls of educational institutions only. And I get that a lot of our people from industry here tonight, or this morning, today, have said they're working desperately to try and get a skilled workforce. But they shouldn't be going it alone either. We need to really work collaboratively. And I get there's partnerships happening. I'm not saying none of this is happening. I just think we need to do it better and need to do it more consistently and much more broader.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Professor Parwa, maybe you can come in here. How is university preparing students for the workplace? I mean, Venda is a very seasoned environment, an enabling environment for apprenticeship one and also for vocational training. But how is university really involved with respect to work integrated learning? How are you preparing the students for the workplace?
Yeah, I think let me take it right there from what Sonia have said, that like as I said initially, that the first point of departure is this, radical shift. I use the word deliberately radical because sometimes we think for the market and prepare the curriculum to respond to the market without engaging with the market. And I think that's where the gap is, because we end up producing graduates which are not so much relevant and fit into those industries. So, and as I said, the ball game around this then is the curriculum shift to make sure then that we have, even in the advisory board, we have the members of the corporate to be part of that curriculum development, so that what we come with, it becomes something that has a bridge of the university and also of the industry. You raised issues of apprenticeship, but it is very important that the two institutions, the host institutions and the academic environment, start to integrate. Once that integration happens and it starts working. And that's why for now, the University of Venda, we have a new strategy, and then we have this curriculum where we are now start to engage with the community of practice. Reference is made of the community of practice to have that formalized relationship with the community of practice, so that when we have these program offerings, just give you an example of the tourism sector, which is a very a strategic point for the University of Venda, because we are in this economic zone where we find ourselves in a very critical spot to respond as a university. So those students that we produce, they can, through this formalized relationship, they can then be placed in those tourism sectors so that they can be exposed. But this is just part one, a program offering on Become Tourism. We're looking also in other programs. That's what we are saying. The starting point is a curriculum renewal with a, with an outfit of an integrated learning through will.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have run out of time, so I'm going to ask you all to give your closing remarks or your final thoughts. I'll start with you, Dr. Ernest, then I'll come to Mr. Choice, then we'll have Bernadette, Professor Ferns, and we'll have Barbara.
Yes, I feel really urged to say some things. During the discussion, I got the impression that you have perhaps the impression of me that I'm someone who is an uncritical advocate of digitization of education. Frankly, I'm not. I'm definitely not. And I will explain why. There is a very good case for digital tools when you can do things with digital tools you can't do without digital tools. For example, in the 90s, we developed an educational simulator for laser welding, and there you could simulate a laser welding machine and could experiment with that. This would not have been viable in the real world because in the simulation you could, for example, look into the material, which you can't do in the real world. And in the simulation, you could do lots of experiments, which you couldn't do in the real world for economic reasons, because each student would have produced thousands of euro of costs per hour if he would have done this with a real machine. So this is a very good case for digital tools. Another good case for digital tools is when they make pedagogical action more efficient. Because when there is more efficiency, teachers can engage in other things where they are needed as persons and as teachers. For example, I think I'm also an adjunct professor as a second occupation. Most of the time it's not very efficient to hold lectures. Sometimes it's much more efficient if we have good tools where the students can do this kind of learning themselves, and this gives me the time to make much more valuable things with the students. For example, supervise projects, so and interact with them in a productive way. And this is the next point which I would like to make, which is very close to what Barbara Kanyane said: the bridges. The bridges between industry, between practice and academia. And I think this is the most crucial point. I've also already mentioned project-based learning. And my favorite place in the world where this is done at a very high level is Aalborg in Denmark, where the engineering study programs have 50% of their time, not lectures, not seminars, but projects. And what they are doing there is they're working on real life problems from the local industry. They're improving some production processes in some SMEs, or they're trying to improve some products. I had the opportunity to do something like this myself at the University of Magdeburg, and it was wonderful to see how students work together half a year to produce something. For example, one thing they produced was a playground where grandparents and their grandchildren can play together, can engage in physical activity suitable for both. This was in fact built in the city of Magdeburg, this playground. And to bring this about, students from engineering, from psychology, from health sciences work together to make this. And this is just an example. And I think that this kind of learning in bringing about real products, bringing about real innovation, which is working in reality, this is something which is crucial and which can be the basis of a bridge you were talking about between industry, between reality and research. This bridge has to be specific, concrete. It has to be hands-on. And in projects like this, you can do exactly that, and you can achieve the same level of academic achievement as you can with the traditional forms of academic learning. This has been proved. The University of Aalborg is very small, but 2 years ago, MIT made a study about the top engineering universities in the world, and they were among the top 5. With MIT, with Stanford, with London, Imperial College, this small university, because they have excellent pedagogics. So this I felt urged to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We truly appreciate your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Ernest Hartman from the Institute for Innovation and Technology. Over to you, Mr. Choice.
So, colleagues, that, if we're going to address the geographically and socially marginalized in our country, the youth that are there to empower the disadvantaged Africans, so all the upskilling initiatives that we've got that reaches all the way out into rural areas, into the GBD hotspots that we have, this concept, and it's not really a concept, it's a reality that has to work as this private and public partnership. And kind of lead the panel today, but I just want to share that over a very short period of time, we've been able to integrate with some wonderful individuals that we didn't know existed. We knew the two-seaters that we dealt with, but I've got to meet Sam, the DDG at HET. I've met Carmel in the President's office. I've met Sybil that advises the DG. And those two forces connecting to each other allows us to integrate on a much bigger, broader spectrum and show the opportunities that actually can exist when we start talking together at a much higher and strategic level, both the implementers and the brain trust that we have, and the reorganizing of those resources and reallocating those resources to the priorities. And I know that we have a lot of challenges that we face, but I'm absolutely 100% behind the fact that we're going to make a difference.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Graham Choice, MD at TFG. Thank you very much for that. Bernadette?
Thank you, Tabang. Just in terms of what I said earlier on, I think it's important that we start at ground level. For one, the furniture sector, traditionally hasn't been a very sexy, attractive sector. So I think awareness and promotion and education at a very early level in terms of the academic space at school level. And I think we talk about work integrated learning at learnerships, but I think for the furniture sector, just in terms of promoting the furniture sector, it should be a profession of choice. It's not necessarily the case. And I think through what Graham has said in terms of those partnerships, we can start those partnerships at a very, very early stage in the academic space. And like I say, already at the basic education space, right through to tertiary space. And many of the people employed in our industry are people that actually come through the FET space, the further education training space, where they're actually employable through partnerships with those institutions in that space. Thanks a lot, Taban.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Bernadette Isaacs, Managing Director for the South African Furniture Initiative. Thank you very much, Bernadette. We appreciate your insights. Professor Ferns.
Thank you. I've got 3 quick points to make. Firstly, I think talk, and it was related to Bernadette, just related to it. Talk is our operative word. I suggest we do, and we do it as sector-wide, not in little defined. There's some fabulous stuff that happens, but it tends to be in defined pockets. What we're doing is we're preparing our graduates all together for jobs that don't exist, using technology that's not yet invented, and solving problems we don't even know are problems yet. That in itself informs how we should structure our teaching and learning. And I'm also going to connect to something Ernst said about the projects. So that's interdisciplinary projects, which reflects the workplace. So stop segmenting our discipline areas. everybody needs to have some data analytics expertise, communication. Let's promote that type of learning so we all learn from each other. And finally, I'm going to restate it. Partnerships are pivotal. Deep and enduring partnerships where our resources and expertise are shared with common goals, and there's diversity across our sectors, as we know, across the business and university sector. However, we can leverage that as a strength rather than perceive it as a barrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Associate Professor Sonia Fens, Managing Partner at LearnWork Consulting. Thank you very much for your contribution on this panel. Professor Barwa?
Thank you very much. I think my parting words is that the work integrated learning should not be left to the passion of the lecturers, left to the passion of the lecturers and their sacrifices. It needs to be institutionalized, and then it also be properly structured and funded, and they need to also be accompanied by that integrated efforts of recalculating a curriculum that is relevant to the job market. These days, we cannot be talking about computer science when we are in a 4-hour space. We need to be talking the language of a digital society, the machine learning, nanotechnologies, and number of these. So that recalibration of the curriculum will put our graduates at a very good advantage of being absorbed in the job market through experiential learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say we appreciate your contribution on this panel. And a lot of our participants have engaged. And truly, we thank you for your time. And thank you for the contribution that you are making to making this world a better place. Add a bit of light, So thank you so much for that. All the best for your endeavors. And please, when we call again, please answer the phone. We need you guys. I mean, this panel was the most amazing that I've had today. So enjoy yourselves. Please take good care and keep safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ciao, ciao. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Ciao. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel discussion around learnerships and work integrated learning. Please also feel free to post your comments. I hope you are engaging in the chat room. Remember, there's still more prizes to be won. So if you don't talk, you don't get any gifts or any prizes to take home with. So we've got our last panel of the day, which is employability and entrepreneurship. What are the key pillars for economic recovery and reconstruction? And this is what we're talking. And this panel discussion is the most critical because it's going to close off and conclude the entire purpose and gist of the summit, I guess. Stay tuned, and we're definitely going to see you after this.
Our mission is to provide quality accredited training in South Africa across multiple sectors. Our services are relevant to both individuals and industry, from managing and implementing learning programs to business incubation. Vinton can provide with quality services. We are currently accredited for 10 programs and 12 in the pipeline. All this is to achieve our vision to become South Africa's most trusted training provider. For more information, visit our website at www.vinton.co.za.
Nelson Mandela once said, the most weapon to fight poverty is education. Without skills, we are not going anywhere as a country, most especially for rural people. My name is Rulani Ndobe. I am the founder of ERRP Business Enterprise here in Malamlele, Mukomi Village. ERRP Business Enterprise is more of a training and development. We do a lot of training for rural areas. ERRP was established in 2015. And then the very same year, FP&M Seta saw a need to fund a rural-based youth company. I am very grateful to have uplifted. The existence of ERRP assisted a lot of people coming from Malamlele and Limpopo.
Xikolo lexi xa ERRP xi nga kona laha etikweni hi vona xikolo lexi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vantshwa va hina vo lo titshamela la makaya a ku na lexi va endlaka xona, so va za va fikelela laha va sungulaka ku nwa mabyalwa swi nga fanelanga hi ku tiva loko ri xili nampundzu a nga tivi ku fanele a tirha yini. Se sweswi ndo va nga endla xikolo lexi xa ERRP ni vona xi ri na nkoka swinene hikuva vanyingi vanhu va le ku sapoteni ka xikolo lexi va ya va ya kuma tidyondzo kona ta ku rhunga ni swin'wana na swin'wanyana ende swi le ku pfuneni ka tiko sweswo swi hunguta ni vugevenga.
Malamlele does not have manufacturing firms, either for your clothing, for your furniture, or manufacturing of anything. I felt there's a need to establish or to have young people who are well trained to make garments, to manufacture clothing for their local communities. I wanted to encourage and promote broadly South African products.
I am a learner at ERRP Business Enterprise. Nastiva ku operate machine, naskota ku runga, naskota ku endla ti-measurement, ni kota ku endla final product.
We also do learnership, internship, do apprenticeship, do skills program, customer service, financial services to ensure that the graduate that we recruit, they get work readiness training. We are preferred training provider for main cooperatives around rural areas. They prefer us because we believe in cooperatives being sustainable.
Ni manhlungwani la ni nga kona hi le hlohlorisiwe cooperative ka Phapazela handle ka Malamlele. Business ya hina hi focus ngopfu ka nkarhi wa sweswi hi focus ngopfu ka xikete xa mijikisa. Xikete xa mijikisa xi mbaliwa hi munhu un'wana un'wana.
There is a need to be trained to ensure that the people who live in rural areas are trained enough to can be able to fight poverty.
The facilitation department fulfills one of the most fundamental roles within the business. All the highly qualified subject matter experts who facilitate all qualifications on offer at the institution sit within this department. This department is also responsible for coordination of all outcomes-based assessments for learners and have the responsibility of ensuring each learner exits SDC as a qualified and job-ready candidate.
Ngihlala emafuyeni empakeni lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry, ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture, senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza
igama lami ngicebile wakantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphakathi professionals under i-sewing, it's a clothing manufacturing process. Sibenefitse nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabhuyeni.
So ngibenefitile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda, sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi. Ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza, develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kubuke sinikeze ithuba ukuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu ngoba siqede amaphathi. kwesakamthethwa emabuyeni empangeni. Lana esikoleni ngifunda i-carpentry, ngenza i-furniture making.
Group siyayenza i-furniture, senza coffee table, senza coffee table, senza ibhastuli, senza wardrobe, senza
igama lami ngicebile wakantombela. Ngifunda nabo ngaphakathi professionals, i-project engaphansi professionals under i-sewing, it's a clothing manufacturing process. Sibenefitse nje kakhulu ukuba nale project la emabuyeni.
So ngibenefitile kakhulu because benganaso lesi skill sokukhanda, sokwazi ukuhlanganisa bekuyinto nje engibonayo yenziwa abanye abantu but bengazi sizogcina ifikile nakimi. Ngithola ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuyenza, develop skills ebenganaso ke.
Bona kuba ukuthi besinikeze ithuba ukuthi sifunde sisothola nezitifiketi zethu noma siqede ama-practice.
Hi, my name is Tato Innocent Sibuhudi. I am from Eastec College Undergarment Making Program that is funded by FP&M Seta. Learned how to cut the pattern and how to draw the pattern on top of the cloth and how to take the same cloth that I've drawn the pattern onto the machine and make a garment. I am now able to make quality checking, I am able to embroider, and I am able to digitize. I am very thankful to FP&M Seta for the opportunity, and I thank them so much for the opportunity that they have given to me. I wish that they can continue to do the same thing to other kids that are out there at the street. And thank you so much.
We are Micromatica HS Training Center. We are addressing skills development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth is dependent on being enabled financially so that we can become a manufacturing hub within South Africa to the rest of the African continent.
Welcome back to the Skills Development Summit. Most importantly, thank you that you still tuned in till now. I hope you are hashtagging Skills Summit 22, that is Skills Summit 22. Joining us on our last panel of the day, employability and entrepreneurship, the key pillars that support economic recovery and reconstruction. Joining me this afternoon for the last segment, concluding the summit, is Dr. Manager Mangari Mswabi, or Mswaba, who's the Principal and CEO for College of Cape Town. Then we have Miss Catherine Weinberg, who's the Director at Fatola. Then we have Mr. Yanesh Naidu, Sales and Design Director at Gendermark Automation. We also have Lisa Ilongworth, CEO for Future Proof. Welcome, colleagues, and thank you very much for joining
us. To maybe start us off, may I invite Mr. Naidu? Maybe you can start, and then we'll have Dr. Mswaba. Excuse me, Dr. Mswaba. Then we'll have Catherine and Lisa.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I'm Yanesh from Gendermark Automation. We design and build machines that assemble automotive components. And fortunately for us, we export most of those machines around the world. I'm actually sitting in the US visiting a customer right now. And from a skills perspective, obviously the skills we need to build and design these machines and send them around the world, even to first world countries like Germany and the US, we need a special set of skills. And so this particular topic is very relevant to us. And what I'm a firm believer of is we now have technology available to help us bridge the skills gap. And I'd like to expand on that a little bit further through the discussion today. I think you're on mute.
I am so on mute. I can't believe we're talking skills development and then I mess up digitally. I'm so sorry about that.
And you're the host.
Exactly. That is so bad. Thank you so much, Mr. Naidu. Dr. Mswaba, can we have you come in there?
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Manager Mswaba. My other name is Mangarai.
Mangarai. Okay.
Yeah, Rai, not Ri.
Right.
It's AI. Okay,
Oh,
thank
but
you.
I did say Rai.
Yes, you did say it at a later stage. Yes, I think it's quite important in the industry in which I am. That is the industry for the production of knowledge and production of skills, the education sector. I think it's quite important that we talk about employability, entrepreneurship versus a situation where the person or the candidate for employment is actually supposed to be inculcated with skills for the development and for the contribution to the economy. I have been in this field of education and the production of knowledge for the past 25 years. And precisely in the TVET sector where I am, I've been there for the last 10 years in the TVET sector. I think it's quite important that we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about employability, considering the fact that we are a government institution, and more importantly, we implement the government policies in terms of reduction of poverty, promotion of skills, and also empowering historically disadvantaged people, especially the women, as well as the disadvantaged people prior post-apartheid. So it's quite important that we talk about that. And I think the industry or the education sector has got a lot to offer to this seminar or conference, because we are doing quite a lot in terms of promoting the government policies in ensuring that the skills have been imparted, but also there is promotion of entrepreneurship to our graduates, especially to our graduates, and also to our corporate citizens. You know, organizations like TVET colleges, they live within the communities. And for that reason, they then have to operate as corporate citizens. So in short, I think that is what we will be discussing, and we will be giving you some of the projects that the TVET sector, especially the College of Cape Town, has been embarking on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine, can you come in there? Then we'll have Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. So Catherine Weinberg, I'm the founder and CEO of Vocational, and I'm really passionate about unlocking the potential of fearless leaders in order to build successful businesses. So I'm quite interested that we have a juxtaposition here, employability and entrepreneurship, because they're so different. And I see that there's actually a third component. There's the skills for being employable, there are the skills for running a business, and there are the technical skills, which I think probably Ganesh is speaking to. And I just think it's really important to understand that these things don't necessarily overlap. In my experience, I've 30 years as a business owner and more than 16 years now fostering the lasting success of many hundreds of businesses. I've really found that there's a big difference. I believe entrepreneurship is not something we study, it's something we do. And I think that this is sometimes where we go wrong, is we teach entrepreneurship thinking that it's something you can teach out of a book. So a bit like you don't learn to be a brain surgeon by just studying the book, you have to do the practical. I think this is sometimes where we miss. we misunderstand that entrepreneurship is a doing activity, not a studying activity. But anyway, in summary, I think what's very interesting is that there's 3 components of skills that maybe we're speaking about today.
Okay, thank you very much. Look forward to engaging with you. Lisa?
Thanks very much, Divine. Lisa Illingworth. I am the CEO and co-founder of Future Proof South Africa. And Future Proof South Africa exists to catalyze entrepreneurial thinking and action in children from the age of 5 years old, right up to 17. I work, yes, in the same sector as Catherine in entrepreneurship education, and we are very much aligned against what entrepreneurship education looks like in demonstrable evidence and practical abilities put to use in order to create economic activity for not just those that are needing it to survive, but to create opportunity entrepreneurs. And that's why we start at the age of 5 years old in order to inculcate entrepreneurial mindsets and traits. And I think this is where it might overlap, because entrepreneurial mindsets and traits can also be used in creating employability and creating a next generation of employees that are value-adding citizens, no matter whether they're starting businesses or not. So that's my background, and I'm pleased to be here. It's exciting to have this discussion.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I look forward to engaging, especially with some of the initiatives that your organization applies in teaching entrepreneurship from the age of 5. But let me start with you, Mr. Naidu. How has the nature of entrepreneurship changed? Not really only in your industry, but if you just give us an overview since COVID. So maybe just highlight the impact of the pandemic on entrepreneurship.
So I don't know if I'm qualified to answer generally, but I can maybe be specific on how it's kind of impacted us.
Sure.
So I think there's been lots of bad, obviously, and lots of good. We've had to push ourselves beyond where we thought we could go in order to survive. We've got customers all around the world. We couldn't travel. This is my first trip to the US, where 80% of my customers are in the last 2 years. And I would typically come here 4 to 5 times a year. And for 2 years, I never was able to come here. So we had to come up with different ways to install machines remotely, to engage with customers, because obviously it's a relationship game, and you can't build a relationship over Zoom. You have to find different ways. And so it definitely pushed us beyond using high tech like VR to engage in design reviews with our customers, augmented reality. So it definitely pushed us beyond out of our comfort zones. And as a result of that, we now have additional products to sell to our customers. So some good and some bad. And I would imagine it would have affected multiple people in a similar way. But I think just to the entrepreneurship side, and I think Kathy mentioned it, I think, in my opinion, the big differentiator between learning entrepreneurship and doing entrepreneurship, as Kathy talks about, is the grit to see it through the hard times. Because in theory, everyone can make it when things are good. When you've got customers paying and you can deliver on time, whatever your product is, it's easy. But the real entrepreneurs stand out when things go wrong and things go bad. And I think, if anything, COVID has filtered out the entrepreneurs, and the real entrepreneurs have made it through.
Okay, thank you. Also, I hope I'm not on mute this time. No. It's just a side joke. Dr. Manager, tell us some of the programs that the college has done to instill a culture, or to rather make entrepreneurship traditional, particularly in our communities, because we know there's a huge drive around rural and township development with respect to industrializing our communities, and that is strongly driven by entrepreneurship. So how has the college cultivated students in terms of entrepreneurship?
I think, thank you very much. First and foremost, the presenter, I think it's quite important that I also indicate that the education sector is a sector of research as well.
Sure.
And I'm a researcher as well. So research in the sense of providing new knowledge and providing new policy direction to the sector. Coming back to your question, I think it's quite important for us to also understand employability as opposed to entrepreneurship, or to dissect the two. That quite importantly, employability in its nature is the ability for an individual to have a skill to be hired. If I were to define it, when you have got a skill, then you can be hired. No, whether you have gone to school or you haven't gone to school or what, as long as you have got a skill, you are employable. And that is our motto as TVET colleges. As you know, that TVET colleges are actually working alongside universities. And in actual fact, universities are there to provide academic excellence in terms of cognitive research. Whereas in TVET colleges, we talk about skills. Do you have a skill? And let's promote that skill so that you become an employable person. So what we have done in the sector of TVET college is to ensure that we have actually come up with partnerships with companies with a view to say, okay, what type of skill do you want? We will go there into the community and look for the skill you want. So you find most of the companies, for example, would say, we want plumbers, we want technicians, we want riggers, we want so many of these people. So we go into the community and say, do we have people who have got hand skills? And we find we have got youth. We have got those students that you sometimes say they failed in education in the secondary for grade 12, grade 9, and then we take them and bring them to the college. What we do with them, we provide them skills. After providing skills, what do we then do? In order for them to be employable and for them to provide entrepreneurship, we then set up our colleges in such a way that we have got what we call skill centers. So we have skill centers all over our TVET colleges. For example, we have got the beauty and therapy skill center in one of our TVET in one of our campuses. And the main reason is for the students to practically bring community members and do the actual beauty and therapy. I'm seeing that you've got a good hair, but it was properly done, a presenter. If you could come to Wayne campus, then you will be, your hair will be done. The idea there is for our students to have hands-on, so that when they get into the community, they start their own small businesses, which we call nano businesses, and they work there. We also have a skill center, engineering skill center, where we then say the community, we know the community doesn't have money, some of them, but they've got the skills. They can weld, they can do plumbing, and if they want the welding skills to be improved, then they come to our center, which is the skill center, which is in one of our 10 townships. What do they do there? They bring their material, we train them, we give them equipment to do work, and they leave the organization with something that they can sell, be it a motor or a gate or burglar bars or everything. They then get into the community and sell those things. When we incubate them, the main reason is for them to use that money as seed money, and they get into the community, they start their own projects. That is the TVET idea. We need our students, our youth, our disadvantaged people to be able to fend for themselves. We also have other projects like the clothing industry, which is a Thornton campus, where we take the community around as well. We train them on clothing, tailoring, and all sorts of skills. And then when they leave, we incubate them in cooperatives and then give them out. So in terms of entrepreneurship, we are ensuring that as soon as our student completes a course, they don't stay. We put them into incubation centers. And from the incubation centers, they then take a particular period of time. When they leave now, they are able to go and start their own small projects. So we have quite a number of projects throughout Cape Town. Of course, I know you are hosting us. Very soon you will be assisting us to fund some of these projects as well.
Wow.
Let me just end there, and then maybe I will proceed as we continue. Otherwise, I've got a lot. I can actually preach the whole day. Thank you.
I believe you. I believe you, Dr. Manager. I definitely do. Thank you so much. Catherine, maybe you can come in here. We're talking, of course, entrepreneurship alongside employability. Do you think employability should be based on education or more on experience? I'm not saying that one is more important than the other, but what are your insights regarding that?
Look, Tabang, let me just speak from my area of expertise, which is in business and small business. The fact of the matter is that people, small business or any business actually, can only employ somebody that adds value to their business.
Sure.
So I think that what Dr. Maswaba was saying is about making sure that he's providing skills that match the market is so critical, because a lot of South African youth have got pieces of paper that are of no value, because the skills they have are not marketable. They're not needed in business. And so that's a disappointment for them. And it's usually frustrating for us as business owners. And so I think that one of the things that we need to look at is where is the gap in skills? And most clearly, one of the biggest gaps in skills in South Africa is digital. There's a huge shortage of people that have digital skills, that understand, that are developers, that have got IT coding skills. There's a massive, massive shortage. And I know this as a business owner myself, but also for the many hundreds of businesses that we work with. And so there may be thousands of people who are unemployed, and they've got HR skills, or they've got some other skill that's not actually needed. And so one of the things we need to speak about is, let's talk about employability is about teaching the right skills that are needed in the market. And that requires quick turnaround. I think universities need to wake up. Some of them are moving quite fast. Others are still very, very much stuck in the old ways. But it's really about making sure that the people that are doing the training are actually training to the market. And that's what makes people employable. It's not a piece of paper on its own is quite possibly not what's needed. Although the other thing, if I can just say, I think that what's needed from an entrepreneurship, so if people are wanting to become entrepreneurs, what they need is critical thinking, they need maths, they need design thinking, they need to be able to think in multiple, in multiple spheres in 360 degrees. Whereas currently, our schooling system teaches people to go to school to get the answers to matric. They're not encouraged to think outside the box. They're just encouraged to get the answer. And that doesn't work as an entrepreneur, because as an entrepreneur, I don't know if you know, but nothing ever works out as planned. So you might make a business plan, but the business plan is never, it's a novel, never actually works like that. And so people that are going to become good entrepreneurs need to be able to be resilient. They need to be able to have all of these, to be agile thinkers. And that's a different set of skills that is often taught in our schooling system and education system in South Africa.
Sure, thank you. Lisa, maybe you can come in there, just as inferred from what Catherine has said. What are the programs that, or rather initiatives that you guys have implemented in your company to build the spirit and culture and mindset, most importantly, of an entrepreneur from the age of 5?
Yeah, thanks. Catherine, spot on with regards to that mindset, those behavior traits, those characteristics that need to be developed, and they need to start at an earlier age. There is a psychometrist, I think she is, where she tests what happens to the adolescent brain when it hits 12 years old. And there's a process that it goes through called synaptic pruning. And synaptic pruning eventually trims off those synapses that are not used in the brain before the age of 12. right? So if you're not developing entrepreneurial behaviors and traits before the age of 12, they're that much more difficult to embed. And in fact, there was a study done that showed that the most significant ways of embedding that entrepreneurial behavior after the age of 12 and going into adulthood is through trauma. And we see that in our necessity entrepreneurs. We see that when divorce comes along, when retrenchment comes along, when life throws trauma at these people, they need to develop that mindset, and it's done through out of necessity. But yet, if we're developing those entrepreneurial behaviors, traits, mindsets, opportunity awareness before that age, we're able to give learners the ability to think differently, to act differently, and to start pursuing what is both entrepreneurial and employable as well. Yeah. And so part of the future-proof programs are, we work within a 360-degree approach to the school as our focus. So we work with the learner itself, being able to give them those mindsets, those behaviors, those characteristics, and then layered on top of that are the skills. And then lastly is the knowledge, the business knowledge or the entrepreneurial knowledge. And in our education system and the way our curriculum is structured with knowledge at the forefront of it. Then we think about skills, and if you're very lucky, you have a teacher that thinks about behavior, whereas entrepreneurship needs to be developed in reverse. And so we work with the schools around developing that, the learner themselves. Then we work with educators. Future-Proof is the only accredited organization that can offer entrepreneurship education training programs to educators. And so we specialize in helping educators change the pedagogy in their classrooms, so they're not doing the knowledge vomit. They're not doing the teach and preach approach where they're standing up and they're just presenting a textbook, through their mouths, but they're actually able to use interpersonal learning modalities. They're able to use kinesthetic learning modalities, which are the two primary modalities of learning for entrepreneurs themselves. They want to learn through other people, and they want to learn by doing. And our classrooms are designed to sit still, face the front, and keep quiet, which automatically marginalizes your entrepreneurs. And so we teach educators how to do that. And the third thing is we work with parents, because now your learner's arriving home with a new set of language, with a new set of skills, and you contextually come from an environment where you need to go and find a job because your family and your community expects you, once you finish your education, to provide for them. So how do we shift the contextual conversations with parents as well, giving them the tools to understand our child's coming home with a new set of language, with a new set of paradigms. What do I do with this now? How do I continue this? And the programs that we run work in that 360-degree approach. And thus far, 6,500 children have been through our programs in South Africa. We work in 4 different provinces, and we use a modality of teaching where we get entrepreneurs themselves. We upskill them in a trainer model, and then we put them into our programs for kids to see in living demonstration, this is what it means to be an entrepreneur, because you can't be what you can't see. So putting an entrepreneur in front of them gets them to understand this is actually possible for me. I can be this person.
Sure, you can't be what you can't see. That is so profound, absolutely profound. I have faith that you're in the right space. So looking forward to young kids that are going to take over the world. Okay, what I'm about to do now, I'm going to each ask you last questions. Please integrate your answer with your closing remark. Is everyone fine with that? Cool. So I'll start with Mr. Naidu. You in the automation space, the automation industry. And a lot of the times we find that in most of the third world countries or African countries, a lot of assembling takes place. We import all the other materials, we assemble here. Do you think we have the capacity to have a manufacturing plant where we actually, from input to output, even the transition, besides assembling, to do everything from scratch locally? Do you think we are ready for that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me why.
But I think that I appreciate your question, but I think your question highlights a big problem that we've observed with doing work overseas with first world countries, is that we cannot and should not adopt their strategies for our population. It will never work.
Okay.
And actually, my closing statement is going to be a question because I'm first, and so everyone else can help me answer the question. I'll take advantage of that. So my perspective, and I'm not in education. I have a business that we make machines and export them around the world, and we need highly skilled people. That's as far as what I know about education. But my question is, and my thoughts around the African story is that we sit today in Africa with 1.3 billion people. In the next 10 years, we'll go to 2.2 billion people. Trying to make 400 or 500 million programmers is never going to happen. So the question is, what do we do? So, I mean, and we're not going to make 400 million entrepreneurs. It's never going to happen, right? So the reality is how individual amazing initiatives like you guys are doing is amazing, but it's not going to help 400 million people. So my premise is that how do we use technology to scale what you currently do so that it goes beyond your physical reach? Because we have the internet and we have digital tools. And further to that, because we're not going to make 400 million programmers or developers or whatever you want to call them, how do we create and use technology to, and I want to use this word very carefully, to dumb down the skills required to perform a task? I'll give you a very simple example. I look at the age of the people in the room and you guys would understand this. I don't know what the audience looks like, but you guys have taken pictures with a film camera before, right? And you know how difficult that was to get it right. And you'd go and develop the pictures and you'd get 2 out of 10 correct. Today, you just take a snapshot with your iPhone and you get an amazing photo. That's an example of how technology has been used to dumb it down for us amateurs to perform a complex task that used to require high skills 20 years ago. Today, you don't need any skills to take an amazing picture. But that's an example of how we can use technology to enable semi-skilled people or unskilled people to do more complex tasks. And I think that's the answer for us. And that's what we should be doing for the next generation, the next 30 years, is creating jobs on the factory floor that are intuitive, that uses AI to enable an unskilled person to assemble an engine, for example. Because you're not going to, that person can then get a job and send their kids to school to become programmers. That I can imagine. But the next 10 to 30 years, we're not going to make 400 million programmers, but we need to create opportunities. And I think technology enables us to create tools that people can use and also allows us to scale massively. Uber's created 13,000 jobs in South Africa, more than anybody else, as an example. And all you need is a driver's license. You don't need to be a programmer to become a driver at Uber. A London taxi driver needs to remember 25,000 street names in order to get their license in London.
Yes.
So my question is, or my theory is that I think we should be adopting technology to scale the good work that everyone on the panel is doing. And if we don't use technology to scale it, the pocket of influence will remain small and not big enough.
Yeah, no, sure. We had our pens and papers there. I'm just like, I'm so not here because you're saying things that are really elevating the mind. So thank you very much, Yanesh, for that. Thank you. Dr. Mswaba, do you want to perhaps come in there as well? Let me just ask you, how do you think we can bridge the gap between institutions, education, and business?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, but I wanted also to highlight the following to you. Did you know that there is a very sophisticated, definition of a company? I was talking to one person during my research, and I came up with an understanding that even Ronaldo, Ronaldo, who is now playing for Man U, is actually a company himself. And the question is, he is a company and has been hired by another company to be in partnership, and that partnership is to offer entertainment. And we are talking here about the skill that Ronaldo has. But more importantly, again, before I answer your question again, we are in the business of, of policy development in the government. despite the fact that we are offering skills. So when you look at skills, when you look at the contribution that the skills are making into the economy, and also the understanding of the pillars of skills that are within the organizations, one would then begin to see that we have got three important pillars that we need to talk about. And these pillars are skills, that is the TVET sector. And then we talk about talent. I've been talking about Ronaldo. I can talk about AB de Villiers. I can talk about many boxers. They are companies into themselves because they offer talent. They've got natural talent. They don't even go to school. They just open their eyes, they open their ears, they use their legs, and both become rich. Then we talk about universities, which offer a different type of contribution that needs to be contributed, that we need to talk about. But coming back to you and say, how do education sector contribute towards skills provision within the sector? I think the most important thing that we need to talk about now is the ability to come up with a proper curriculum in the education sector. The three curriculums need to be developed: the one that deals with talent, the one that deals with skills, and the one that deals with academic cognitive excellence. Universities are not better than TVET colleges because universities cannot do what TVET colleges are doing. Neither can TVET colleges do what the academies in sporting and arts are doing. Where we have got the soft music, the best music, and you ask yourself, where did you learn this music, this skill? And they say, since I was born, I started singing at the church. And from the church, they then bought a piano for me, and here I am. So the gap that we need to do is to go back to the curriculum and say, how do we develop our curriculums so that they can suit the economy of the country, so that they can promote the skills that are within our economy and within our nation. I can tell you what Naidu was saying is quite correct, that we have people, even my children, when they get hold of my phone, they venture into it as if it's the ones that have developed it. And you begin to wonder whether I am normal, because as an old person, I expect to have more skill than them. The issue that we need to talk about now in the industry, in the education sector, is to say what type of curriculum should be brought into the sector. Do we need to continue sitting side by side and hallucinating on what we call the best curriculum? Or we need to go out there into the industry and say what type of skill is required? And we classify our curriculum according to the skills that are required. Lastly, I want to tell you that there is much that the government can do to promote talent as a skill in the country. We are losing a lot of talent in our industry, in the country, because we are not offering them soft skills to be able to provide for their businesses. A person becomes a singer today, tomorrow he's dying, because there is no curriculum that will promote, there is no program that the government has set up to promote that person to become an entrepreneur. Instead, we take advantage of that person, produce his music, and we eat the money. After that, we dump the person. We take the person into Kaizer Chiefs and becomes a star. After 10 years, he is stealing in Soweto. Why? Because we have not harnessed the skill. We have not given the soft skills that are required for that person to be able to manage their own business. So in short, I am saying it is quite important that we harness the skill, but more importantly, let's come up with responsive curriculums. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mswaba, thank you for those sentiments and your contribution as well. Can we have Catherine come in here? Catherine, you can perhaps extend.
Thank you. Thanks, Sabang. Yanesh, that was really sneaky, giving us the difficult question to answer. Eh? Anyway, I'm going to go there first.
My time is up now, so I have to keep it quiet.
Yeah, you see, You're an entrepreneur, always got an answer for something. So I think I'm going to go there first. It is definitely the digital age, but I think what's important to understand, it's also the age of collaboration. And particularly when I speak for my mandate, which is small businesses, it's not that everybody has to develop their solution. It's about understanding that when you work together, when you enter platforms or you're part of collaborative platforms, then you can create solutions that are global, are world-beating. And I think this is something that we need to start learning, is the days of holding everything to our chest are over. And just as you gave the example of Uber is successful because it's a platform. It allows other people in order to be able to play that same game. And I definitely think that's something that we need to be going towards. And then maybe just to say from our perspective, from Fotola's perspective, we really start with this component of leadership, really understanding that, yes, you can have the technical skills in the middle. So you could be a soccer player or a singer, or you could be a really good machine maker. But the reality is that that's very different from the skills to be an entrepreneur. And so we start it's really important to understand, how do you unlock the leadership capabilities of the entrepreneurs? How do you help them to become fearless leaders? And more importantly than that is, how do you then help those leaders to fit in the world? Because what happens is that as youngsters, and particularly as women that are leaders don't fit the traditional women's profile. A woman that's a leader is not quiet and submissive. She tends to be bossy and outspoken. And so the thing is, those are the skills of being a leader. And when you become an entrepreneur, you actually often grow away from your family. Sometimes your family ostracize you because they say, why didn't you just take a good old corporate job? But now you actually want to become an entrepreneur. You're a leader. You may be earning more money than your husband. And these are the kind of things that have to be navigated. So leadership and helping to unlock those fearless leader capabilities is really number one. Then just talking to the business model, I think from a digital perspective, there's lots of nice solutions already available on the cloud that can help to improve the efficiency of the business model. Then the third component of business success is access to market. And again, collaborative platforms. I think more and more we're seeing some really nice platforms coming to the fore where people are able to access markets, are able to find the right buyers on a platform. And then, of course, the fourth component is finance. But maybe there's a whole entire program that we need just to speak to finance for business growth. And I'm sure, Yanesh, you could speak for hours on this as well. The fact is, the matter in South Africa is that we're a very risk-averse country, and it's hugely difficult to get access to finance. But just in summary, Fotola, we're here, we build businesses that last. We're really proud of the fact that 87% of the businesses that exit our programs are still in business 10 years later, and that is more than 9 times the national average. And so that's what we do, including and increasingly using digital skills.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Catherine. Truly great comments there. Can we have Lisa?
Thank you. In closing comments, Yanesh, I'm going to put this back at you because you put the challenge to us. And one of the things in your opening statements is you said it's really difficult to build relationships on Zoom. And if entrepreneurship is founded in the modeling of behavior and relationships with others that have been there and done that, it eliminates some of the effectivity that technology has on building entrepreneurial behavior. So I'm just going to put it back at you a little bit there, and hoping we can connect on other platforms and maybe continue an interesting conversation. Because we've tested this. Futureproof went online just as COVID lockdown happened. We digitized our entire curriculum. We put everything online. We put a Zoom API into the back end so that our entrepreneurs could connect with coaches over Zoom. But I'm telling you now that the modeling that builds self-efficacy, and self-efficacy is the cornerstone of entrepreneurial thinking and behavior, is built in relationship modeling with those that have been there and done that. And so I think this is also why we're struggling in Africa with the level of entrepreneurial behavior in our communities, is because that relationship and social capital that exists is not available at a high level, at a sophisticated level, to those in our townships and those in our peri-urban and rural areas. They're not able to access high-level entrepreneurs and be able to mentor them and model their behavior on them. So whilst technology, like Salim Ismail says, you gave it to us, exponential organizations harness the power of technology in order to scale effectively. Deep entrepreneurial behavior, thinking, and action happens when you can build self-efficacy based on a model that is in front of you, that you have a relationship with. So if you've got a hack for that, I'm putting this back at you, is we would love to be able to harness that hack in order to bring about more entrepreneurial growth, specifically in the kids and the teens that we work with.
Absolutely incredible. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Naidu. Yeah.
Comment. Lisa, you're 100% right. I think that it's impossible to have that feeling of face-to-face interaction that you learn. And when you have a mentor and you face-to-face, it's very different to having a mentor online. I 100% agree with you. But that's the challenge. The fact still remains is that we have 400 million people that we need to take out of poverty in Africa. But and I think that we have to find a way. We don't have an option, else we'll be dead in the water in 10 years' time. But the one question I do have is, or statement is, I think you have to separate entrepreneurial training and skills development to skills to get work, meaningful work. I think it's two separate things. But I'll come back to the Uber example. So is an Uber driver an entrepreneur?
Mm-hmm.
So that's an open question. He may be or may not be, but that's an example of 13,000 jobs being created. So maybe the founders of Uber were the ultimate entrepreneurs, but you still had to have a little bit of entrepreneurial spirit to actually break the mold and become an Uber driver. So I think I don't know what the solution is. That's why I asked the question. But I think you're 100% right. That face-to-face interaction will not be solved on a Zoom call.
So, can I jump in there, quickly?
Y'all can go ahead. I can leave you here, so yeah, you guys can just go ahead. That's fine.
No, I think Uber, that's a really nice example, Yanesh, with Uber, because I know there's a lot of anxiety out there that the fourth industrial revolution is going to destroy jobs. And in actual fact, Uber is a perfect example of how it grew a sector. I know there's been a lot of anxiety. The taxi drivers said Uber took business from them. But the fact is that there are many thousands of new clients that now use Uber that never would have used taxis in the past. And so that's kind of a nice example of where technology is not only created, it's not only just created jobs for those drivers, it's really spawned an entire new industry. And I think I think it's a great example to use to just calm people's fears that jobs are all going to disappear and they're going to be replaced by robots.
Okay, thank you very much. No one wants to add anything? We all fine. I wonder why you're so pumped up towards the end. Must tell us if you want to
started the controversy at the beginning.
It's exactly. So you are a problem, Mr. Naidu, because you started this thing. Eh?
I'll make one controversial statement in closing.
I thought so.
Uber's gained 13,000 or created 13,000 jobs in the last 4 to 5 years. VW, where I started working, has lost 3,000 jobs over the last 5 to 6 years.
Sure.
Because they're automating. So who should we be backing? I'll leave that.
You should have given us an answer.
I think the Ubers that are creating 13,000 jobs are the ones we should be backing.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
So Dave here in studio is asking if you've got shares in Uber.
No.
I wanted to throw a spanner in the works.
Oh no! Tell us, Dr. Manager, what's the spanner?
if I got it right, they were talking about face-to-face, impartation of, leadership skills and the like. And and also the importance of technology. And I'm saying as a teacher, born a teacher, and still a teacher, I think it's quite important that the feel, the smell, and the sound plays a bigger role when it comes to molding a leader. It's quite important that leadership has to be imparted even through modeling. Someone talked about modeling in terms of frameworks, but here I'm talking about modeling in terms of seeing Manager Mswaba as the principal of a college, and therefore learning what we call on-the-job training for them to be able to provide to receive the skills that are required. And it is quite important that in the different sectors, much as we have technology, we also have the importance of the presence being also a fundamental thing in skills impartation as well as a leadership development. I thought I could just bring a spanner in the works around that.
It surely did work, us. Thank you so much, Dr. Manager. And thank you to all of you for your time and for your contributions on this panel discussion.
I really believe that if we want to augment the nature of partnerships and be more engaging in that regard in terms of collaboration, it needs to start with us. And I can already see a lot of collaboration here on this platform. So thank you very much for your time and best regards for the future. Take good care. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Ciao, ciao. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the last, the final, and the concluding panel discussion around employability and entrepreneurship. You did see that it was getting quite heated towards the end. They wanted to stay and continue with the conference because entrepreneurship truly is the one aspect or the one thing that will boost the global economy and even our regional economies. And so I think the discussion of skills development cannot be divorced from employability and from entrepreneurship. Once again, I want to thank you, my VIP guests, for making this platform possible. I also want to thank all of our contributors, our guest speakers, our panelists, our facilitators. I even want to thank myself. Oh my goodness, I am damn good, but I'm damn tired as well. So thank you so much. And then we're going to invite Mr. PK Naika, who will be doing a closing right after this, but also allow me to thank the Fiber Processing and Manufacturing Seta for being our lead sponsor and for being our lead partner for this particular event. Please don't hesitate to also engage with them for issues around manufacturing, fiber processing, in the listed industries that they have advertised as well. Most importantly, we will be announcing the winners tomorrow. So as you've been engaging on the platform, we'll get your name, we'll reach out to you. If you want to check in, also, you're more than welcome to do so at events at capemedia.co.za. Also, once again, continue to engage with our online exhibition and our expo, where you can see what is available and how you can be assisted. Also, please feel free to reach out to Cape Media if you need some guidance or direction. Also, once again, the summit is available online. It is available on YouTube. You have access to it anytime that you wish, and the presentations from our speakers, some of them will be uploaded. I wish you all the best, and I wish you great health, most importantly, great wealth in your industries, and also may you continue to be a pioneer towards skills development. I'm Tabang Mashiho, and I'm signing out. Day 2 and the last day. Thank you very much for allowing me to pilot you on this ship or on this aeroplane. Over to you, Mr. PK. Babe, you walked into my frame. Hi.
Development which impacts on employment capability. We solve this by practically empowering learners to have the skill that can turn them into entrepreneurs. Our sustainability and business growth is dependent on being enabled financially so that we can become a manufacturing hub within South Africa to the rest of the African continent. Our primary intention is to employ and empower underprivileged youth, firstly by training them, employing them, and facilitating their journeys towards entrepreneurship. Currently, the only entity that has contributed towards this dream is the FP&M Seta through the few resources that Micromatica has. Through the support of the FP&M Seta, Micromatica has been teaching students since 2018. Through developing their entrepreneurial skills, Micromatica has equipped and enabled students to start their own small businesses, therefore contributing towards job creation. We have also placed students to work alongside us for various sewing projects at HS Training Center. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm back again. I'm so sorry. I think I missed you too quickly. But I did promise that we'll be getting our closing remarks from Mr. PK Naika, who's the General Manager for Research, Planning and Reporting under the leadership of Dr. Feleng at FP&M Seta. And he will be giving us the closing remarks and really concluding the summit on our behalf. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Naika.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon to Program Director, Mr. Bang Mashiho, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Bladen Zamande, FP&M Seta CEO, Dr. Feleng Yende, FP&M Seta chairperson and board members, chief executives and executive directors, captains of our subsectors and partners, employer and labor representatives, invited guests and speakers. Actually, I have the easiest job to do, which is the closing remarks. This brings to an end 2 days of very fruitful and productive discussions for the FP&M Seta Skills Development Summit for 2022, focusing on future perfect digital and innovation skills for economic recovery and reconstruction. We enjoyed listening to the vast array of expert speakers and panel discussions with very engaging deliberations and views of government priorities, 4IR technology and innovation, employability, entrepreneurship, transformation, and women empowerment, key learning programs such as apprenticeships, TFET, work placement strategy, master plans, and industry SMME support. I'm sure that all of you will agree with me when I say that the Skills Development Summit provided you with the most updated and cutting-edge information and concepts on what is happening in skills development space in South Africa today. We have brought all stakeholders and delegates up to speed on what our challenges are and how we need to take skills matters forward. You are now fully empowered and fully geared to take on these challenges. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank our very dynamic Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Nzimande. It was very clear on the skills in demand and skills for the digital economy and innovation. Thank you, Minister, for stressing the importance of skills development in South Africa, as this cannot be understated. Indeed, it is the lifeblood of any strong economy and crucial to our country's future. We found the Honorable Minister's views and plans in this regard very insightful as the Minister tackled the problematic issues of skills development and the challenges of youth and graduate unemployment in the PSET landscape. I generally always tend to save the best for last. I would like to place on record our sincere gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Feleng Yende for providing visionary leadership in the 4IR digitization and innovation space. Dr. Yende is an expert, an excellent role model for all leaders in the PSET system. Thank you, Doctor, for having conceived this concept of having a skills development summit at this point in time more than ever, with the theme, strengthening ERRP through skills, embracing technological changes and innovation for employability in a sustainable manufacturing sector. And I would like to thank you on behalf of everybody for driving this program behind the scenes. Well done, Doctor. Most appreciated. Let me thank all speakers, panelists, and partners for making this year's summit a tremendous success. It is quite historical that we have 1,700 delegates registering for this virtual online discussions. It is a real success for 4IR. Last but not least, let me thank Cape Media and Program Director, Ms. Thabang Mashiho. To the Cape Media team, including Ms. Beverly Stone, Mr. Rudy Bali, and Mr. Robert Arons, well done on the success over the 2 days. I think all that's left for me to say is stay safe, keep well. Until next year's summit, goodbye. Well done. Thank you. Bye.